وأقول في القرآن ما جاءت به آياته فهو الكريم المنزال وأقول قال الله جل جلاله والمصطفى الهادي ولا أتأول.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. All praise is due to Allah. May Allah's peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. This talk, inshallah, or this long talk and lecture is going to be about everything you need to know about Hajj. Now, the fiqh of Hajj in itself is simple. I mean, if you wanted to know how to perform Hajj, the simple way, the easiest way according to Sunnah, this could be in 20 minutes. But because so many things can go wrong, it's important, that's why so many things can or may go wrong in Hajj. We need to know the rulings of every single specific action. What to do, what is the dispute with the scholars regarding this matter? What are the pillars? What are the obligations? What are the mustahabbat, sunan? So knowing all these is important for many reasons. First and foremost, it is part of preserving Islam. Islam is preserved with knowledge, and knowledge of these matters, knowledge of ibadat, of worship, is something very crucial and important. And it's an obligation on some of the Muslims to acquire proper knowledge so that they benefit others. So it's not an obligation on everyone to understand the whole book of Hajj, every single matter, what the scholar said, but because they might not need it. But for some, it's an obligation. It's an obligation for those who are able to, who will take this knowledge, preserve it, and convey it to the people. So if you're a knowledge seeker who strives to become a scholar, who benefits the people, a beacon of light to guide the people, then such courses is very important for you. So this course, inshallah, we'll be covering, inshallah, with the will of Allah, all matters of Hajj. And in some of these matters, we'll mention the dispute of scholars and why they disputed and what is the stronger opinion in these matters. And understanding the fiqh of Hajj is also important for any Muslim who strives to do Hajj. Why is that? Because in Hajj, of course, you're going to have a guide, someone to follow. But sometimes things may go wrong, especially in matters that everyone by himself has to do it, like matters of Ihram. Prohibitions of Ihram. These matters, things can go wrong, things may go wrong. So you have to know the rulings. And people in Hajj, suddenly everyone is a mufti. In Hajj, everyone is a mufti. Because people don't know who to ask. They start asking anyone in Hajj. Anyone who has a beard, they'll go and ask him, I did this, is this okay? Will this suffice? I stood here in Arafah, is this part of Arafah or not? I did not stand in Arafah except after midnight. Is this okay? I came late to Hajj So we have all types of questions. People are asking questions there in Hajj. It's really important to have the proper knowledge regarding Hajj. This is one point. Number two, of course, the reward regarding seeking knowledge. This is definitely part of knowledge. And those who strive and seek knowledge to benefit the people, this is definitely one of the greatest acts of worship. Now, the book of Hajj, if you wanted to encompass the book of Hajj, it is challenging. But with the will of Allah, if you have a good intention and you're patient and you're able, inshallah, you're willing to revise again and again, with the will of Allah, you'll be able to encompass this book. And our scholars used to tell us, if you want to know who the real mufti is, go to Hajj. Go to Hajj and then you'll see who the real mufti is. Because in Hajj, as I mentioned, so many things can go wrong. And I've heard so many stories about our scholars, like Shaikh Suleiman Ruhaili, Shaykh Al-Ghudayyan, stories from people who witnessed these stories regarding how difficult some of the matters of Hajj. There were certain matters that no one of the sheikhs were able to give a fatwa until it came to a certain sheikh, which, alhamdulillah, with the will of Allah, Allah Azza wa Jal aided him to give a fatwa regarding this matter and benefit the Muslims there and then. So the book of Hajj, it has a lot of challenges. Of the challenges of the book of Hajj is that the matters are related. So the start of the book of Hajj is related to the end of book of Hajj. And the matters at the end of book of Hajj depend on you understanding the basics of the book of Hajj. So you can't just go and take some of the matters of Hajj and expect, to just understand all the matters of Hajj. No, they're challenging. So each of the matters depend on others. So if you have a proper understanding, for example, I'll tell you what, for example, understanding the differences of the types of nusuk, differences between Kiraan, Ifraad, and Tamatu. This will make your life easier, because later when we talk about the obligations, for example, of Hajj, or the pillars of Hajj, we're going to be mentioning Tawaf al-Ifada, طيب, and then we're going to be mentioning as-sa'i for al-Hajj, Tawaf al-Ifada, Tawaf of Hajj, and then we're going to be mentioning the sa'i of Hajj. Now, if you are not aware of the differences in Ifraad, Qiraan, and Tamattu', you're going to be having a problem there, because we're going to be mentioning for the sa'i of Tamattu', for those who did Tamattu' is so and so, and for those who did Ifraad and Qiraan, the sa'i is already done. You'll be confused. How is it already done when Hajj, the 10th, how is it already done before the 10th of the Hajj? So, subhanAllah, this is because you did not pay attention when we were talking about the different types of Hajj. So, seek aid in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and be patient, to have a good intention of taking this knowledge, preserving this knowledge for the Muslims, and conveying it. And my brothers and sisters, if you're able, alhamdulillah, to digest this whole lecture and properly understand all these matters, with the will of Allah, I can comfortably say 90% of the matters of Hajj, or the different situations that you'll come across, you will have the proper answer, if not even more. So this lecture is very valuable. I have put a lot of effort in trying to bring all these matters together. At the end of the day, it's my personal effort, and there might be some mistakes because we're human. But I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to benefit my brothers and sisters, and to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept this from us. طيب. Let us start with the first topic, virtues of Hajj. The virtues of Hajj. There is something very special regarding Hajj that we do not find in other worships. Did you know that scholars did not differ in other worships whether they do expiate major sins or not, but they did differ in Hajj? Imagine. So they said there's a big dispute among scholars. Does Hajj by itself expiate major sins? Because we know that, like the Messenger Muhammad has said, as-salah ila as-salah, al-jumu'ah ila al-jumu'ah, طيب, that these worships, they do expiate sins between them if major sins were avoided. But the Messenger Muhammad said something specific to Hajj, where he said, alayhi salatu wassalam, al-umratu ila al-umrah kaffaratu lima baynahuma. So a umrah to a umrah expiates the sins between them. And then he said, alayhi salatu wassalam, وَالْحَجُّ الْمَبْرُورِ لَيْسَ لَهُ جَزَاء إِلَّا الْجَنَّةِ. A Hajj which is accepted, a Hajj which is free from sins, has no reward except paradise. So this is one of the texts that led scholars to say Hajj by itself, if it was accepted, will expiate major sins. And subhanAllah, we have so many texts. This is one of the texts. The other text is in Sahih Muslim, the story of Abdullah ibn Amr. The story of Amr ibn al-As when he accepted Islam. So before accepting Islam, in Sahih Muslim, he said, أريد أن أشترط. So I want to make a condition before accepting Islam. So the Messenger Muhammad said, تشترط ماذا? قال Amr ibn al-As said, أن يغفر لي. So he wanted all his past sins to be forgiven before accepting Islam. So the Messenger Muhammad said, أما علمت أن الإسلام يهدم ما كان قبله? Did you not know that Islam abolishes everything that was before it? So all the sins before Islam will be expiated, will be forgiven. وأن الهجرة تهدم ما كان قبلها. A proper hijrah to Allah and His Messenger expiates all the past sins. And then he said, number 3, وَأَنَّ الْحَجَّ يَهْدِمُ مَا كَانَ قَبْلَهُ. وَأَنَّ الْحَجَّ يَهْدِمُ مَا كَانَ قَبْلَهُ. That Hajj expiates all the past sins. طيب. Another text here where the Messenger Muhammad said, this is the famous hadith that I'm sure you're all aware of in Sahih Bukhari. The Messenger Muhammad said, من حديث أبي هريرة, من حج لله فلم يرفث ولم يفسق رجع كيوم ولدته أمه. So whoever performs Hajj for Allah, sincerely for Allah, and does not mention لم يفسق, so he did not commit any sins. Imagine, لم يفسق, so he did not commit any sins. This by itself is difficult. You know why? Sins in Hajj include what? Prohibitions of Ihram. That we always have people coming and asking us about prohibitions of Ihram. And this is considered a sin. Yes, there's a, what's it called? There's an expiation, there's a kafara, there's a fidya, but still a person is required to do tawbah, even if he did feed 6 people, even if he did fast 3 days, even if he did slaughter, yet he still has to repent. Why? Because it's considered a sin. And the Messenger Muhammad said here, من حج لله فلم يرفث ولم يفسق رجع كيوم ولدته أمه. طيب, so here a hajj, a true hajj without fisq, meaning he did not leave any obligation, meaning he did not commit any prohibition of ihram. طيب, it's challenging, it's really challenging, but the reward is great. So that's very important. That's why it's really important for you to understand all the matters of Hajj, to protect yourself, to protect your Hajj, to make sure that your Hajj has no mistakes. Even though your Hajj might be valid, but you want a perfect Hajj as much as possible to attain this reward. من حج لله فلم يرفث ولم يفسق رجع كيوم ولدته أمه. He'll come back, he will return as in the same state as the state that he was born in. SubhanAllah, meaning without sins. Of course, he still has his good deeds, but without any sins. So all of his sins will be expiated. This is why some of the scholars said, this includes major sins. This includes major sins. But before talking about the ruling of Hajj and Umrah, I want to remind my brothers and sisters, if you find that this talk, is really long, we'll put timestamps. So if you wanted to check, you had a doubt regarding محظورات الإحرام, the prohibited actions of Ihram, we'll have a timestamp regarding the prohibitions of Ihram. If you had an issue with matters regarding Tawaf, we'll have a timestamp regarding Tawaf. If you had an issue regarding the worships, the types of nusuk, Ifraad, Tamatu, Qur'an, we'll have inshallah a timestamp for that. So, but again, if you just had an issue with one matter, you can go and check it out. But I really want to give an advice for my brothers and sisters. If you're able to master this, please do so, because wallahi, people are in need. People are in need. And subhanAllah, mistakes do happen by Muslims who performed Hajj many times. Still they make mistakes. Still they make mistakes, and sometimes they don't have anyone to tell them. Even though our scholars, Zahum Allah khair, they're doing everything. They're doing, course after course, retreats, explaining book of Hajj, book of Umrah, yet we still see people, subhanAllah, making mistakes. So it's an obligation upon us, to convey this knowledge to the people. Like if there's someone who doesn't understand the matter, khalas, mashallah, if you have perfected this material, you're able, inshallah, to answer his questions. طيب. So ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to aid us all in preserving Islam and in conveying Islam to the people. طيب. Let's talk about the ruling of Hajj and Umrah. طيب. We all know that Hajj is a rukn of Arkan Islam. It's a pillar of the pillars of Islam. And it's, of course, mandatory on every free, accountable Muslim once in a lifetime if he can afford the means to do it. طيب, we'll talk about this in detail. طيب, what about Umrah? What about Umrah? Does Umrah has the same ruling? Yes. Yes. Wallahu alam, the opinion of the scholars that Umrah and Hajj are both an obligation. طيب, what does this mean? This means that both Hajj and Umrah has to be done once in a lifetime if all the conditions are met. If all the conditions are met. Now, it's important to pay attention to this matter because once we discuss the capability, you have to be aware that both are an obligation, Hajj and Umrah. And I'll come back to this point. Let's talk about shurut al-wujub. So the conditions of obligation. What are the conditions of obligation? So what are the conditions? If they are met, then Hajj is an obligation on this person. Number 1, of course, Islam. Number 2, sanity. Person is sane. Number 3, puberty. Puberty. Puberty, if a person did not reach puberty, but he did perform Hajj before reaching puberty, is his Hajj valid? Is it counted? Is he rewarded for that? Yes. Regardless of his age, if he goes and performs Hajj with his family, طبعا with the guardian, if he's really young, like even if he was 2 years old, 3 years old, which is not really recommended. Hajj has some hardship, but if it was done, then this person is rewarded the reward of Hajj, and his parents are also rewarded. That's like the woman who did lift her child to the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and said, رفعت صبيا فقالت يا رسول الله, she said, "O Messenger of Allah, Ali هذا Hajj? Is there Hajj on this person? So on this boy?" So she lifted her boy and said, "Is there Hajj on him?" The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Na'am wa laki ajr." Yes, and his Hajj he'll be rewarded for this, and you will be rewarded for this also, for being the cause of him performing Hajj. Now, if Hajj is valid on him, will this suffice? Will this suffice him, or does he still need to perform Hajj once he reaches puberty? Wallahu alam, all the scholars say here regarding this matter, and from what I researched, is that he is required to do Hajj again. Why? Because the taklif was not there. The taklif, accountability, starts when a person reaches puberty. When a person reaches puberty, then Hajj will be counted for him. But this person, if he performed Hajj before reaching puberty, then it will not be counted for him as the Hajj of Islam, but he will be rewarded for performing a Nafel Hajj. But here is the matter, which is, what if a person, the fuqaha, the jurists, they mentioned this. They say, what if a person reaches puberty in Hajj? He reached puberty in Hajj. When, at what instance or at what action, if he reached puberty before it, it will be counted for him as a complete Hajj, and if he reached puberty after it, then it will not be counted for him as a complete Hajj. Scholars have said the first rukn, well, not Ihram, Ihram is the first rukn, but they said al-wuquf bi Arafah, standing in Arafah. They said if he reached puberty at Arafah, or before standing in Arafah, then this Hajj will be counted for him as a complete Hajj, and which will suffice him for Hajjat al-Islam. So this Hajj will suffice him for the obligatory Hajj, and he doesn't need to do any Hajj again. But you might say, Shaykh, now this matter, how can a person reach puberty there in Hajj? Well, remember the opinion of the scholars. They said there are signs for reaching puberty. Of these signs is reaching 15. So reaching 15 years old, of course, in the lunar months, not in the lunar months. So if a person reaches 15 years old, he has become khalas, baligh. He has reached puberty at 15. So if, subhanAllah, he reached 15 years old, he became 15, okay, his 15th birthday was before Wuquf of Arafah, then, subhanAllah, and he did stand there in Arafah, then it will be counted for him as a rukn, and this Hajj will suffice him for Hajjat al-Islam. What if he reached puberty? They mentioned this. They said he reached puberty at night, and he's at Muzdalifah now. So he's at Muzdalifah. So he finished standing in Arafah before puberty, and he reached puberty now. SubhanAllah, in Muzdalifah, he reached puberty. So here they said if he goes back to Arafah, then it will suffice him also. If he goes back to Arafah and stands in Arafah, it will suffice him. Because as we'll come to know, Arafah starts from Duha. We'll mention the dispute, inshallah, there. Arafah, inshallah, starts, the opinion of all the scholars except the Hanbalis, they said it starts from Duha time. It starts from Zawal, Waqt al-Zawal, which is Dhuhr time, the Dhuhr Adhan. So it starts from there. So Wuquf of Arafah starts from Dhuhr all the way until the Adhan of Fajr of the next day, so the 10th. Adhan al-Fajr of the 10th. So if a person goes there and stands in Arafah during this whole period of time, then he has achieved the pillar of Arafah. Now let's talk about another matter regarding this, the conditions, which is capability. What is the capability that we're talking about? Capability is both physical capability and having the means to perform Hajj, which is financial capability. Physical capability is that he's able to travel and go and perform Hajj. Some people who are obese, they're too fat aslan to travel. They cannot do this, or they're too weak to travel by plane, and it's really difficult for them. They cannot do this. Or some people who have severe mental illness, they're unable to travel. So this person is considered a person who is incapable of Hajj physically. Pay attention, physically. He is incapable physically. طيب, what about financially? What is financial capability? Financial capability is being able, خلاص, having the means. He's able to go with a hamla, with a group, and buying, a package and going with them. So he has the means. Of course, the package, it includes everything. As with any hamla for Hajj. So if he can afford this, then he has the financial capability. طيب, what if a person has the financial capability, but he lacks the physical capability? يعني a person, he cannot travel. طيب, and physical capability here, he does not have physical capability, and he has a long-term disease. So it's not just he has a flu, or he has, for example, a disease that inshallah might be cured in the coming months. He has a long-term illness that's preventing him from traveling. He cannot do Hajj. Or he's struggling with old age. He is too old to perform Hajj. He cannot travel. He barely walks, and he cannot leave his house. But he has the money, alhamdulillah. He has the financial capability. What is the ruling regarding this person? This person, according to the Hanbali and Shafi'i madhab, they said that this person should perform Hajj. How does he perform Hajj? They said this person should delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. So he should delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. Now, this is the Hanbali and Shafi'i madhab, and wallahu a'lam, this is the stronger opinion. Why is it strong? Why is it considered the stronger opinion? Because when a woman asked the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, she said, "Ya Rasulullah, inna abi shaykhun kabirun alayhi faridatul Hajj. Inna abi shaykhun kabir or kabirun alayhi faridatul Hajj. وهو لا يستطيع أن يستوي على ظهر بعيره." So she said that, my father is struggling with old age, and performing Hajj is very difficult for him. طيب, so the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said he cannot sit over his camel. So he's not capable of sitting on the back of the camel, so he's unable aslan to travel for Hajj. So the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to her, فَحُجِّي عَنْهُ, perform Hajj on his behalf. Hujji an, so perform Hajj on his behalf. So this evidence is strong evidence, suggests that if a person, even if the person is still alive, he had the financial capability, but he did not have the physical capability, he should delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. طيب, of course, given that he has the finances to do so, because he's going to pay someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. It's an obligation, according to the Hanbali and Shafi'i madhab, it's an obligation on him to pay someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. Of course, if he finds someone to do Hajj without paying, this is even good. This is good. This will suffice him, inshallah. But if he did not, he pays someone. He delegates someone to perform Hajj on his behalf, and he pays him. He gives him the expenses to do Hajj on his behalf. Now, regarding this matter, I honestly have to mention something. You will find in the books of fiqh, in all madhabs, that they do mention something specific here, saying that a person from a certain country should delegate someone min dhak al-balad. So from the place where he passed away, they should delegate someone from that place to perform Hajj on his behalf. Oh, actually, before talking about this matter, let's mention the ruling. What if a person passed away? What if a person passed away? And he had the financial capability, but of course he doesn't have the physical capability. He passed away. But during his life, he was able to Hajj, and he did not perform Hajj. Regardless, again, the Shafi'i and Hanbali madhab, they said regardless if he was able to Hajj while he's alive or not, if he passed away and he left some wealth, he left some wealth, and he left some wealth, that is, he has enough money to delegate someone to perform Hajj, then it's a must, an obligation to take from his money, from his wealth, to delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. Again, this is very important. Not many people are aware of this. Wallahu alam, this is the stronger opinion, because they said Hajj is a debt. Daynullah ahaqqu bil wafa. Daynullah ahaqqu bil wafa. The debt of Allah should be paid. The debt of Allah should be paid. So here, this is the debt of Allah. Hajj is a debt for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the inheritance is considered, the Hajj is considered a debt. So they should delegate someone from the amount of the inheritance if he left enough aslan, enough money to delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf. If he did leave enough money, he should delegate someone with that wealth to perform Hajj before distributing the inheritance. And as I mentioned, this is the Shafi'i and Hanbali madhab, and I said this is the stronger opinion because it's considered a debt on that person. طيب. Now, the matter here that they mentioned, they said this is the matter that what I wanted to mention. The jurists said that the delegation should be from the place where he passed away. So let's say he passed away in India. They said they should delegate someone from India to perform Hajj on his behalf. Now this is very expensive, isn't it? And if you delegated someone in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca, it's going to be very cheap. But if you delegated someone from India to travel all the way to Saudi Arabia, all the way to Mecca to perform Hajj, it is quite expensive. But subhanAllah, this is like, we find this opinion in all the madhabs. But also, when you look at it, then some scholars said this is not necessary. You know why? Because they said traveling is not part of Hajj. They said traveling from India to Saudi Arabia, this is not part of Hajj. Hajj starts from the Ihram, doing Ihram and entering the worship. But traveling all the way to the Meeqat, this is not part of Hajj. So they said the same person who is from, this is what they said, and the rationale behind this, they said the same person who's from India, who came to Saudi Arabia for a business trip. He came to, let's say, to Jeddah for a business trip. And then in Jeddah, he decided to perform Hajj. He doesn't need to travel to India. He can do Hajj from Jeddah itself, because here is where the intention started. Here is where the intention of Hajj started, so he can just perform Hajj from his place. From his place, he can intend Hajj. If he's going to be doing Ifraad or Qiraan, he can intend Hajj from his place and just go ahead and perform Hajj. So that's why they said there's no point in delegating someone from the same country as he passed away in. They said you can delegate anyone in Saudi Arabia to perform Hajj on his behalf. Definitely this is cheaper, and definitely it is easier. So we're talking now about a person who has the financial capability, but does not have the physical capability. طيب. What if a person has the physical capability, but he does not have the financial capability? There is nothing on him, because he cannot perform Hajj. There's no point, because without money you cannot perform Hajj. So here it's not an obligation on him. It is not an obligation on this person to perform Hajj, because of the conditions we mentioned of obligation is to have the physical capability and the financial capability. And this person does not have the financial capability, then he is unable. طيب. What if, so after his death, let's say that this person after his death, he doesn't have enough money for Hajj. طيب. After his death, is it an obligation on the inheritors, on his family, to go and delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf? Pay attention. This person does not have the financial capability. Differentiate between the matters. If he has a financial capability, we said what? It's a must for him to delegate someone. طيب, he passed away, we take from his inheritance. We don't even ask. The Shafi'i and Hanbali madhab, they say we don't even ask, did he want to go Hajj or not? We take from his money and we delegate someone to go and perform Hajj on his behalf. طيب. And he is rewarded for this, inshallah. Inshallah, he is rewarded for this. طيب, inshallah. But if he did not have the financial capability and he passed away, is it required for his inheritors to go and delegate someone to perform Hajj on his behalf, or for them from their own expenses to go and delegate someone? Be careful. I'm saying, is it an obligation? No, it is not an obligation. It is not an obligation. Like one of them said, but this is my father and I really care about him and I want what is best for him. Can I do it? Yes, no problem. If you want to do it, طيب, if you want to volunteer and do it for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, doing this for your father, then I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept it. It's not an obligation, but definitely it's a reward for him. He will get the reward for Hajj, and definitely it's a reward for you that you intended to do good, to do something for your father. You're rewarded for this. So this is considered part of birr al-walidain, being dutiful towards your parents. Is it an obligation? As I mentioned, it is not. But if Allah Azza wa Jal gives you wealth later on, you want to do it for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you want to do something for your father or for your mother, you can do it and you're going to get the reward of birr al-walidain. As with all worships that are given to the dead or that given to other people, you're not going to get the reward of Hajj. Be careful. Some people, they give sadaqah on behalf of their parents or give sadaqah on behalf of this person. If you give sadaqah on behalf of someone else, you're not going to get the reward of that sadaqah. This is the whole point. The other person will be getting the reward of that sadaqah. You'll be getting the reward of the intention of being good towards that person. Like, be careful. Do not make a mistake regarding this. And another matter that we have to understand here is that there's a condition for a person to perform Hajj on behalf of someone else. Of the conditions is that this person himself must have already done Hajj on behalf of himself. Otherwise, in some madhabs, if he does, for example, Hajj on behalf of his father, and he himself did not perform Hajj, this Hajj will be for himself. It will not be counted for his father. طيب? So as a condition for you to do Hajj on behalf of someone else, you should have already complete Hajj for yourself. The evidence for this is where the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ heard someone say that he wanted to perform Hajj on behalf of Shubruma. Then he said, who is Shubruma? Then he mentioned that this is one of my relatives. I did not perform Hajj. He said, did you perform Hajj on yourself? For yourself? He said, no. He said, perform Hajj for yourself first, and then you can do Hajj or Umrah for that other person. طيب? So inshallah this matter has been clarified. طيب. Now, remember when we said regarding Umrah, we said Umrah is also an obligation. So here we want to mention the rulings here. What if a person performed an Ifraad Hajj? So he just performed Hajj by itself. He did not perform any Umrah. Based on the opinion that we have chosen that both Hajj and Umrah are an obligation, this person is required, again, the same thing. If he's able to do Umrah, he does Umrah. If he's not able, he became too old now, he delegates someone to perform Umrah on his behalf. Umrah is extremely cheap. He delegates anyone to perform Umrah on his behalf. طيب? Or someone can do Umrah on his behalf. طيب? And again, if he passes away and if he leaves some money, if he did not perform Umrah, the same thing occurs. We do Umrah on his behalf. We take some of his wealth to perform Umrah on his behalf. And Umrah, it's not even comparable to Hajj in terms of expenses. It's really cheap. So my advice here, anyone who's going to do Hajj, based on that opinion, if you're going to be doing Tamatu, Umrah and Hajj, alhamdulillah, it will suffice. It will suffice you for both Umrah and Hajj. If you're going to do Kiraan, again, also in the opinion of scholars, it's going to suffice you for Hajj and Umrah. But if you're going to be doing Ifraad, the worship of Ifraad, you have to do a Umrah afterwards. Even if it means doing Hajj and then going to the Tan'im or Masjid Aisha and intending Umrah and doing it for yourself. So doing both Hajj and Umrah is an obligation. Doing both Hajj and Umrah is an obligation. طيب. We want to mention another matter here. Many people ask, what is better? Is it better for me to perform Nafel Hajj? So I already did the Hajj of Islam. So the obligatory Hajj I've already did. I did the obligatory Hajj. But I have some money. Is it better for me to give it sadaqa, or is it better for me to perform Hajj? Many of the scholars said that a person who is they said that a person, definitely Hajj is more rewarding. Why? Because Hajj, it's a worship that is related, it's a worship that requires both money and physical effort. When you give sadaqah, this is a worship with your money. You use your money for worship. But in Hajj, you use both your money and your effort. So that's why they said it is definitely more rewarding. It is definitely more rewarding. طيب. Now, so this is the matter that we mentioned, which is better, is it Hajj or giving sadaqah? We said that performing Hajj is more rewarding. طيب. There's another matter here, or you know what, let's move ahead and talk about the matter of Mahram. There's an additional condition that the Hanbalis and Hanafis stated here, which is that it is a condition of obligation for a woman to find a mahram. So it's not an obligation. Based on this opinion, it's not an obligation on women to, even if she's sane, she's Muslim, she has the physical capability, she has the financial capability for herself only, for herself only. She can pay for Hajj for herself only, but she does not find a mahram, or she does not have enough money to pay for a mahram. Underline this statement. She does not have enough money to pay for a mahram. Wait a second. Isn't it an obligation on her husband to pay for his Hajj and to pay for her Hajj? No, it is not an obligation. Scholars didn't even mention this. You know what scholars are discussing? Scholars are saying if she has enough money for herself, does this suffice? No, they said she should have enough money for herself and enough money for her mahram, because it's not an obligation on her mahram to pay from his own money to do Hajj with her. Imagine, subhanallah, yes, it's a great act of worship, and it's definitely part of good companionship for the husband, Jazakallah khair, this kind husband who wants to pay for Hajj for himself twice. Jazakallah khair, yes, he's definitely rewarded for this. He's rewarded for the Hajj, which is a great worship, and he's rewarded for being, for taking care of his wife and giving her the best of his company. But is it an obligation? No, it's not an obligation. It is not an obligation. So for those who said that she should have enough money, that mahram, having a mahram, is an obligation, is a condition of obligation, they said she is required to have enough money for herself and enough money to pay for a mahram. It's interesting. You might say, but why is that? They said if we say that on the husband it is an obligation, whenever the wife has enough money to perform Hajj, it's an obligation on him to go and perform Hajj from his own money. They said we have obligated on the husband Hajj twice in his lifetime. And nobody says this. They said nobody says this, given that he did perform Hajj on his behalf before that. So they said she should have enough money for both. But you know that this is one of the most difficult matters of Hajj. You know why? Because there's another group, which is of course the Shafi'is and Malikis, where they said if security is assured, then she may travel in a company of trustworthy persons. And they said nowadays, going by plane with a group of people, the Hamla, they said this is a group of trustworthy people, and alhamdulillah, safety is assured during travel nowadays. So they said this is the whole point for the guardian, is to secure her, to secure safety. They said this does happen with the group of people that she's going to be traveling with. Of course, what is their evidence here? Of course, the evidence of the first group, the Hanbali and Hanafi madhab, we know the evidence is that when the man was enlisted for jihad, going with a certain group, and he told the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ that my wife has gone for Hajj by herself, he said, go with her. He said, go with her. He said he left something which is obligatory on him. He enlisted for jihad. He cannot leave this. He said the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ commanded him to leave that army and go with his wife. So they said this shows you that this is an obligation, it's a condition. But the Shafi'i and Maliki madhab, they said something which is also strong. They said it's in Sahih al-Bukhari, it was said that أذن عمر رضي الله عنه لأزواج النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في آخر حجها فبعث معهن عثمان بن عفان وعبد الرحمن بن عوف. So the Umar ibn Khattab allowed the wives of the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ to go for Hajj. And he sent with them Uthman ibn Affan and Abdurrahman ibn Auf. Where is the Mahram here? Who is the Mahram? And this is in Sahih Bukhari. Who is the Mahram? They said this is one of the strongest evidence for that whoever has a secure group, they should go for Hajj. طيب. So they said this shows you that if they have a group, if security is attained, and they're going to be traveling with a group of trustworthy persons, then this inshallah will suffice. Nowadays, here we use fiqh. We have to give our understanding. This matter is heavily disputed between two groups. So we say that if somebody asks us, especially in these countries where they get just one chance in a lifetime to go and perform Hajj, and on this opportunity, she might have a mahram, she might not have a mahram. whether he does not exist or her mahram cannot afford to go and perform Hajj with her. In this case, we might lean to the opinion of the Shafi'i and Maliki madhab and say, go with this group of people and perform Hajj. By the way, all madhabs agree that if she does perform Hajj, whether even the Hanafi and Hanbali madhab, all madhabs, they agree. If she does perform Hajj without a mahram, her Hajj is valid. Her Hajj is valid, but they're discussing the matter of, is it an obligation on her to perform Hajj or not? Is it an obligation on her to perform Hajj if she does not find a mahram? So this is the disputed matter. As I mentioned, if a woman who does not have a mahram, or her mahram does not afford to go Hajj with her, and it's an opportunity that will not arise again, in this case we say, Wallahu a'lam, let her go and perform Hajj. Let her go and perform Hajj. The evidence is, they both have evidence, and this opportunity might not arise again. And since we have people who already, the Azwaj al-Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his wives did perform Hajj without a mahram. And this was a secured group. They were with them is Uthman bin Affan, Abdurrahman bin Auf, and they did perform Hajj. We say that this opinion, inshallah, is, as we lean towards this opinion regarding this matter. So just a reminder, the matters that we discussed regarding delegating someone to perform Hajj, we delegate for a person who has the financial capability, but not the physical capability. As a reminder, we're talking about both Hajj and Umrah. Both Hajj and Umrah. If he passes away, if he did perform Hajj Ifraad, for example, if he did perform Kiraan or Tamatu, then automatically he did perform Umrah. But if he did perform only Hajj Ifraad, and he did not perform a Umrah with it afterwards, then, or before it, then this person should delegate after his death, or if he's still alive and he's unable to go and perform Umrah because of he lacks the physical capability, he should delegate someone, if he has money, to perform Umrah on his behalf. The same thing if he passed away and he had some wealth, someone should delegate someone to perform Umrah on his behalf, because both Hajj and Umrah are obligatory on a Muslim. We move on to one of the most important matters of Hajj, which is the Ihram. Both Hajj and Umrah. Ihram. Let's talk about the matters of Ihram. First of all, what is Ihram? Ihram is the intention of entering the worship. Look, it's not the intention of the worship. Be careful, because if you're, for example, in London, and you have the intention, from Ramadan, you have the intention to perform Hajj. You're sincere, okay, you're truthful, you want to perform Hajj. You have allocated some money and all this. Maybe you also paid already your Hajj group to go with them. But this is the intention of the worship. Ihram is the intention of entering the worship. This is completely different. Ihram is when you intend to enter the worship of Hajj or Umrah. Okay, so this is what Ihram is. Some people, they might wear their Ihram, the two pieces of cloth, and they're not muhram. It's okay, it's completely fine. But once they initiate the worship, regardless of what they're wearing, they are considered, they have entered the state of Ihram. When should Ihram be done? Ihram should be done at the Meeqat site, preferably at the Meeqat site. What about before the Meeqat site? It is permissible. It is permissible to enter Ihram before the Meeqat site. By the sunnah of the Messenger Muhammad is to do it at the Meeqat, or close to the Meeqat, But in certain situations, it might be even preferred to do it way before the Meeqat. And we'll be mentioning this, inshallah. We're going to give the details. Entering the Meeqat. We said that entering the Meeqat should be at the Ihram site or before it. What if a person passes the Meeqat site? If you pass the Meeqat site without doing Ihram, and you're intending to do Hajj or Umrah, it is prohibited. It is prohibited to pass the Meeqat, and then, it's prohibited to initiate Ihram after passing the Meeqat site. So after you pass the Meeqat site, you initiated Ihram. Here it is prohibited, because you have left an obligation of the obligations of Hajj. We'll get mentioning, inshallah, the obligation. So for every obligation that you leave, an animal sacrifice is required. So if you pass the Meeqat, like let's say you passed the Meeqat and you were not aware. So you went back to the Meeqat and you performed the Ihram, you initiated the Ihram, then this is valid and nothing is upon you. But if you did enter Mecca, for example, and you did not perform and you did not do the Ihram from the Meeqat, here we say, what do we do here? This is an interesting question. I got this question recently. Someone went into Mecca. He passed his Meeqat. Interestingly, his Meeqat was Dhul Hulayfa, which is the farthest Meeqat from Mecca. This is an important matter. What should he do? He entered Mecca. They said, we're going to be staying in Mecca in a couple of days, and then we're going to initiate Ihram for Mecca, for Umrah, and then we're going to be doing Umrah. What's the ruling here? The ruling here, all madhabs. First of all, no, they said we want to do Ihram from Masjid Aisha and then do Umrah. All four madhabs will tell you that this is invalid, and if you do this, the Ihram is correct, but you are required to slaughter. All four madhabs. Why is that? You might be saying, why Shaykh? They did the Ihram from the Hill, Masjid Aisha, but that's not their Meeqat, because they passed the Meeqat intending Hajj or Umrah. This is the thing, they passed the Meeqat intending Hajj or Umrah. And they did not initiate Ihram. This is prohibited. Number one, it is prohibited, it is haram. It is haram to stay inside Mecca intending Hajj or Umrah and not doing Ihram, it is haram. Number two, they said their Ihram site, this is the Jumhur, the Ahmad, Malik and Shafi'i said that he should go back to his Meeqat. Go back to his Meeqat. They entered from Dhul Hulayfa. So they have to go back all the way to Dhul Hulayfa. Which is really far. Well, how much? 400 kilometers is it? They should go back. So basically they go back to Medina. And initiate Ihram. This is what the majority say. Now there is a madhab, in the Hanafi madhab, they said it suffices him to go to any Meeqat. But this is, wallahu alam, it's not that strong. Here it's not that strong. You know why? Because this is not their Meeqat. The Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, after mentioning the Meeqats, he said, هُنَّ لَهُنَّ وَلِمَنْ أَتَى عَلَيْهِنَّ مِنْ غَيْرِ أَهْلِهِنَّ مِمَّنْ أَرَادَ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةِ. So he said, those Meeqats are for their people and those that pass them. And those that pass them from not from their people. So anyone who passes this Meeqat is considered of the people of that Meeqat. And those people, the brothers who came from wherever they came from, now they're in Medina. They passed the Meeqat of Dhul Hulayfa. Now Dhul Hulayfa is considered their Meeqat. هُنَّ لَهُنَّ وَلِمَنْ أَتَى عَلَيْهِنَّ مِنْ غَيْرِ أَهْلِهِنَّ. Those people they're not living in Medina, but they passed the Meeqat through Medina. So this is their Meeqat. Dhul Hulayfa is their Meeqat. So they said, the Jumhur said, why do we allow them to go to any Meeqat? That's their Meeqat. This is the Meeqat that they passed while intending Hajj or Umrah. So they said they have to go back to this Meeqat and initiate Ihram. Or as I mentioned, they can do Ihram from their place in Mecca, but it's haram. They should repent to Allah. Their Ihram is valid, and they should also do an animal sacrifice. What about what if the person was living inside the Meeqat site? And the Messenger Muhammad said in the same hadith, whoever lived inside the limits of the Meeqat, فَمِنْ حَيْثُ مَا أَنْشَأَ. So from wherever he is. So if you're living inside the Meeqat site and you wanted to initiate Ihram from your place, you can do it from your place. Because this is considered your Meeqat. You're inside the Meeqat limits. You're living inside the Meeqat limits. So you initiate Ihram from your house. So let's say you're in your room, you wore the Ihram, now you intended to do the worship. So you initiate the Ihram from your place saying, لَبَّيْكَ اللَّهُمَّ عُمْرَةً. And that's it. So you go directly to Mecca. What's interesting is that we had one of the brothers at the Islamic University, Saudi brother, his house was inside the Meeqat site. So he used to, whenever he enters the class, he'd always come late. He always come late and always breathing heavily, and he has a sandwich with him and drinks. It's like, it's too early for breakfast. Like, what breakfast? Like, I woke up before Fajr, or I prayed Fajr and directly came to the university. He actually has to travel to the Islamic University on a daily basis. He said, I live past the Meeqat. It's like, I live past the Meeqat. So whenever we covered this matter in fiqh, we said, you do, it's like I do Umrah from my home. It's like, from his home, it's inside the Meeqat limits. So once he intends Umrah, he just initiates Ihram from his place without any problems, and he goes and does Umrah. Now, so anyone living inside the Meeqat sites, he should do what? He should initiate Ihram from his place. Now, is there any exception? Yes, there's one exception. What is that exception? For those people living inside Mecca. Living inside Mecca, whether they are from Mecca or they're just living inside Mecca. Those people living inside Mecca, if they wanted to do Umrah, they have to leave, not the Ihram site, they have to leave the limits of Haram. They have to leave the limits of Haram. That's why the Messenger of Muhammad commanded Aisha radiallahu anha when she wanted to do Umrah after Hajj, he said, leave the limits. They went, which is the location now where we call Masjid Aisha. So she went to the Tan'im, Masjid Aisha, and she initiated Ihram from there. So this is outside the limits of Haram. So if a person is living inside Mecca, Mecca only, if you're living inside Mecca, you do not initiate Ihram for Umrah. We talk about Umrah, not Hajj. For Umrah, they have to leave the limits of Haram, initiate Ihram, and then go and do their Umrah. طيب, why is that specific to Umrah? What about Hajj? They said no. For Hajj, he initiates Ihram from his place. Just like a person who did Tamatu, who did Umrah, and now he's staying inside Mecca. If he wanted on the 8th, if he wanted to perform Hajj, he started initiating the intention of Hajj. Where does he go? He does Ihram from his place. لبيك اللهم حجا, from his place, inside Mecca. طيب, what's the secret? Why is that? They said in both Hajj and Umrah, the wisdom behind this, it is a person should combine both Hil and Haram. He should be passing by both areas. An area of Hil, which is non-sacred, and an area of Haram, which is a sacred land. So, a sacred place. So Haram is Mecca. Mecca is Haram. طيب, the area around Mecca, for example, Masjid Aisha, it is Hil. If a person is doing Umrah, where will the actions of Umrah lie? The actions of Umrah will all lie inside the Haram, inside Mecca. But if a person is doing Hajj, where does all the actions lie? Some of the actions lie inside Mecca. Some of the actions lie inside Mecca, which is Haram. Some of the actions lie outside the limits of Haram. What are the actions that lie outside the limits of Haram? Arafah. Arafah is not inside the Haram. Arafah is not considered inside the Haram. So he's going to be in Arafah. Arafah is not in the limits of Haram. So if a person is doing Hajj, technically he'll be in both places of Hil and Haram. طيب. So this is the matter that we wanted to discuss. Of course, al-Muwaqit, we mentioned the hadith of the Muwaqit, the Messenger of Muhammad giving every location their Meeqat, saying the Medina, they'll have Dhul Hulayfa, Al-Sham will have Juhfa, Yemen will have Yalamlam, and Najd will have Qarn al-Manazil. طيب. So we said that if a person should initiate Ihram from the Meeqat, or the Meeqat that is passing by. And we mentioned the matter if he's going to be passing by two Meeqats. Or actually we did not mention this. We talked about a person who enters Mecca without Ihram and then he decides to initiate Ihram. What does he do? We said that this person goes back to the Meeqat that he entered from. This is his Meeqat. Otherwise, he wants to do Ihram from his place. He can do this, but he is required to give sacrifice an animal, a sheep or goat. And this person is considered a person who left an obligation. It's considered a person who left an obligation. طيب. And we mentioned the difference between a person who lives inside the limits of Meeqat should perform Meeqat from their place. Now we said that the Sunnah is to start the Ihram from the Meeqat. And we said that it is permissible to perform Ihram before the Meeqat. So, but that's not the Sunnah. The Sunnah is to do it at the Meeqat. Now, except for a certain situation when it is better to do Ihram before the Meeqat. When is that? Allahu A'lam, if you're traveling by air or sea. If you're traveling by air or sea and you're going to be passing the Meeqat, now here it's very dangerous. Why? Because usually, especially by plane, you're going to be traveling very fast. And you're going to be depending on the pilot telling you we're going to be passing the Meeqat. Now, you can never be accurate in this. Number one, you can never be accurate. So mistakes do happen. We saw it. Mistakes do happen. Number two, you might not be aware. For example, let's be frank regarding this matter. In the plane, you could be sleeping, you could be in the toilet, and the pilot might forget to announce the Meeqat, that we're passing by the Meeqat. So what do? You enter the plane here is the matter. You enter the plane, make sure that you wear your ihram uniform. So if you're going to be a male, you're going to have the two, what's it called? You're going to be uncovering your head, and you're wearing your ihram. Now, as soon as you enter the plane, maybe for example, if you're traveling from, for example here, from UAE to Saudi Arabia, it's going to be taking you a couple of hours. As soon as you travel, if you feel that you're going to sleep, initiate ihram, then sleep. You know why? Because if you sleep, you don't know if you're going to wake up after the Meeqat or before the Meeqat. So initiate the ihram, labbaik Allahumma umrah, start the talbiyah, labbaik Allahumma labbaik, labbaik la sharika lak, labbaik inna alhamda wa ni'mata lak wal mulk la sharika lak. Keep doing talbiyah. Then if you want to sleep, you can go sleep, no problem. You're going to be passing the Meeqat while on the state of ihram. The same thing I say to the sisters. Because you might forget, you might be in the toilet, you might be preoccupied with your son. So even 1 hour before passing the Meeqat, or even 1 hour and a half, depending if you want to sleep. If you're going to sleep, just initiate ihram and then sleep. Even though you might say that, Shaikh, the sunnah is to do ihram at the Meeqat, it's not possible. And it's better to do this than risk doing the ihram after the Meeqat, which is leaving an obligation. It is haram. It is haram. So protect yourself from this that is haram. Again, this is an advice for my brothers and sisters. We said that if a person passes the Meeqat without performing ihram, first of all, it is haram. If you're intending Hajj or Umrah, you pass the Meeqat intentionally without doing ihram, it is haram. It is haram. All madhabs, wallahu alam. Wallahu alam. Now, based on what I recall, it is haram. You should be performing. It's against the sunnah clearly. Clearly it's against the sunnah. But you should perform your ihram at the Meeqat. If you forgot, you were not aware, you passed the Meeqat, and now you realize, Ya Allah, I passed the Meeqat without an ihram. What do? We mentioned, you go back to the Meeqat, you perform the ihram, and nothing is on you. It is not required, you're not required to expiate, or inshallah, it's not considered even a sin. But as I mentioned, if the ihram, if you pass the ihram, if you pass the Meeqat, and then you initiated ihram, whether you were ignorant, whether you were not aware, no problem. If you're ignorant or unaware, there's no sin on you, but the expiation still stands. So if you did perform the ihram after passing the Meeqat, you are required to do what? To sacrifice, to repent. If you did intentionally or you were careless, you have to repent. What suffices as a sacrifice? Goat, sheep, or even cow or camel. Goat or sheep, or even better if you can sacrifice cow or camel. Only this, don't mix up two things. Leaving an obligation, it is only sacrifice. Please, leaving an obligation, it is always sacrifice. Doing one of the prohibitions of ihram, this is, especially the 5 category 1, we'll be calling it category 1. It's one of 3 things. Either sacrifice, fasting 3 days, or feeding 6 poor people of the haram. And when you say sacrifice here, sacrifice an animal, you don't go and delegate someone in Pakistan or India or wherever. No, you have to sacrifice an animal in the haram and feed it to the people of haram. This is very important. It will not suffice if you delegate someone to sacrifice somewhere else. It has to be for the people of haram. It has to be for the people of haram. Mecca. So this is very important. And if this does occur, you're going to find in Abraj Mecca, remember, in Abraj, it was always there. In Abraj Mecca, I have details of this because this happened, it was soon, it happened recently. SubhanAllah, funny story that we went with, it was an official delegation from the country, and we had organizers and we had new Muslims. Okay, look at how important it is for you to pay attention to the rulings. We had new Muslims, and we had organizers who obviously they were Muslim, they were born Muslim. And I taught the new Muslims all the rulings of ihram, the mistakes that might happen, and I went with them. So I was panicking in the plane. I was saying, Ya Allah, Ya Rab, they all did the ihram. And then once we reached the airport in Jeddah, I was checking on everyone, the sisters, the brothers, do you guys do ihrams? Like, yes, we did the ihram. Now, where is the issue? Who had the issues? The organizers had issues. Imagine, the organizers themselves, I was like, and you called me to do a course for the new Muslims, and you guys were not aware of these rulings, and why did you guys attend? Imagine one of the organizers coming and telling me, Shaikh, I heard you saying initiate ihram, but I intended Umrah from back home, from Dubai. When he said this, I put my hand on my head, as like, La ya akhi, this is intending worship, this is something else. But intending entrance of the worship, this is something else. He's like, oh, what do I do now? He said, you have to go back to the Meeqat. He said, I can't afford to go back to the Meeqat. We don't have time. I said, if you can initiate Ihram from your place, from here, you have to go and slaughter. And then, subhanAllah, we went with this brother and searched for a place to go and, to delegate someone to do the slaughter on our behalf in Mecca. And we found in Abraj Mecca, the 4th floor. I think it was called Khidmatul Hajj. Khidmatul Hajj. Anyways, so this is very important. So don't just assume that just because a person did many Umrahs or many Hajj that he is aware of all the rulings. Like, people make mistakes. People do make mistakes. Like, now, what about passing the Meeqat for those that do not intend Hajj or Umrah? So the Messenger Muhammad said in the hadith, هن لهن ولمن أتى عليهن من غير أهلهن. Then what? ممن أراد الحج والعمرة. For those that intend Hajj and Umrah, they are required to initiate Ihram and go and perform Hajj or Umrah. Like, what if a person wanted, for example, taxi drivers? They go inside the Haram and outside the Haram, they go back to the Meeqat, back to Medina, back and forth, and they do not intend Umrah. Are they required to do Ihram? Wallahu alam. Right? There's a dispute, of course, in this. But the right opinion, wallahu alam, is that they are not required to do this. They are not required to engage in Ihram. Because the Messenger Muhammad clearly stated and said that ممن أراد الحج والعمرة, and those people do not intend Hajj and Umrah. طيب. Let's mention another matter here. What if you had a business trip to Jeddah? So I'll give you an example that will benefit you. We have two brothers, Khalid and Muhammad. طيب. Khalid intends to go to this business trip in Jeddah. He's traveling from India, for example. Or let's pick some other country. He's traveling from Dubai, okay? He's traveling from Dubai, طيب, and he's going to Jeddah to attend a business meeting. This is Khalid. Muhammad, who's with him, also intends to go and go to Jeddah for this business trip. They were on the same plane. Now, Khalid intended to do Umrah. So Khalid wore the Ihram and everything. And in the plane, before passing the Meeqat, he said, Labbaik Allahumma Umrah, and started doing the Talbiyah and all this. Alhamdulillah, Jazakallah khair. Muhammad did not. Yeah, he said, I'm just going for a business trip. I'm not going to go for Umrah. It's like, I'm going to be busy with work. I cannot do this. I have to write the, meeting notes and this and that and whatever. Now, after reaching Jeddah, so Khalid entered the meeting with the Ihram. He did the meeting and then he went for Umrah. After the meeting, Muhammad said, Ya Allah, I'm close to Mecca. صراحة, why not go for Umrah? Be careful. He said, why not go for Umrah? He wants to do Umrah. Now I want to ask you a question, you answer. When did he intend to do Umrah? Did he pass the Meeqat intending to do Umrah? What's the answer? Muhammad did not intend so. So he did not intend to do Umrah while passing the Meeqat. So when did he start the intention of Umrah? The intention of Umrah started while he was inside the limits. طيب, what is required from Muhammad? Muhammad initiated. The intention of Umrah started inside the Meeqat limits. So what does this mean? It means that Muhammad only is required to initiate Ihram from his place. So as soon as he intended to do Umrah, he should initiate Ihram. So what did he do? He went and bought the Ihram. He wore the Ihram from his place, okay, where he stayed in the hotel. And he said, Labbaik Allahumma Umrah. And he went with Khalid. Subhanallah, how come one of them had to do the Ihram from the Meeqat and the other person had to do the Ihram from his place? The difference between the two is that one of them entered Jeddah not intending Umrah. He's not playing games. He really did not intend Umrah. But after reaching Jeddah, he decided to do Umrah. Alhamdulillah, Allah guided him and he did Umrah. So he initiated Ihram inside the Meeqat site. This is where the intention of worship occurred. While the other person intended the worship way back from Dubai. So he passed the Meeqat intending worship. That's why he had to do the Ihram then and there. Like, this is the difference between the two situations. Now, let's talk about what are the months of Hajj? The months of Hajj, of course, this is very important for us later As that's why I said, matters of Hajj, they're all related. They're all related. The months of Hajj are like this. Just memorize them. Shawwal, Dhul Qa'dah, and all of Dhul Hijjah. Why do we say all of Dhul Hijjah? There's a reason. Just say all of Dhul Hijjah. طيب, Shawwal, Dhul Qa'dah, and all of Dhul Hijjah. Or some madhabs, they say the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. Inshallah, there's not going to be much difference regarding this. طيب, let's talk now about matters of Ihram. طيب, we said that Ihram is the intending the worship of Hajj and Umrah. Wearing the Ihram clothes does not necessarily mean the worship has started. طيب, what is preferred before Ihram? What are the sunnahs before Ihram? Before Ihram, the Messenger of Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم, Aisha رضي الله عنها, said, أنها قالت كنت أطيب رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لإحرامه قبل أن يحرم ولحله قبل أن يطوف بالبيت. So the Messenger of Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم, Aisha رضي الله عنها, said that she used to apply perfume on the Messenger of Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم before his entering upon the state of Ihram. So of the sunnah is to apply perfume, misk. If you have misk, you can apply misk on your hair, on your beard, on your body, no problem, before Ihram. And of course, of the sunnahs is to clip your nails, to shave your pubic hair, to pluck or shave your armpit hair, apply perfume on the body only and not the Ihram. Apply perfume on the body only and not the Ihram. So you can apply perfume. Of course, there's a difference in opinion, but let's choose this opinion, to apply perfume on your body. Of course, of the sunnahs also is to perform ghusl. So what you should be doing is that you clip your nails, you do the shaving, armpit, pubic hair, you do ghusl, and then you apply the perfume on your body, and then you wear your ihram. You might be saying, Shaikh, wait a second, but if I wear my ihram, after performing, after applying perfume, this perfume might come on my ihram. No problem. Inshallah, there's no issue because aslan this was not intended. And this is what the Messenger of Muhammad ﷺ did. And of course, this perfume might move to his ihram, but he did not, he kept this ihram. Of the sunnahs also is to do your ihram after any prayer. So let's say you prayed dhuhr and then you initiated the ihram. This is a sunnah. You entered the masjid, you prayed 2 units, or you prayed sunnah of fajr, for example, and then you initiated the ihram, no problem. Any 2 units. But there's no 2 units of ihram. And there's no specific 2 units of ihram. Just pray any 2 units, even if it's dhuha time. Pray dhuha, 2 units of dhuha, and then initiate ihram. Entering the state of ihram. How do we enter the state of ihram? First of all, here we're going to be talking about the types of worship. Very important types of worship, which is we're going to be talking about Qiraan, Tamatu, or Ifraad. Before that, let's look at the hadith. The Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, alayhi salatu salam, Aisha radiallahu anha said, خرجنا مع رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Okay, عام حجة الوداع. فمنا, pay attention, فمنا من أهل بعمرة. So as the group, the people who were with the Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a group of them intended what? Umrah. ومنا من أهل بحج وعمرة. Another group intended Hajj and Umrah at the Meeqat. So a group said لبيك اللهم حجا. Another group said لبيك اللهم عمرة وحجا. See, this is Hajjan by itself. This is Ifraad. عمرة وحجا. This is Qiraan. And a group of them said, so a group of them who said لبيك اللهم عمرة. This is Tamatu. And a group who said لبيك اللهم عمرة وحجا. This is Qiraan. And a third group said لبيك اللهم حجا. This is Ifraad. So Ifraad intending Hajj by itself. We'll go over them again. Ifraad is to intend Hajj by itself. Qiraan is to intend Hajj and Umrah. By doing the actions of Hajj by itself. So you're going to be doing the actions of Hajj, yet it will be counted as if you have done Hajj and Umrah together. This is Qiraan. What about Tamattu'? Tamattu' is to intend to do Umrah. Complete it, and then intend to do Hajj. So you're going to be doing Umrah, finish it off, and then doing Hajj by itself. So we're going to be doing Hajj and Umrah, each one of them separately. We're going to go over them again, mentioning the details. What does a person say regarding Ihram? So when he intends to enter Ihram, what does he say? If he intends to do Umrah, he says, لبيك اللهم عمرة. خلاص, لبيك اللهم عمرة. طيب, what if he wants to do Hajj? لبيك اللهم حجا. لبيك اللهم حجا. I am here for Umrah. I intend to do Hajj. I want to do Hajj. Any words that signify what worship that you have chosen. طيب. Now, usually in worship we do not mention the intention. طيب, and we don't say نويت ركعتي الفجر, for example. أداء لا قضاء. You hear some people say this. This is, of course, this is not the sunnah of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is the simplest way to go about this. We say this is not the sunnah of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In matters of intention, there's only one hadith. إنما الأعمال بالنية. That's it. There's no hadith that describes the intention of any worship except Hajj and Umrah. Hajj and Umrah, a person intends to do Hajj or intends to do Umrah, and then he mentions the worship. They said he يذكر نسكه. He mentions the worship. If he wanted to do Umrah, he says, or Tamatu, he says, لبيك اللهم عمرة. If he intended to do Qur'an, he says, لبيك اللهم عمرة وحجا. If he intended to do Hajj by itself, he should say, لبيك اللهم حجا. Now, here's a problem that sometimes occurs. Okay? And even here, when I was explaining, I might mix up and say Umrah instead of Hajj. طيب, what if a person passed the Meeqat, okay, he was intending Umrah. He was intending Umrah, طيب. But he said, his tongue, and he said, he did not know what to say. So he passed, or he was preoccupied. And he was preoccupied, he passed the Meeqat. In the Meeqat, he intended Hajj, he intended Umrah. And he passed. He passed the Meeqat, and he said, but he did not pronounce it properly. Does it count? Or pronouncing it before the Meeqat is a condition? The majority of scholars say what was in his intention suffices. What was in his intention suffices. Because he entered aslan, the ruling is regarding the heart. He entered, inshallah, with the intention of what was in his heart. Because he knows what he wants. He made the mix-up in his tongue, or he forgot to say it at the time, or he took time to say it and they were passing by a car. It's okay. As long as his heart, he initiated the Ihram with his heart, then he has entered the state of Ihram. طيب. Now pay attention that there's only one madhab that makes it a condition, which is the Hanafi madhab. So be careful. The Hanafi madhab says, yes, it's a condition to say Labbaik Allahumma Umrah. Otherwise, it's just like the Takbirat al-Ihram. Can you enter prayer without Takbirat al-Ihram? This is the view of the Hanafis. Definitely, we always say the safest opinion to follow the Sunnah. Labbaik Allahumma Umrah, at the Meeqat, be safe and go forward. And stop your car, say Labbaik Allahumma Umrah, stop, wash and do all the sunnahs, enter the car, say Labbaik Allahumma Umrah, and go forward. خلاص. طيب. So this is the matter regarding entering the Umrah. طيب. It's also a sunnah, it was said that the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, before starting the Umrah, it was said that فَجَعَلَ يُهَلِّلُ وَيُسَبِّحُ. So the Messenger will do some remembrance before initiating Umrah. So if a person said, that's why Imam Bukhari said, باب التحميد والتسبيح والتكبير قبل الإهلال عند الركوب على الدابة. So the Messenger Muhammad, so Imam Bukhari mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, this is a benefit for you, you might not find it. He said, باب التحميد والتسبيح والتكبير قبل الإهلال عند الركوب على الدابة. This is the title that he said. So he said here doing tahmeed, saying Alhamdulillah, tasbih, saying Subhanallah, takbir, saying Allahu Akbar, قبل الإهلال, before initiating the Ihram, if he said عند الركوب على الدابة, after riding the mount. So for example, you're entering your car, and the hadith that he mentioned, he said صلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم الظهر بالمدينة أربعا والعصر بذي الحليفة ركعتين. So back then, ذي الحليفة was considered travel for them, because there were no what's it called? There were no structures between the Medina and Dhul Hulayfa. Imagine, it was barren land. There were no houses or structures. So it was considered, Dhul Hulayfa was considered travel. Nowadays, if you go to Dhul Hulayfa, it's part of Medina. You're still inside Medina. So it's not a time for qasr. This is very important. Some of you might mix up. You say the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like this hadith, prayed Asr in Dhul Hulayfa rak'atain. He was traveling. And now you're saying we cannot do this? Yes. For us, nowadays, what's it called? Dhul Hulayfa is inside the city of Medina. So it's not a place for doing qasr. Yes, at the time of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it was considered outside the city. It is outside the limits of the city. طيب, it's not connected by buildings. So here we say that for us now, Dhul Hulayfa is considered inside the Medina. So if you're living in Medina, if you're traveling, Dhul Hulayfa is still inside the limits of Medina. So you don't do qasr there. So the Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in his time, he prayed he prayed Dhuhr in Medina 4 units, and then when he reached Dhul Hulayfa, it was Asr time. He prayed Asr 2 units. Then the narrator said, Anas said, فَبَاتَ بِهَا فَلَمَّا أَصْبَحْ ركب راحلته فجعل يهلل ويسبح فلما على البيداء لبى بهما جميعا. So the Messenger of Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم جعل يهلل ويسبح لا إله إلا الله سبحان الله, do any dhikr and then initiate Ihram. This is what the Messenger of Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم did. If he did not do this, and many scholars don't even mention this part of Sunnah, but this is interesting. It was mentioned in Sahih Bukhari. Jazallah khair, Shaykh Sa'ad al-Khatlan in his book As-Salsabil, he mentioned this benefit, so I wanted to share it with my brothers. Okay, now we will be mentioning or talking about one of the most important topics regarding Ihram, which is making a condition in Ihram. Making a condition in Ihram, what does this mean? Okay, let's look at the hadith. In Sahih Muslim, عن عائشة رضي الله عنها قال دخل رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم على ضباعة بنت الزبير فقال لها أردت الحج? He said to ضباعة, do you intend Hajj? قالت والله ما أجدني إلا وجعة. She said, I feel that I'm going to get sick or something's going to happen, something bad, I'm in pain or something's going to happen, I'll be ill. So the Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told her, so knowing that something might go wrong, so he told her, حجي واشترطي. So perform Hajj and make a condition. What is that condition? He said, حجي واشترطي وقولي اللهم محلي حيث حبستني. اللهم محلي حيث حبستني. So the Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught her here to perform Hajj. So here what happens is that she said she intended to do Hajj, but she's afraid that she's going to be ill, she's going to remain ill, or something's going to happen during the Hajj, she's going to fall ill. So the Messenger of Muhammad ﷺ told her, because once she falls ill in Ihram, it's an issue. She cannot perform Hajj and she'll be ill and she cannot go forward and she's in a state of Ihram. How can she remove the state of Ihram? So the Messenger of Muhammad ﷺ gave her the solution. He said, alayhi salatu wassalam, Hujji washtarati. Perform Hajj, but make a condition. And make a condition. What does it mean? He said, perform Hajj and in your Ihram, say, Oh Allah, I shall be free from Ihram where you detain me. So if I was detained if I was detained later on, I will be freed from my Ihram. He said, فَإِنْ حَبَسَنِي حَابِسْ or اللهم محلي حيث حبستني. محلي, I am freed from my Ihram. حيث حبستني, where you detain me. I am freed from my Ihram where you detain me. So when you do the intention, لبيك اللهم عمرة, okay, then you say, if you wanted to make a condition, you say, اللهم محلي حيث حبستني. Or you say, if you don't know Arabic, you say, Oh Allah, I am freed from my Ihram where you detain me. I am freed from my Ihram where you detain me. And this is in Sahih Muslim. Now the scholars, they have 3 opinions regarding making a condition in Ihram. Some of them said, Aslan, it is invalid, it's not legislated. And this is definitely weak because here we have a clear, sound proof of the Messenger Muhammad doing this in Sahih Muslim. Hadith Duba'a. Another madhab, which is like the Hanbali madhab, they said this can be done by anyone. So anyone can make a condition in Ihram, and if something goes wrong, he is unable to complete his Umrah or he's unable to complete his Hajj, he is freed from his Ihram with intention. That's it. Just by intents that he is prevented from completing his Hajj, or he was detained and he is unable to complete his Hajj, or he fell sick, or any other cause that's preventing him from completing Hajj. Directly he is freed from his Ihram. He is not required to slaughter, and he is not required, or if he doesn't have enough money to slaughter, he is not required to fast. So of course, we will talk about this inshallah later on. So here we want to talk about making a condition. And we said there's a madhab that says we don't do it. There's a madhab that says it's permissible for everyone, like the Hanbali madhab, and there's a madhab that says you do it if you feel that there's a need. But nowadays, one might argue that things go wrong. Even regarding having permits, something might go wrong regarding your permits. You might travel there, and then they test you. You might have an issue. You might fall sick, or something might go wrong, and then you'll be prevented from entering Jeddah or going to Mecca, Or sometimes you might go there and they might say, no, go to Medina. So here you're prevented from entering. And subhanAllah, I remember a couple of years ago, there was a group who went for Umrah the days of Corona, and once they reached there, they prevented them. They did not allow them to enter Mecca. Here they were prevented. If they made a condition, خلاص, they're freed from their Ihram. طيب, if they did not, then they have to do the expiation and they have to cut from their hair or to shave, as the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ did in the Hudaybiyah. And we'll talk about this inshallah in detail later, inshallah. So here the whole point is about making a condition. So for sisters, I recommend all sisters to make a condition because things can go wrong and the period might start. Even though you might say, I'm taking pills. By the way, what is the ruling of taking pills for Ihram to prevent, or an injection to prevent the Menses? Wallahu a'lam, that if there is no harm on you, and especially in Hajj, if you want to do the Tawaf, if there is no harm on you, then it is permissible. It is permissible. طيب. Now, if for sisters, because something might go wrong, the period might start, and if the period starts, you're not allowed, to do Tawaf. So here, they make a condition, and you're going to stay there for 2 days. And making a condition is beneficial for the sisters whose period started before Ihram, and she doesn't know if the period will end there or not. And she's going to be staying 2 days in Mecca, for example, to do Umrah. So if the period lasted all this time, and then she left, and she's unable to come back, خلاص, she is freed from her Ihram because of the condition she made. Because of the condition that she made. So it's very beneficial to make this. محلي حيث اللهم محلي حيث حبستني. After making the condition, so here is an example, a person made the Ihram in the plane and made a condition. Then he arrived in Jeddah. Due to regulations, they did not allow him to enter. They did not allow him to enter Mecca. Instead, he went to Medina and stayed 8 days. In this situation, he was prevented. So based on his condition, he is free to exit the Ihram and nothing is required from him. And then from Medina, once he wants to go and do Umrah, he can initiate Ihram from the Meeqat. So after the Ihram is done properly, a person starts the Talbiyah, which is the greatest, one of the greatest worships that you can do with your tongue. This is the best dhikr that you can do at this time of Ihram, all the way until you do the first Tawaf, if you're going for Umrah. While if you're going for Hajj, it is all the way until until you go and stone in Jamrat al-Aqaba. So all this period, the best dhikr that you can do, لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك لك. You keep on repeating this. This is the best dhikr for you when starting Ihram, all the way until Tawaf for Umrah, or all the way until the first stoning of Jamrat, which is Jamrat al-Aqaba on the 10th. Jamrat al-Aqaba on the 10th, inshallah. We're going to be covering the details of the 10th, inshallah, later on. Important notes here regarding Ihram. Ihram is entered, as we mentioned, with the intention. Yes, it's entered with the intention. We said this. How is it removed? It is not removed unless a person finishes Hajj or Umrah, or he was prevented from Mecca, then he has to slaughter an animal, then shave. With this Ihram may be removed. So just like the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ in Al-Hudaybiyah, what happened is that they wanted to do Umrah. They were prevented. And subhanAllah, the companions, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ told them to slaughter and to shave, but they didn't. Because they were waiting for an abrogation to occur, that this ruling will be removed and they'll be allowed to go and do Umrah. But once they saw the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ shaving and slaughtering, so they said, خلاص, this ruling will not be abrogated and they will not be allowed to go forward and do the Umrah. So خلاص, they all shaved for each other and they removed the Ihram. So if a person was prevented from doing Umrah, or Hajj, he is called Muhsar. The rulings of Ihsar, we'll be mentioning it in details, but just let me mention them real quick. It's going to be by slaughtering an animal and shaving the head, or shortening, for women, shortening. What's interesting here is that the Hanbali madhab does not mention shaving the head. It only mentions slaughtering of an animal. But wallah alam, based on the hadith, what the Messenger Muhammad did, both of them are required, shaving and slaughtering. Now, this is a serious matter of Ihram. Many people enter Ihram and assume that intending the removal of Ihram is enough. This is a big mistake. Once you enter Ihram, that's it. The ihram stays with you. You cannot remove it by intention. You cannot remove it by intention. Even if you make a condition, by the way, even if you make a condition, mahilli, what do you say? Allahumma mahilli haythu habastani. I am freed from my ihram. Where? Where you detain me. It's not conditional as in whenever you want to remove the ihram, you may remove the ihram. You're not allowed to do this. That's why, subhanAllah, the rulings of ihram are very special. You won't find something in the fiqh similar to the rulings of ihram. So once the ihram starts, you cannot remove it. Except if you were detained, or you perform the Umrah or perform the Hajj. طيب. If a person makes a condition and then is prevented from Umrah, or a woman, for example, entered the Ihram and made a condition and then got her period and was unable to perform a Umrah until she traveled back, they may both remove the Ihram due to the condition. Makes life easy. That's why I'm saying the Hanbali madhab here in this opinion, wallahu alam, is that everyone is free to make a condition. Things can go wrong, especially nowadays. Regulations, so many things can go wrong. طيب? And especially for sisters, regarding, wallahi, you have no idea what questions we get regarding the period. Imagine the nightmare. If you're a person who's getting questions, okay, you know such questions like, I got droplets on a couple of days and then the droplets finished. Or after my period, after 1 day of purity, I got blood. This is my nightmare. This is for any faqih. It's definitely a nightmare. Imagine this in Hajj. Imagine this in Hajj before doing Tawaf. Things can go wrong, brothers and sisters. Things can go wrong. So make a condition for the sisters. Make your life easy. And alhamdulillah, we're going to be mentioning the rulings for a woman in her menses and what she should be doing. So anyways, we're going to mention full rulings for a woman in her menses, inshallah, and the guide for what to do, and depends on where you get your menses. طيب. Now, after we talked about the ihram, we want to talk about what men wear for ihram. Still, we're talking about what men wear for ihram. The Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was asked, he said, "Ma yalbisul muhrim?" طيب, what does a muhrim wear? So he said, عليه الصلاة والسلام, لا يلبس المحرم القميص ولا العمامة ولا البرنس ولا السراويل ولا ثوبا مسه ورس ولا زعفران ولا الخفين إلا أن لا يجد نعلين فليقطعهما حتى يكون أسفل من الكعبين. طيب. So the Messenger of Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم, he said, once in a state of ihram, one in a state of ihram should not wear a long shirt or turban or hooded robe or trousers or a cloth touched with turmeric or with saffron. Nor should he wear leather socks, khuf. But in case if he does not find sandals, let him cut them in such a way that they are below the ankles. طيب. Let's talk about the fiqh of this hadith. This hadith, we all know. طيب, what is the fiqh behind this? You'll be amazed by the misconceptions we have regarding this matter. From the above hadith, scholars deduced that al-makhit soon or fitted clothes like trousers, shirts, socks, etc. are not permissible to wear. The word makhit, it's not in the hadith, but the scholars, they looked at all the things that the Messenger Muhammad prohibited. They said, what is common in all this? You look at how the Jazakumullah khair, our fuqaha, our jurists, our scholars, they said, what is the illah? What is the effective cause of this? Wallahi, honestly, they're the favor of the scholars on us, the early scholars and the four imams, and how they deduced these things. And those before them, the tabi'een, the fuqaha as-sab'a. These are people, Allah Azza wa Jal kept them to preserve our religion. So they preserved it, they, simplified it for us. Wallahi, it's an obligation on us to take this knowledge, preserve it for the next generations. Preserve it, summarize it, simplify it, but in its original form, and then convey it to the people. Convey the people to this and share it with the people. Educate them, sit with them. It's an obligation, just like the early scholars, look at the knowledge that they had. And Allah Azza wa Jal blessed their knowledge and made it beneficial for all the people after them to benefit. So you have this intention. Yes, it's difficult, ijtihad, putting effort to study these matters. It is sometimes, yes, it's time consuming, but it's a worship. It's like a jihad. You're spreading Islam. But if the whole world becomes Muslim, but they don't know the rulings, how can they practice Islam? So, brother or sister, if you find yourself, mashallah, you're motivated, and you really seek the highest levels in paradise, and you're a person who was given the ability to seek proper knowledge and to become a person, a scholar or a proper knowledge seeker, don't lose out on this opportunity. Wallahi, the people need such people, someone like you. So you make best of these opportunities, study properly, memorize what you need to memorize, طيب, and spread the knowledge, help the people, طيب, and just continue on the journey that the early scholars did. They simplified it for us. Let's take it, memorize it, preserve it, and simplify it for the people. So here, from this hadith, the scholars looked at all these things. What is common? They said these things, the things that the Messenger Muhammad prohibited, what is common is that they are all what? Meeqat, as in form-fitted. So all of these things are form-fitted. So they said anything that is form-fitted is not permissible to wear. So the effective cause of the ruling is being form-fitted. So any form of form-fitted garment is not permitted to wear, whether it has stitches or not. Whether it has stitches or not. Wallahi, it amazes me when in the Meeqat, one of our brothers, he's a Shaikh, honestly. He's one of the brothers. He's very knowledgeable in fiqh, very knowledgeable. He was telling me his struggles, and he's from Kazakhstan. He was telling me his struggles when we sat together revising something. He said, you will not believe the struggles that I had with some of the people that come from my country when we were in the Meeqat. Because they're saying one of the brothers had a Meeqat, one of the people with him had an Ihram that had a stitch, a label. So the label said, for example, the company name. So some of the people acted as a mufti, and they're like, this is haram. He's like, Ya akhi, why is it haram? He's like, it has stitchings. It has stitches. If it has stitches, then it is prohibited. It is meeqat, hence it is prohibited. Ignorance, wallahi, ignorance. Ya akhi, who said this? No one says this. Ya akhi, the label here has nothing to do with the form-fitted. The effective cause here is the garment being form-fitted. This, for example, this qamis, it's form-fitted on my body. It's form-fitted on my neck. It's form-fitted on my hands or my arms. This is form-fitted. طيب. Socks are form-fitted. They are form-fitted on your foot. طيب. So this is what it means. A cap, or of course, this is another prohibition covering the head. But it's also form-fitted. طيب. So any garment that is not form-fitted, like the common ihram, is permissible, even if it has stitching or a label. طيب. So any garment that is not form-fitted is permissible to wear. Now, let me give you a benefit here. So this garment that I'm wearing, what is it? This kandura, this qamis, is it form-fitted? We said yes, it's form-fitted. طيب. What if I wear one garment, I wear an ihram, طيب, on my lower body, the common piece of cloth that we call ihram, the white ihram, and I use this kandura, this qamis, and I wrap it, on my, I use it as a garment. So I'm not going to wear it, but I'm going to use it as a piece of cloth to put it over my body. I'm going to, what's it called? I'm going to remove this. So I'm not covering my head, and I'm not wearing any form-fitted clothes. I'm not wearing any form-fitted clothes. Is this okay? Yes, it's okay. Because I'm not wearing any form-fitted clothes. This is just a piece of garment. If I wear it, definitely it's prohibited in a state of ihram. But if I just put it on my body, on my upper body, and I wear, for example, my lower body, I wear a garment of ihram, it's permissible. It's permissible, inshallah. طيب. طيب. Now, wearing a mask. Now, this goes back to the matter, is covering the face of a Mahram. Is it part of ihram? There's a dispute based on the hadith. The person who passed away when he was in a state of ihram, they said the Messenger Muhammad said, don't cover his head. There are some narrations, and don't cover the face. This addition, scholars, some of them did not accept it. So some of them said, Aslan, covering the face is not a part of ihram. Now, some other scholars accepted this addition. They said, no, covering the whole face is ihram. But covering the mask wearing a mask is not covering the face. They said wearing a mask is not covering the face. Even for a woman, it's prohibited for her to wear a niqab and gloves. طيب, wearing a niqab, Does the mask act as a niqab? No, covering only the nose and mouth is not considered the niqab. And the rest of the eyes and the face is not covered. This is not considered the niqab. So scholars said this is disliked. But if there is a need, especially in Hajj, when everyone is coughing and everyone, they're close to each other and it's crowded, it is permissible to wear a mask. No issues. It's not makruh. It's not disliked to wear a mask. طيب. It is not disliked to wear a mask. طيب. What of the questions that we get every year, what about slippers for men? What about slippers for men, huh? For women, there's no issue. She wears socks, she wears shoes, there's no issues. But the issue is for men. طيب. Men, of course, socks, it's not allowed. Socks obviously is not allowed for men. Why? Because it's form-fitted. It is form-fitted. طيب. What about slippers? طيب. Slippers. If the slipper, okay, let me mention this. If the slipper is covering the front of the foot, while the back is uncovered, all four imams are saying it's permissible to wear. There's no issue whatsoever. If it's like a slipper that's covering the front of the foot, but the back side, your heels are not covered, no problem. These slippers are no problem, inshallah, there's no issue. طيب, what about some footwear that cover the front of the foot and it covers the back of the foot, but the ankle bone is uncovered? Here there's a dispute. Okay, first of all, what if it was all covered, including the ankle bone? If the ankle bone is covered, all madhabs say that's not allowed. As the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said, it's not allowed. Wearing footwear that covers the ankles, the whole foot, including the ankles, this is definitely not allowed. All madhabs. But what if it covers the whole foot, but not the ankle bone? So it covers the front of the foot. It covers the heels. And it's lower than the ankle bones. It is lower than the ankle bones. What is the ruling here? The majority of scholars, so Ahmad, Malik, Shafi'i, will say it's not permissible. Or their fuqaha will say it's not permissible. The Hanafi madhab will say it's permissible. And this is the opinion of Shaykh Islam bin Taymiyyah, that it is permissible. That it is permissible. طيب. And there's... they said that the scholars, they said because there's nothing clear. It's not footwear that's covering the, what's it called? It's not footwear that is covering the ankles. So this is if you wanted to remove yourself from this dispute, no problem. Remove yourself from this dispute. Wear slippers that do not cover the backside. But certain footwear, the front is covered and the back is covered just under the heel or just over the heel, and the ankle bone is clearly uncovered. In these matters, one should not be too strict. Honestly, you should not be too strict. Inshallah, you allow this because it's not clear. You cannot say that this is this is prohibited. And Ibn Taymiyyah also and the Hanafi madhab, they both say that this is permissible. Wallahu alam. طيب. This is regarding footwear for men. طيب. Another matter that people ask about is that what about sleeping bags? Isn't sleeping bags form-fitted? Wallahu alam, sleeping bags are not form-fitted. Sleeping bags, if you enter a sleeping bag and you cover yourself, wallahu alam, it's not form-fitted. It's not form-fitted on your body. طيب. So sleeping bags are okay. Sleeping bags are okay, of course, given that you do not cover your head. Given that you do not cover your head. طيب. Now, there's a matter here that I want to mention. The Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, he said, "Man lam yajid izaran." Man lam yajid izaran. This is for a person who does not find, and he's put in a situation where he does not have access to ihram clothes. So it's for a person who does not have access to ihram clothes. So for example, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said here, "Man lam yajid izaran, فَلْيَلْبَسْ سَرَاوِيلٍ." So this is the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said, whoever does not find an izar, a garment, a piece of cloth to cover, he said, let him wear trousers, sarawil. By the way, sarawil is for one pair of trousers. طيب. So فَلْيَلْبَسْ سَرَاوِيلٍ وَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ نَعْلَيْنِ فَلْيَلْبَسْ خُفَّيْنِ. And if you're in a situation that you do not find slippers, you may wear khuf. You may wear a khuf. What does this mean, wearing a khuf? A khuf, footwear that covers the ankle bone. So if you're in a situation where you do not have access to your ihram, then you may do this. Where is this possible? Have you come across this? If you ask me, yes, a lot. Wallahi, I remember now, There was a person asking me on the plane. He said, the sister's with us, her son does not have his ihram with him, it's in his bag, and the bag, is not with us. And he just knew that he has to enter ihram. What should he do? Of course, at that moment, everyone is a mufti in the plane. Someone is saying, no, he should do ihram. And even subhanAllah, Shaykh Sulaiman mentioned the same story. He was saying everyone was giving fatwa. Some are saying, no, you have to sacrifice. Some are saying. Anyways, Shaykh Sulaiman mentioned the same ruling here. He said, if a person is in a plane, he doesn't have his ihram, what he should do first, uncover his head. Remove what you're wearing, okay, on your body, upper body, and you can keep your trousers. You should remove your underwear. Yes, remove the underwear and keep your trousers. So you're just wearing trousers, or for example, sirwal, sarawil. There's no such word as sirwal. Wearing sarawil, trousers, and uncover your upper body and uncover your head. Don't wear anything on your head. And use your shirt, put your shirt over your upper body. So remember just now, or if you're wearing a qamis like this, put it on your upper body. Just like we mentioned right now, this same garment, it's form-fitted. But if you put it on your upper body, you're not wearing it. You are not wearing it. So it is permissible to. So this is based on this hadith, it is permissible for you to do this. In the plane, you don't have access to your ihram. You remove your upper body, whatever you're wearing, you uncover your head, you stay in your sarawil, you remove your underwear, because underwear is form-fitted and there's no need for it. Trousers will suffice. You remove your underwear, you keep your trousers. And so far, this is what you should be doing. What about footwear? If he was wearing sandals, he should remove his socks and keep the sandals. This to remove yourself from the dispute. You know what I'm saying? You know why I said dispute? Because there's a big matter of dispute here. Remember the previous hadith, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, he said, وَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ النَّعْلَيْنِ فَلْيَلْبَسِ الْخُفَّيْنِ وَلْيَقْطَعْهُمَا. So the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, the previous hadith, they said this was in Medina. He said, whoever does not, if I remember correctly, they said whoever does not find footwear, sandals, he should wear his khuf and he should cut it at the ankle bone. So the ankle bone should be uncovered. أسفل من الكعبين. But here in this hadith, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam in Sahih Bukhari, they said that عن ابن عباس قال من لم يجد إزارا فليلبس سراويل. And then he said ومن لم يجد نعلين فليلبس خفين. He said فليلبس خفين. Did he mention cutting the خفين? No. That's why Shaykh Sulaiman said here, for example, that in this narration, it came later. This narration, he said, this was later, and in front of the people. And he said he should not cut, he didn't mention cutting the khuffain. So, if you had footwear, regardless of your footwear, wear them. Based on this narration. طيب. Wear them and inshallah it suffices. طيب. Is there a kafara? Is there an expiation? You committed some of the prohibitions of ihram? No. Nothing is on you, because this is like you're pardoned in this situation because you don't have any access to your ihram. Once you're in the airport, as soon as you get access to your ihram, you have to remove this and wear your ihram. If you were careless, if you were able to wear your ihram, but you left it and you did not wear it, even though you were able to, here we say that you have committed, some of the prohibitions of ihram. Inshallah, this matter is clear for you. طيب. So it's only in this situation. This ruling is not for a person who wore something unintentionally, or he wore something based on ignorance. No, we're talking about a person who does not have access to his ihram. طيب. Now, what about the woman? We said regarding women, okay, this is what men wear. How about women? Women, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam نهى النساء في إحرامهن عن القفازين والنقاب وما مس الورس والزعفران من الثياب ولتلبس بعد ذلك ما أحبت من ألوان الثياب معصفرا أو خزا أو حليا أو سراويل أو قميصا أو خفا. So here, subhanAllah, this hadith clearly states that the ihram for women is on her face and on her hands. So she does not wear a niqab and she does not cover her hands with what's it called? With gloves. طيب, can she wear everything else? She can wear everything else. Even here he mentioned khuf, so she can wear footwear, socks, or wearing shoes, no problem. For a woman, it's no problem. The women only regarding what she wears, it's only the niqab and only the gloves. طيب. Now let me mention this matter here, even though I'm going to repeat it later. Or just let me mention now. What are the prohibitions for women? So it's prohibited for her to wear gloves or niqab. This is not permissible. These are not permissible. Why? Because they're tailored on the face and tailored on the hand. And the gloves are tailored on the hand. She's not allowed to do this. طيب, wearing a mask, we said wearing a mask is not considered a niqab. طيب, she may still, the matter here regarding covering the face. If she has, a piece of garment on her head, and whenever she's going to be mixing with men, she covered her face, even if it touched her face, and even if she had a garment, she put it on her face and it was touching her face, no problem, in the presence of men. By the way, this is not considered niqab. This is not considered niqab is if you wear it. But if you just put a piece of garment on her face, even if it was for hours during the Tawaf and it was crowded, she covers her face. This is permissible, even if it touches her face, by the way. Even if it touches her face, no problem. No issues with this. Right? So she can do this. And as soon as she's by herself or away from men, she uncovers. She uncovers. Right? And regarding wearing socks in Ihram, we said that for women it is permissible. Regarding wearing gold, gold does not affect Ihram. Okay, funny story. Once in the airport, okay, one sister came out to me and she said, Shaykh, is it okay if I wear makeup? She said, Shaykh, is makeup prohibited in Ihram? Yeah, wallah, what do I answer here? Makeup. I said, Shaykh, sister, it's not of the prohibitions of Ihram, but sister, you're going to go and do Tawaf now. You're going to wear makeup for Tawaf? See, what are you thinking, Yani? And some people, you answer them, yeah, yes, it's not of the prohibited actions of Ihram, but does that mean I wear makeup for Tawaf? Of course not. Sometimes you get questions that make you wonder, does this person understand where he's going? May Allah Azza wa Jal forgive us all. Okay, now we're going to be covering one of the most important parts of the fiqh of Hajj, which is differentiating between the three types of worships of Hajj. Now this is very important because once you know the details of this, you will probably understand all the matters that we'll be mentioning later regarding the obligations and pillars. But if you mix up now between them or don't understand some of the details regarding, for example, Qiraan and what's the difference between Qiraan and Tamatu, or what is similar between Qiraan and Tamatu, there are going to be a lot of issues later on. So this is one of the most important parts of fiqh of Hajj. That's why we're going to be explaining it generally, and then we're going to be talking about it specifically, all types, taking it type by type. So let's first talk about the three types. What are they? Tamattu', Qiraan, and Ifraad. Anyone who's planning to go and do Hajj, he is going to be doing one of the three types of worships, which is Ifraad, doing Hajj only, Tamattu', doing Umrah, the months of Hajj, then finishing it, and then doing Hajj, or Qiraan, doing Hajj and Umrah together with the actions of Hajj. So let's take first of all Tamattu'. What is Tamattu'? Tamattu' is performing Umrah in the months of Hajj. In the months of Hajj. Remember, what are the months of Hajj? Shawwal, Dhul Qa'dah, and Dhul Hijjah. At least the first 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. طيب, what is the objective of Tamattu'? Tamattu', if a person did Umrah in these months and then he stayed in Mecca, or he traveled to a place other than his home country, or closer than his home country to Mecca, he is still considered Tamattu'. Tamattu' here is he enjoys all the prohibitions of Ihram all the way until Hajj. So he did a Umrah, and with the end of the Umrah, so Umrah he did Ihram, Tawaf, Sa'i, and then he did cut his hair or shorten his hair. He did cut his hair, shaved his hair or shorten his hair. Now he's able to remove the Ihram and enjoy all the prohibitions of Ihram all the way until Hajj. And then once Hajj comes, he initiates the Ihram of Hajj and he performs Hajj. So we mentioned what it is and we mentioned the methodology. So when we say, and then he intends Hajj, for example, if he wanted to do Hajj on the 8th to apply the Sunnah and go to Mina and stay over there in Mina before Arafah, he can do this. He can just initiate Ihram of Hajj, say Labbaik Allahumma Hajjan, and he can just start his Hajj. طيب, this is generally speaking what Tamattu is. طيب, let's talk about Qiraan. What is Qiraan? Qiraan is intending Hajj and Umrah together. So at the Meeqat, he'll be saying Labbaik Allahumma Umratan wa Hajjan. Labbaik Allahumma Umratan wa Hajjan. So a Umrah and a Hajj together. It's not Umrah alone. If you intended Umrah alone, definitely you're going to be doing Tamattu because you're going to doing a Umrah and then finishing it up and then performing Hajj. But if you intended Qiraan, then you're going to be performing Umrah and Hajj together with the actions of Hajj alone. So you'll be rewarded for Hajj and Umrah by doing the actions of Hajj alone. What is the methodology? Methodology at the Meeqat we mentioned, you just intend Hajj and Umrah together while doing the actions of Hajj, generally speaking. طيب, Ifraad is to intend Hajj at the Meeqat. So at the Meeqat you say Labbaik Allahumma Hajjan. So be careful. If you're doing Ifraad, in the actions of Ifraad, it will not be counted for your Umrah. So if you're a person who's visiting Mecca, this is going to be probably your only visit. It's definitely, if you're going to be doing Ifraad for whatever reason, after finishing the Hajj, make sure to do a Umrah so that you have done both Hajj and Umrah in your travel. Because we said Hajj and Umrah both are an obligation. We mentioned the hadith عن المؤمنين عائشة رضي الله عنها. She said قالت Minna, when describing Sahih Muslim, describing the Hilal, the Ihram of the companions, she said, Minna man ahalla bil Hajj, mufridan. So some of the companions said, Labbaik Allahumma Hajjan, wa minna man qaran. So wa minna man qaran, meaning of us who said Hajj and Umrah together. So Labbaik Allahumma Umrah, and Labbaik Allahumma Umratan wa Hajjan. And then she said, wa minna man tamatta'. Wa minna man tamatta'. Minna man tamatta' means, of us are those who intended Umrah at the Meeqat. So, Labbaik Allahumma Umrah. So, is it possible for a person who intends to do Hajj at the Meeqat saying Labbaik Allahumma Umrah? Yes, this person will be doing Tamattu'. What if at the Meeqat he said Labbaik Allahumma Hajjan? If he said Labbaik Allahumma Hajjan, then probably he's going to be doing Ifraad. What if at the Meeqat he said Labbaik Allahumma Umratan wa Hajjan? This person is definitely doing Qiraan. This person is definitely doing Qiraan. So we spoke about the three types, Ifraad, Tamattu', Qiraan. Now, let's talk in detail regarding Tamattu'. We'll take them one by one and we'll talk about it in detail. Tamattu'. What is it? To enter Ihram for Umrah in the months of Hajj, then completing the Umrah and exiting Ihram. So far, it's straightforward. Pay attention here. Then we say you're staying in Mecca and not traveling back to your country. So if a person, let's say if a person's from England, he came, he did Umrah, he said Tamattu', Labbaik Allahumma Umratan. He did this Umrah in, let's say, Shawwal. If he did his Umrah in Shawwal, from Shawwal all the way until Dhul Hijjah, 8th Dhul Hijjah, where he plans to do Hajj, he should be staying in Mecca or waiting for Hajj. Or he may travel to a country closer to Mecca. He may travel to a country closer to Mecca than his Hajj. For example, if he goes to Medina, let's say he goes to Medina and he goes to Riyadh and he visits all the cities. He did his Umrah and he visits all the cities, and then before the Hijjah, he comes back to Mecca. Is this allowed? Yes. The stronger opinion of the stronger opinion of the scholars is that this person is still in Tamattu'. This is the whole point of Tamattu', to enjoy the prohibitions of Ihram from the time he finishes Umrah all the way until the time of Hajj. And this person is still considered Mutamatti' because he did not travel back to his country. So at the time of Hajj, let's say he passes the Meeqat. Is he required to do Ihram at the Meeqat? Wallahu a'lam, he is not required. Why? How come he passed the Meeqat? Because he already did this worship. He already did his Umrah. This is the only exception. He already did this Umrah for Tamattu', and now he's enjoying all the prohibitions. So there's no point of him doing Ihram again. So he may pass the Meeqat without any issues because he already did the Umrah and he did not go back to his original country. So he's still in, for example, the example that I've given, he's still in Saudi Arabia. So he goes back to Mecca at the time of Hajj and he waits until the 8th and he initiates Hajj, Labbaik Allahumma Hajjan, and he starts his Hajj. And I gave you this example specifically because many people have an issue with, they think that a person in Tamattu should not leave Mecca. And this is not true. This is not true. He can travel to Medina, okay? But if a person was from Medina, be careful. If a person was from Medina, for example, he's a student of knowledge, he's studying at the Islamic University, our example. And he wanted to do Tamattu. So he went in Shawwal, he did Umrah. And then he came back to Medina. Here we say, Ya akhi, there's no point. Khalas, your tamattu' ended because you went back to your country. You're no longer tamattu'. You're no longer in tamattu'. You have ended your tamattu' with this. Because you traveled back to the country you initiated Ihram from. So this is the whole point. You came from Medina to do Ihram, to do Hajj. And you went back to Medina, khalas, you went back. So this Umrah is considered a normal Umrah and you're no longer in tamattu'. You are no longer in tamattu'. So if you went back, so let's say you went back to Mecca to do Hajj, at the Meeqat, you start over. You either do Umrah and then Hajj, or you either do Umrah and Hajj together, which is Kiraan, or you either do Hajj by itself. Inshallah, with this example, we differentiated between a person living in Medina or a person living in another country but stayed in Medina. The rulings differ. The difference here is that the person does not go back to his country, طيب, the country that he came from to do the Hajj. طيب. Now, another matter in Tamattu'. How many Ihrams are in Tamattu'? And the examples that I have given you, how many Ihrams are there? There are two Ihram. One Ihram is from the Meeqat for the Umrah. And the other Ihram is from Mecca for the Hajj. Be careful. One Ihram is from the Meeqat for the Umrah, the normal Umrah that we mentioned. And the other Ihram is from Mecca for the Hajj. طيب. At the Meeqat, does he say, for example, if you want to do Tamattu', does he say لبيك اللهم عمرة إلى حجا? لا. أو إلى حج? No. You just say لبيك اللهم عمرة, normally. And then when the time of Hajj comes, he just says لبيك اللهم حجا. So this is what we're talking about regarding, what's it called? Regarding Tamattu'. طيب. We're going to be talking about the differences between Tamattu' and the other worships after this, inshallah, after covering Ifraad and Qiraan. طيب. Let us talk about Ifraad. What is Ifraad? Ifraad and Tamattu', Ifraad and Qiraan are similar. In fact, Ifraad and Qiraan have the exact same actions. I'll repeat. Ifraad and Qiraan have the exact same actions. You exactly do the same thing. The only difference between Ifraad and Qiraan is that Qiraan, there is a slaughter. Ifraad, there is no slaughter. That's the only difference. While the actions are exactly the same. Of course, except in the Meeqat, you say لبيك اللهم حجا وعمرة. For Qiraan, for Ifraad, you say لبيك اللهم حجا. All the other actions are the same. طيب. So that's why we'll take, for example, Ifraad and we'll explain it. طيب. Let's say you came in at first Dhul Hijjah. And you decided to do Ifraad. So at the Meeqat, what are you going to say? At the Meeqat, you're going to be saying لبيك اللهم حجا. لبيك اللهم حجا. طيب. You did your Ihram, now you're a state of Ihram for Ifraad, for Hajj. طيب. You go to Mecca. What do? The first thing you do, you go and do a Tawaf. Wait a second, Shaikh, you just said the person doing Tamattu', he has to do a Umrah. But this person is doing Hajj. Why does he need to do a Tawaf as soon as he goes inside Mecca? I'll explain. This Tawaf is a Sunnah Tawaf. It's called Tawaf al-Qudum. This is Sunnah. If you do it, you do it. You're rewarded for this. If you don't do it, perfectly fine. So it's not a Tawaf of Umrah. For Tamattu', what you're doing is a Tawaf of Umrah. The whole point of this is to do Umrah and remove Ihram. In Ifraad and Qiraan, when you enter Mecca, you just do a Tawaf. طيب, what is this Tawaf? This is called Tawaf al-Qudum. It's a preferred Tawaf. You want to do it, you can do it. If you don't want, you don't need to do it. طيب, this is number one. So this Tawaf is called Tawaf al-Qudum. طيب, then, if you do the Tawaf al-Qudum, so if you decide to do Tawaf al-Qudum, which is strongly recommended, I'll explain why. If you do Tawaf al-Qudum, then you have an opportunity to do something. What is it? To do the sa'i. Which sa'i? The sa'i of Hajj. The sa'i of Hajj, yes. So for Kiraan and Ifraad, you go to Mecca, you do Tawaf. What is this Tawaf? Tawaf al-Qudum, a Sunnah Tawaf. If you decide to do it, now you're able to do a sa'i. Now what is the sa'i? It's not Umrah. What is it? It is the sa'i of Hajj. Yes, the sa'i that you're supposed to do at the 10th or afterwards, after the 10th, which is the sa'i of Hajj, you're able to do it now. Instead of doing it at the 10th, you're able to do it anytime you decide to go and do the Ifraad. So if you decided if you initiated Ifraad at 1 Shawwal, for example, on the day of Eid, 1 Shawwal, it's in the months of Hajj, you can do this. You can go and do Tawaf al-Qudum and do the sa'i of Hajj. And it will be counted for you a sa'i of Hajj. Even though Hajj will occur after 2 months, yet you have already completed the sa'i of Hajj. So this is a good advantage. If you're doing Qur'an or Ifraad, you will do the sa'i of Hajj. And remember, the sa'i on the day of Hajj, for those who are going to be doing Tamatu', on the day of Hajj, they have to do a Tawaf and sa'i. Tawaf of Hajj and the sa'i of Hajj. And the sa'i of Hajj, it's the real sa'i. It's the sa'i because it's going to be really crowded. Some people might take 3-4 hours to complete the sa'i because of how crowded it is. But if you go at a time, for example, if you did Kiraan or Ifraad and you intended, for example, to do Ifraad or Kiraan, so you're going to be doing Tawaf al-Qudum, okay, just a normal Tawaf al-Qudum, 7 rounds, just like Umrah. And then you'll be able to do the sa'i of Hajj, just like the sa'i of Umrah. But it will be counted for you as the sa'i of Hajj. So come the day of Hajj, you don't need to do sa'i of Hajj. Okay, we're talking about a person doing Kiraan or Ifraad. طيب, if a person intends Ifraad, this is, let's talk about, since we mentioned Ifraad, let's talk about Qiraan. Now, Qiraan, what is the difference between Qiraan and Ifraad? Qiraan, intending Hajj and Umrah. So this is the first difference. When you intend Hajj and Umrah. طيب, does it have the same actions as Ifraad? Exactly the same actions. You enter the Tawaf that you do, you can do a Tawaf of Ziyarah, Tawaf al-Ziyarah, which is a preferred Tawaf. And then afterwards, you can do the sa'i of Hajj. You can do the sa'i of Hajj. Exactly the same thing. Now, there's only one difference, as I mentioned. Of course, other than the Ihram, there's another difference. What is that difference? Is that Qiraan requires you to do a slaughter. It's not a slaughter of expiation. It's a slaughter thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for allowing you to combine, for allowing you to do Tamatu'. Why do I say Tamatu'? It's an enjoyment. Both Qiraan and Tamatu' have something called enjoyment, Tamatu'. Tamatu' obviously in Tamatu', in the what's called, in the worship of Tamatu', the enjoyment here is to enjoy all the prohibitions of Ihram from the time you complete Umrah all the way to Hajj. طيب, in Qiraan, where is the enjoyment? The enjoyment here is that you're going to get the reward of Umrah and Hajj by doing the actions of Hajj only. So to be counted for you that you have done Umrah and Hajj. So let's say a person who did not perform Umrah before and did not perform Hajj before, and then he went and did Qiraan, it will be counted for him that he did Umrah and Hajj. Wallahu alam. It will be counted for him that he did both Umrah and Hajj. طيب, let's talk about the main differences between the three. Tamattu' translates to enjoyment because you get to enjoy all the acts that are forbidden for those in the state of Ihram after they complete their Umrah and exit Ihram. So they enjoy the prohibitions of Ihram from after Umrah all the way until the start of the Ihram of Hajj. This is the whole point of doing Tamattu'. طيب, Ifraad and Qiraan. Okay, this is one point, one enjoyment here. One difference is that in Tamattu', you get into a state of Ihram, and then after completing the Umrah, the Ihram is removed. While in in Ifraad and Qiraan, a person stays in the state of Ihram all the way until completing Hajj. So remember that example that we said, in first Shawwal, he goes and does Qiraan or Ifraad. Remember? So imagine, but this is very difficult, and he's going to be in the state of Ihram from first Shawwal, all the month of Shawwal, all the month of Dhul Qa'dah, and then the first 10 days of the Hajj all the way until Hajj starts, or all the way until he finishes Hajj. So in Qiraan and Ifraad, the person stays in the state of Ihram all the way until he completes the worship. That's why if you're going to be doing Qiraan or Ifraad, It's good if you did it, 1 week or 5 days. But if you're going to take a long period of time, like months, it's going to be really difficult. Anyways, it's your choice. It's your choice. It's permissible. It's permissible. طيب. Now, this is one thing. Now, we said that there's an enjoyment in both tamattu' and Qiraan. In tamattu', the enjoyment is obvious, we mentioned it. It is giving the person the ability to enjoy all the prohibitions of Ihram from after completing Umrah all the way until the start of Hajj. Like, what is the enjoyment of Qiraan? We also mentioned it. The enjoyment of Qiraan is that you're combining the actions of Umrah and Hajj. You're going to get the rewards of Umrah and Hajj by doing the actions of Hajj by itself. So the slaughter required for both Qiraan and the slaughter required for both Qiraan and Tamattu' is not an expiation. It's a worship. This slaughter is considered a worship. When do we do it? It's of the actions of the 10th. We will describe them then and there, inshallah. I want to ask you a question. Which of these three is the best? This is a matter that also scholars have disputed on. You believe it or not, most of the scholars say Tamattu' is the best worship. Some say Qiraan, some say Ifraad. Like the Malikis, they say Ifraad is the best worship. They all have their argument. But we have a hadith that the Messenger Muhammad has said, لو استقبلت من أمري ما استدبرت ما سقت الهدية ولا حللت مع الناس حين حلوا. So he said, عليه الصلاة والسلام, if the time would go back, what he would have done, he would not have driven the hadi with him. The hadi, when you take slaughter with you to slaughter, you take the sacrificial animal with you to slaughter. So actually, this is what the Messenger Muhammad did. He did Qiraan. He did Hajj and Umrah with the actions of Hajj. And he took the hadi with him, the sacrificial animal with him. They said the person who's doing the same actions as the Messenger Muhammad carrying the sacrificial animal with him to Hajj, the best worship to do is Qiraan. But let me remind you, this is not the same as saying if a person goes there and buys a coupon for a slaughter. No, this is not carrying the hadi with you. This is not carrying the sacrificial animal with you. We're talking about physically carrying the animal with you, just like the Messenger Muhammad did. So this is what he did. He did Qiraan. But the Messenger Muhammad said, لو استقبلت من أمري ما استدبرت. If I would go back in time, I would have done, he would not have taken the sacrificial animal with him. And then he said, ولا حللت مع الناس. So I would have been in a state of ihlal. So he would have removed the ihram just like the people. So which group of people removed the ihram? Revision question. So which group of people removed the ihram? Remember the hadith? So some of them they did the ihlal of Umrah. Some of them did the ihlal of Umrah and Hajj. And the third group did the ihlal of Hajj. Which one of these three are going to be removing the state of ihram? One group. Which are they? Yalla. Which one? Yes, those who did tamattu', because they're going to do Umrah, they're going to complete it, and then they're going to do Hajj. So the Messenger Muhammad said if he would go back in time, he would have chosen tamattu'. This is where many of the scholars have said that tamattu' is the best type of worship. Wallahu a'lam. طيب. Now we will talk about the prohibitions of Ihram. It's a big section. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to aid us in completing it and in guiding us not to make mistakes in it. طيب. The prohibitions of Ihram. What are the prohibitions of Ihram? I'll make it easy. There are 9 actions. In total, there are 9. طيب. Let's divide them into 3 categories. We'll divide them into 3 categories. Category 1, طيب, they are actions that have the same expiation. Actions that have the same expiation. There are 5. طيب. Category 2 is going to be actions that have a special expiation. So this here, it has a special expiation. It is one thing. What is it? It is killing game animals. Killing game animals of land. So it has it's a special expiation. Nothing is similar to it. طيب. This is category 2. Category 2 has one thing, which is killing game animals of land. And we have category 3, which has 3 prohibitions. It is everything related to men. Everything related to men. So it's 3 things. Category 1, it includes the 5 things I'm going to mention now. Category 2, Category 1, what is special is that all these 5 things have the same expiation. Category 2, it's one thing that has a special expiation, which is killing game animals of land. And the third group, Category 3, it is everything related to women. And it's also 3 things: marriage, intimacy short of penetration, and sexual penetration. So these 3 things. Let's look at Category 1, which is the 5 common actions, the 5 actions that have the same expiation. What are they? Number 1, the removal or cutting of any hair. Let's go over them. The removal and cutting of any hair. Number 2 is clipping of the nails. Number 3 is wearing fitted clothes. Number 4 is covering the head. Number 5 is applying perfume to the body or clothes. Let's go back to it one by one and read the details. The removal or cutting of any hair. Once you're in a state of Ihram, it is prohibited to remove or cut any hair of your body. So it is prohibited to remove any hair, but the expiation, any hair, if you cut it, it is prohibited. So when is there an expiation? If you remove any hair, any one hair? No. Wallahu alam, the expiation occurs, or the expiation is obligated when a significant portion of hair is removed. Not a hair or 2, okay, or 3. But what was enough and what was considered that a person who removed this has cut his hair. So you look at a person, you see this person has had haircut. He did cut his hair. So it's not 1 hair, 2 hairs. These, yes, it's prohibited if you done intentionally, but they do not obligate an expiation. Where did we get this from? Because in the books of fiqh, they say that 1 hair or 2 hairs, it's not allowed. That's right, you're not allowed. But we do not obligate an expiation unless a significant amount of hair was removed. When you look at a person, it's obvious that he has removed a lot of hair. Where did we get this from? The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has performed hijama while in the state of Ihram. If the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did hijama, when doing hijama, you're going to be removing hair. It was not said in anywhere that the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did the expiation. So scholars have said this is evidence that a hair, 2 hairs, 3 hairs do not require an expiation. It is a significant amount. So this is required removal of hair. Does this include all types of hair? Hair of the nose, hair of the beard, hair of the head, hair of the body? Yes, all types of hair, without any exception. Number 2 is clipping the nails. Clipping of the nails. Now, but they said there's a matter. If the nail was broken, and was causing pain, then removing it is not prohibited and no expiation is required. So let's say one of the nails got broken down, during the crowd, you stepped on something or your foot hit something and the nail is broken. Half of it, it's hanging. It's hanging. So here you remove the nail, inshallah, because it's causing you pain and it's causing problems and there's no expiation here. Number 3, we said wearing form-fitted clothes. We gave the details regarding form-fitted clothes when speaking about Ihram and what a man wears and what a woman wears. This is number 3. Number 4, covering the head. Covering the head here, it is with something that touches the head, like a hat or a piece of cloth, or an object carried above the head with the intention of covering the head. Okay, so covering the head with something that touches the head. So if a person raises an umbrella, does this cover the head? No. It's over the head, but it's not covering the head. Khalas, it's not prohibited. He sits under the shade, no problem. What if he puts a piece of cloth on his head? Here, subhanAllah, yes, he did cover his head with something that touches the head. So this is not allowed. What if he usually, and he carries things, he put these belongings on his head to carry them? This person, he did not intend to cover his head, but he did put these things on his head to carry them. This is how he usually put the things on his head to carry them. So this person did not have the intention of covering the head. But if he did put the things on his head for the shade, this person, then it seems that he did cover his head and he had the intention of covering his head. So it is considered a prohibited action. So this is number 4. Number 5 is applying perfume to the body or clothes. Uh, Now here there's an important matter regarding applying perfume. Remember when we talked about the sunnahs of Ihram, we said applying perfume to the beard, to the hair, to the body. This is sunnah. طيب, when a person applies perfume before Ihram, and then after Ihram he goes and does wudu, isn't he gonna wash his hair? طيب, won't there be traces of perfume on his hand? طيب, كيف الآن? Didn't this person apply perfume to his body? No. They said this is pardoned because the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, he did this and it was not considered applying perfume to the body. طيب. It was not considered that this person, that it was part of applying perfume. طيب, they also mentioned something. It is not just applying perfume to the body or clothes, it is also intending to smell perfume. So you go to the stores of perfume and you intentionally go and smell. They said this is prohibited also. So it's like entering a perfume shop, as we mentioned, and trying to smell the perfume. This is prohibited in the state of Ihram. This is prohibited in the state of Ihram. And I want to warn you that when you go past the shops, find people holding perfume, and just to everyone that passes by, they give him a sample. And they don't ask permission, they just do this. So if you're in a state, especially for the sisters, because their state of Ihram will not be shown, and he goes and applies perfume, or he says, smell this, this is prohibited. But when is it counted? At the end, inshallah, we'll mention when is an expiation required. And if a person was unaware or was ignorant, is this forgive him? We'll explain it, inshallah, when we cover all the prohibited actions. So real quick, these 5 actions that we mentioned, which are what? Removal of hair or cutting of hair. Number 2, clipping of nails, wearing form-fitted clothes, covering the head, applying perfume to the body or clothes. All these 5 are grouped together because they have the same expiation. What is this expiation? Real quick, one of 3 things. Slaughtering of a sheep, so slaughtering of an animal, sheep or goat or a cow, but it's slaughtering of a sheep, or feeding 6 poor people, or fasting 3 days, طيب. We're going to be talking about this in detail, inshallah, later. طيب, category 2. Category 2 is, I think it is a bit complicated, but inshallah we'll seek aid from Allah and explain it. Category 2 is killing game animals of land. So, it is not only prohibited to kill those animals, it is also prohibited to aid in killing the animals or command others to do so. So you might say, I did not kill those animals, but I commanded someone to kill this animal for me. طيب, this is prohibited, definitely. طيب. But if it is permissible to eat from it, if it was you did not kill it yourself, and you did not command others to kill it, someone killed it and cooked it and gave it to you to eat, yes, it's permissible to eat. It is permissible for you to eat. طيب, what kind of animal is prohibited? What is prohibited is there are 3 conditions. Number 1, it is a wild animal. So it's not a domesticated animal. So wild animals, so we don't say, for example, cows, sheep, or camels. No, these animals are, these animals are domesticated animals. They're not considered wild animals. طيب. Number 2, land animals. طيب, what about fish in the sea? No, fish in the sea are permissible to hunt. طيب. So fish and animals of the sea, fish and sea animals are permissible to hunt in the state of Ihram. طيب. Number 3, it is animals which are permissible to eat. So if it's a wild animal, so not non-domesticated. Number 2, land animals. So this removes fish and animals that live in the sea. Number 3, which is permissible to eat, this removes animals which are not permissible to eat. Non-edible animals such as lions, tigers, wild dogs. These are not included in the prohibition. So a muhrim, if he killed, for example, a tiger, do we say it's not allowed to hunt? He did not hunt. Killing a tiger is not of the prohibited thing because it's not an edible animal. It's not considered game animals. What if a person in Ihram decided to slaughter a cow, or to slaughter a sheep, to slaughter a camel? No, these livestock are not included. It is not prohibited on a person in Ihram to slaughter these animals. So these are the 3 conditions of category 2, which is killing an animal, hunting an animal, killing and hunting an animal which is wild, so not domesticated, so this removes livestock. Land animals, so this removes animals of the sea, which is permissible to eat. This removes what's it called? Animals that are not edible, that are not permissible to be eaten. طيب. Like tigers and lions. طيب. We move to category 3. What is category 3? Category 3 is that the prohibited actions that are related to women. So number one, 3 things. Number one, it is marriage. It is prohibited to marry regarding himself or to be a guardian in marriage while in the state of Ihram. And aslan, this marriage contract will be invalid if a person is in a state of Ihram. This marriage contract will be invalid. If one of them, whether it's the husband or the wife, is in a state of Ihram, it's going to be invalid. طيب. It is prohibited for a person in Ihram to be part of a marriage contract. This includes the husband, the wife, the guardian, even witnesses. Like, what about engagement? You found, mashallah, this good brother in Hajj. Mashallah, he's with his sisters, and you said, yeah, mashallah, well, you told your sister, why don't you go and ask this brother, you want to propose, you want to marry his sister? La. This is prohibited. Even mentioning these things is haram. Mentioning them. Remember, لم يرفث ولم يفسق. لم يفسق, which is sins. ولم يرفث. يرفث, mentioning matters regarding intimacy. Like marriage and intimacy. All should be avoided in the state of Ihram. Even with your wife, you say to your wife, you hug her, you kiss her, or you say, remember what we used to do before Ihram. Now, these things are all haram. When in the state of Ihram, you should avoid these things. Remember, you avoid these things to perfect your Hajj and to maximize your reward. طيب. So, category 3 things related to women. So you mentioned marriage contract. Number 2, intimacy, sexual intimacy short of penetration. It includes all the intimate actions between a man and woman short of penetration. They are all prohibited. Even including touching with a sexual desire, masturbation is included, kissing, talking or thinking about them. And if you willingly you're thinking about these things while in Ihram, if uncontrollable it comes to your mind, this is not up to you. But thinking about these things and contemplating on these things while in the state of Ihram, it is considered haram. Even if you're thinking about your wife or you're thinking about your husband, this is all haram in the state of Ihram. All haram in the state of Ihram. طيب. This is number 2. What about number 3? Number 3 is sexual penetration. This is by far the most dangerous prohibition. This is the only prohibition that might spoil your Hajj. Imagine spoiling your Hajj. We didn't say invalidate your Hajj because Hajj cannot be invalidated, but it spoils it in the sense that it will not be counted for you as a Hajj, but yet you still have to complete it and you still have to do an expiation for it. And you have to redo it the next year. Now we're going to talk about this in detail regarding sexual penetration. So sexual penetration, as we mentioned, this is the most severe prohibition of the 9 prohibitions. And if done before the first removal of Ihram, the first tahallul, or it spoils your Hajj. Or in the case of Umrah, if it was done before the completion of Sa'i, it spoils your Ihram. It spoils your Umrah. Now, this prohibition is regarding sexual penetration, whether it was permissible or not. So whether it was with a wife or whether it was zina, it is considered a prohibition, of course, in the state of Ihram, and it is very severe, very severe. Now, there is no difference between if sexual penetration occurred but there was no ejaculation, no difference. As long as sexual penetration did occur, then the expiation is required. The expiation is required. Okay, now let's talk about, when we talk about committing a prohibited action, there are certain conditions that are required for it to be counted. If any of the prohibited actions was done in the state of Ihram, then an expiation is required. Fidya, for example, in category 1, by the way, whenever we mention the word Fidya, we're talking about category 1. Category 1. So it's removal of the hair, cutting of the nails, covering the head, wearing form-fitted clothes, or applying perfume. These 5 The expiation is called Fidya. So memorize this. Whenever we say a Fidya is required, we're talking about the expiation of these 5 things, which is slaughtering of a sheep, fast or fast, you can choose, or fasting 3 days, or feeding 6 poor people. So remember this, Fidya, these 3 things. Right. Now in Fidya, whenever a Fidya is required, there should be 3 conditions that should be met for us to consider Fidya. What are they? Number 1, awareness. And if the person was aware of the action and was not absent-minded. And if me for example, when I'm sitting by myself, I keep doing this. Like what if what I'm doing this, I removed 1 hair or 2 hairs. This is not, you're not aware aslan of the action. Or for example, in Tawaf, you're in Tawaf, it's really crowded. One brother's Ihram is covering your head. You are not aware of it. You are not even aware of it. So here it's not counted. There's no expiation on you. This is awareness. Number 2, willingness. You should be willing when doing these things. If you were willing to do it, then there's an expiation. But if you were forced, then there's no expiation. Same example. When it's crowded, you'll find that someone's Ihram again is stuck to your head, and he tried to push away, but the Ihram is stuck to your head, and he's pushing with his hands. These things happen. So is an expiation required? No, you're forced. You are forced. Someone is applying perfume in an elevator, and you were not aware, and he applied, you could not get away. So you got some perfume on you. Or you're sitting in an elevator, and someone had really strong perfume. You cannot, keep doing this. You were forced, and it was not up to you. It's a couple of minutes, but you were forced. But number 3, knowledgeable of its prohibition. And if a woman was not aware that wearing a niqab is a prohibition, and then subhanAllah, she was in the bus for hours with the niqab after Ihram, she was not aware. She was not knowledgeable. And then once she got close to Mecca, the sister was like, sister, haram. So she's like, what is this? She said, niqab, raise your niqab. So then they told her that wearing a niqab is a prohibition. She was not aware of this. She did not know. She was ignorant of this. There is no prohibition. But if she does the action later, knowingly, after having knowledge of it, willingly, without being, while being aware of it, then an expiation is required. Now, this is regarding, these things are conditions. These things are conditions for all prohibitions. So being aware, awareness, being willing, so not being forced to it, and number 3, being knowledgeable. So awareness, willingness, and being knowledgeable of its prohibition. Now here's a matter that I want to mention, and it's a disputed matter in fiqh. What about sexual penetration? Can we say that a person was ignorant? Can we say that a person was forced? Can we say a person was not aware? When you look at the fatwa of the companions, they did not differ in their fatwas between a person who was knowledgeable of the prohibition or not. So they said they did not assume whether a person was knowledgeable or not. They still commanded him to have the expiation. This is one opinion. The other opinion, they said no. Awareness and willingness and being knowledgeable of the prohibition, this applies to everyone. I'm just telling you the dispute here so that you're aware of this. So the Mufti, if he chooses the opinion of the companions, he will be saying, no, if sexual penetration occurs, the Hajj is spoiled, and he has to complete it. He has to redo it next year, and a slaughter is required. A camel is required. While if he thought that he was not knowledgeable, then this will all not be effective. No expiation is required. Now, what about committing? So this fatwa of the companions, and this is really strong because they did not ask the person, were you aware of this or not? Did you know that this is considered? Did you not know that this is prohibited or not? They did not do this. Now, committing a prohibited action due to medical reasons. So if a person committed a prohibition, like covering his head or wearing a shirt due to allergies caused by the ihram garment, he did this because there's a need. Do we say that there's no expiation because he did it due to medical reasons? No. In this case, he is not sinful. Definitely, he's not sinful because there's a cause behind this. He needs to do this, but the expiation is still required. So the person is still required to do the expiation. طيب, in this case, it's a fidya. طيب, the fidya is still required, even because he did this. He knows that it's prohibited. He was aware of it and he was not forced, but he did it for medical reasons. For medical reasons, it's not a sin. طيب. By the way, if a person did the prohibited action of Ihram, طيب, with all the conditions met, and he has to do an expiation, this is considered haram, definitely. Even if he does the expiation, it's still haram and the tawbah is required. And a tawbah is required. طيب. Now, let's move to the expiation in detail. Let's mention the expiation. What is the expiation? For category 1, we described it as fidya. What is it? He may select one of 3 things. So, slaughtering of a sheep and feeding it to the poor of Mecca. Not any poor, poor of Mecca, there. Fasting 3 days. Now, these 3 days can be made anywhere. Even if they're consecutive or non-consecutive, no problem. So, fasting any 3 days. So, it's like a debt on you. You have to do it anytime. You can do it anytime. Number 3, it's feeding 6 poor people. In Mecca. Feeding is in Mecca. Slaughter is in Mecca. Fasting can be done anywhere. طيب. Each one, 2 muds of dry food, which is equal to 1.25 kilograms of rice or dates per person. By the way, pay attention to this. 1.25 kilograms of rice. So 2 muds. 2 muds is nisf sa'. So whenever we say feeding, we're going to be talking about this. So just memorize 1.25 kilograms per poor person. It's half a sa'. Half a sa'. A sa' is 4 muds. Mud is handful, both hands. This is 1 mud. Okay, so this is 1 mud. What is 4 muds is considered 1 sa'. What is required here is half a sa' for every person. Half a sa' of dry food. Half a sa' is 2 muds, which equates to 1.25 kilograms type of dry food, of rice or dates. Type. So whenever we say feeding, because we're going to be talking a lot about feeding, feeding is 1.25 kilograms of dry food. Now let's talk about category 2. Remember, killing wild land animals, wild game animals of the land. طيب, when is an expiation required? We mentioned if it's obviously a land edible, if it's a land animal, an edible and wild. So let's take it step by step. Let's say a person in Ihram hunted an animal. What is the expiation? First of all, we ask ourselves, is this a land animal? So it's not a sea animal. Yes, it's land animal. طيب, is this edible? Yes, it is edible. طيب. Number 3, is it wild? Yes, it is wild. خلاص. So this animal definitely is prohibited for you to hunt. طيب, how do you know what is the expiation? Now pay attention and be patient. The expiation. First, does this animal have a like? So an animal similar to it of what's called of the domesticated animals, like for example, in terms of sheep, cows, or camels. Does it have a like? What does it mean? Does it have a like? Does it have a like? The companions, Allah Azza wa Jal has mentioned in the Qur'an that if an animal, if this animal has a like, then directly we'll explain all the likes. We'll explain what does it mean to have a like, inshallah later. But just for now, memorize this. If it has a like or an equal, then we either slaughter that equal or like and feed it to the poor. So let's say, for example, an ostrich was hunted. Ostrich, is it a land animal? Yes. Is it edible? Yes. Is it wild? Yes. طيب. Ostrich, does it have an equal? Yes. The fatwa of the companions is that an ostrich is like a camel. This is what I mean when I say does it have a like. Based on the fatwa of the companions, is there a like to this animal? Yes. For ostrich, there's a like, which is camels. So here, a person has a choice. He may either slaughter a camel, طيب, which is the like of an ostrich, and feed it to the poor. Alhamdulillah. Then this suffices. Or he may evaluate evaluate the camel, the like. So he evaluates the camel. How much is it worth? It's worth, for example, this amount of money. With this amount of money, he buys raw food. For example, he buys rice or he buys dates, and then he feeds every poor person how much? That's what we explained, 1.25 kilograms. So every poor person gets 1.25 kilograms. So he buys, for example, I don't know how much money he gets, how much money is the value of a camel. There, he evaluates how much does a camel worth? It's worth this amount here. We take this amount and we buy raw food, whether it's dates or rice and we give every poor person, we give him 1.25 kilograms. 1.25 kilograms. This is the second option. The third option, so let's say this amount of food was able to feed, for argument's sake, let's say 50 poor people. 50 poor people. It's important, the number is important. Why? Because option 3, instead of feeding 50 poor people, you fast 50 days. You fast 50 days. Okay? So again, first of all, does this animal, do the conditions apply? Is it a land animal? Is it wild? Is it edible? If the answer is yes, then okay, we move on to the next step. Does it have an equal? If it has an equal, then we have 3 options. Let's say that this animal has no equal. Let's say that this animal has no equal. If this animal has no equal, then we evaluate it. We evaluate the hunted animal. And we buy its worth of raw food. And we do the same thing. We either buy its worth of raw food and feed it to the poor. Each poor person will get 1.25 kilograms. Or we fast 1 day per poor person. I know this is all new. This concept of this expiation is special by itself. And you might say, we will never come across this. It's okay. But I'm saying studying it, memorizing it, and understanding it is part of preserving the knowledge of Islam. Someone always has to have this knowledge, because once we need it, there's someone, we have someone who will explain it to us. So we mentioned if a person said we hunted an ostrich, for example, which is a wild land animal and is permissible to eat. According to the rulings of the companions, it has an equal or a like, which is a camel. So the expiation, what is the expiation here? The expiation is either slaughtering a camel and feeding it to the poor. Straightforward. Or what? We said evaluating it and buying its worth of food, what's worth of dry food, and feeding it to the poor. Each poor person will get 1.25 kilograms of dry food. Or number 3, which is instead of every poor person, you should fast 1 day. Instead of feeding every poor person, you fast 1 day. What if the land animal, what if that animal hunted has no equal? If the land animal hunted has no equal, then it is evaluated in its place and food is bought with its value. And khalas. We have 2 options. So if it has a like, there are 3 options. Slaughtering of the like, feeding it to the poor, or by evaluating it and feeding and buying raw food, dividing it to 1.25 kilogram portions and giving it to the poor. Or we fast 1 day per poor person. We fast 1 day per poor person. Yeah, I understand. It's difficult, it's complicated. But if you revise, inshallah, you get the hang of it, inshallah. What are some of the examples of animals that have a like? Based on the fatwa of the companions, we have the first example we said, a camel, for example. It has a like, which is, if a hunted animal was an ostrich, for example, it has a like, which is a camel. A zebra, for example, it has a like. What is the like of a zebra? It's a cow. These are fatwas of the companions. They might say there's no analogy here. This is the fatwa of the companions. And the madhabs, they say the fatwa of the companions, we take it. Khalas. If they have fatwa of the companions, then we apply the rulings here. Number 3, for example, a hyena. Is a hyena edible? Yes, in the madhab, it is edible. There's a hadith regarding hyena. And the fatwa of the companions is that hyena, the equal of a hyena is a sheep. What about deer? The equal of a deer is a sheep also. But what about a pigeon? A pigeon. A pigeon is considered a land animal. Like what is the, what's it called? What is the like of a pigeon? A sheep also. So hyena, deer, and pigeons, they have the same like, which is a sheep. So if a person hunted a pigeon, he killed it. But what does he do? Is it a land animal? Yes. Is it edible? Yes. Is it wild? Yes. Pigeons are not considered domesticated. He did this. A pigeon, does it have a like? Yes, it has a like. What is it the like? Sheep. So he has one of three things. He either slaughters a sheep, feeds it to the poor, or he evaluates a sheep, how much does it worth in that area, and he buys with it raw food, and he feeds each poor person 1.25 kilograms of raw food per poor person. Or number three, he fasts instead of instead of feeding poor people, he fasts 1 day per poor person. So if that food if you evaluated the sheep, it was going to feed 30 poor people, so you fast 30 days. Let's say what are examples of animals that have no equals? They said geese. Geese have no equal. They said geese have no equal. These are based on the fatwa of the companions. If you wanted to apply this ruling when we are killing wild animals or hunting, how do we apply this? How do you know that this animal, does it have a like or not? After hunting this animal, we use, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Allah Azza wa Jal said, يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقتلوا الصيد وأنتم حرم ومن قتله منكم متعمدا فجزاء مثل ما قتل من النعم يحكم به ذوى عدل منكم. So the ruling here is for two people who are ذوى عدل, who are trustworthy. They make a ruling. So they will, of course, people of knowledge and expertise, they will look at that animal, and they're experts here, they will say, this animal has a like, based on the fatwa of the companions, or they will look at that animal and they say, this animal has a like or not, or it doesn't have a like. They are the ones, two people who will be giving a ruling based on their expertise, whether this animal has a like or not. If you wanted to apply this ruling when we are killing wild animals or hunting, how do we apply this? How do you know that this animal, does it have a like or not? After hunting this animal, we use, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Allah Azza wa Jal said, يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقتلوا الصيد وأنتم حرم ومن قتله منكم متعمدا فجزاء مثل ما قتل من النعم يحكم به ذوى عدل منكم. So the ruling here is for two people who are ذوى عدل, who are trustworthy. They make a ruling. So they will, of course, people of knowledge and expertise, they will look at that animal, and they're experts here, they will say, this animal has a like, based on the fatwa of the companions, or they will look at that animal and they say, this animal has a like or not, or it doesn't have a like. They are the ones, two people who will be giving a ruling based on their expertise, whether this animal has a like or not. Let's do a quick revision for category 2. We mentioned for category 2 that sayd is prohibited. But what type of sayd is prohibited? What kind of animal, if hunted and killed, is prohibited and is considered prohibited in a Mahram, and there's an expiation? What kind of animal? We said it should be a land animal. So this removes sea animals. It should be edible. So non-edible animals are not included. So tigers, lions, if a muhrim killed this lion or tiger, it's not included in the prohibition. It is not included there's no expiation. And the third thing is, so it should be edible, it should be a land animal, and number 3, it should be a wild animal, so non-domesticated. So this removes livestock, so camels, sheep, and cows. Now, what is the expiation here? What is the expiation? Let's say a person hunted an animal, which is a land animal, it is edible, and it is wild. Here there's an expiation. What do we do first? We mentioned, first of all, we look at that animal. Does it have an equivalent? Does it have a like? Does it have an equal in terms of domesticated animal? طب how do we know does it have a like or not? First and foremost, we follow the fatwa of the companions. If we find the fatwa of the companions regarding this specific animal, the jumhur, the majority say we have to follow the fatwa of the companions. طيب. So for example, we give an example of an ostrich. Yes, there's a like or an equivalent for an ostrich, which is a camel. طيب. We mentioned the example of a bird, a pigeon. Yes, the pigeon, yes, there's an equivalent, it's a sheep. طيب. What about, we mentioned also hyena. Yes, there's an equivalent. Hyena is also a sheep. So the pigeon, the equivalent is a sheep, and the hyena, the equivalent is a sheep. You might be saying, but Shaikh, how can we tell? Subhanallah, they had their own way. They based this on their rulings, and the similarity here, they had different ways to tell what is the equivalent of this animal or that animal. طيب. Now, let's reflect. If that's the case, what is the expiation? If the animal that was hunted had an equivalent, then we have three options. If that animal that was hunted has no equivalent, then we have two options. So if it has an equivalent, it's one of three things. Either slaughtering that equivalent and feeding it to the people of Haram. Any slaughter, by the way, when we talk about slaughter, it's slaughtering an animal and feeding it to the people of the Haram. And any feeding that we mentioned is feeding the people of Haram. طيب. That's why it's special to the matters of Hajj. طيب. So it's either slaughtering that animal and feeding it to the people of Haram. طيب. That's number one. Or he can evaluate that equivalent. So for an ostrich, the equivalent we mentioned is a camel. How much is it worth? We evaluate it. It's worth, for example, a certain amount of money. طيب. We buy dry food. And divide that dry food by into 1.25 kilogram portions, and we see how many poor people can we feed. Now we have the option of feeding those poor people, each one of them 1.25 kilograms, or fasting one day in the place of every poor person. طيب. If that animal that was hunted had no equivalent, then we do not slaughter the hunted animal, but we evaluate the hunted animal, and we have two options. We either buy with the amount of money, the evaluation, we either buy dry food and feed it to the poor people, just like we said, 1.25 kilograms of dry food for every poor person, so dates or rice, or we fast in the place of every poor person one day. طيب. As a general revision, let's look at the verse talking about this. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah Al-Ma'idah, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا تَقْتُلُوا الصَّيْدَ وَأَنْتُمْ حُرُمٌ. So do not kill game animals while you are in the state of Ihram. لا تقتلوا الصيد وأنتم حرم ومن قتله منكم متعمدا. طيب. What is the jaza? The penalty here فجزاء مثل ما قتل من النعم يحكم به ذوى عدل منكم هديا بالغ يحكم به ذوى عدل منكم. So the penalty for this is an equivalent of livestock, so of the animals that we have. So it's an equivalent. So that if it has an equivalent, the penalty is the equivalent, which is, for example, a camel, a cow, or a sheep. فجزاء مثل ما قتل. This is the equivalent. مثل ما قتل من النعم. طيب. مثل ما قتل من النعم. طيب. Who decides? يحكم به ذوى عدل منكم. Judged by two just men among you. طيب. Just man. That's why they said there's no one who is more just than the companions. That's why the fatwa of the companions was taken as an obligation. Any judgment made by the companions regarding these matters, regarding the animals, it is considered an obligation to take. يحكم به ذوى عدل منكم. And then he said هديا بالغ الكعبة. So this is the sacrifice. If it had an equivalent, we sacrifice this equivalent and fed to the people of the Haram. هديا بالغ الكعبة. And then هديا بالغ الكعبة أو كفارة طعام مساكين, or as an expiation, feeding the poor. طيب. How much? As we mentioned, 1.25 kilograms per poor person. أو عدل ذلك صياما ليذوق وبال أمره, or the equivalent of that in fasting. So what is the equivalent of that in fasting? We mentioned. So it's instead of every poor person, it is fasting one day. طيب. So this is category 2. We tried to explain it. We tried to re-explain it again. And yes, it's tricky. Yes, there are certain matters that are unclear. For example, what are types of animals that are that have no equivalent? We have like a statement of Ibn Abbas that said that states that birds, in terms of birds, any bird that is larger than a pigeon or smaller than a pigeon has no equivalent. So you know these small birds, what do you call them? So small birds, for example, if a person hunts it, it has no equivalent. It is evaluated, and we have one of two options. We either fast or we either feed. طيب. So here, what's important for you as a student of knowledge is to understand the matters. طيب, to understand how we got this conclusion, how we got this ruling, what is this based on, why is there a dispute regarding this. So this is for you to understand these matters. This is what's important for now. This is what is important for you for now. طيب. Now we move to a new category, category 3. Let's talk about category 3. Remember category 3, all three prohibited things that are related to women. طيب, what is the expiation for these things? So let's repeat them. The first one is marriage. Marriage, there's no expiation. So if a marriage contract was made in a state of ihram, it is considered invalid and there is no expiation. طيب, what about intimacy short of penetration? Intimacy short of penetration. So everything that occurs in terms of kissing or hugging or masturbation, anything that occurred between two or a person by himself. So all these things that are short of penetration, the expiation is a fidya. The expiation is a fidya. طيب. What about sexual penetration? Sexual penetration, as we mentioned, this is the most dangerous prohibition of all. Sexual penetration in Hajj, it might spoil your Hajj. When does it spoil your Hajj? Sexual penetration, if it occurred before the first tahallul. The first tahallul is the first removal of ihram. The first removal of ihram, we're talking about the actions of the 10th. So for a person to remove his ihram, he has to do 2 of 3 things of the actions of the 10th. So the three actions of the 10th is stoning of Jamrat al-Aqaba, doing Tawaf al-Ifada. In that order, it's stoning, then shaving, then Tawaf. So these 3 things. If a person does any of these 2, so for example, he shaved and he stoned, or he stoned and then he shaved, khalas, he can remove the ihram garment, and it is permissible for him to do all the prohibitions except the things mentioned in category 3. Except the things mentioned in category 3. And once this person goes and does the 3rd action, which is Tawaf and Sa'i, all things become permissible. So for us, so the first ihram, the first tahallul is doing any 2 actions of the actions of the 10th. And subhanAllah, the actions of the 10th we'll be talking about them by themselves, inshallah, in a different section. But here for us to understand what is the first tahallul. So if sexual penetration occurred before the first tahallul, then here is where the problem occurs. The following occur. The Hajj itself is spoiled. We do not say invalidated, we say spoiled. You know why? Because you must complete it. This person who did engage in sexual penetration, regardless if ejaculation occurred or not, as long as there was sexual penetration, he must complete the Hajj, even though it's spoiled. So it's not going to be counted for him as a Hajj, but as a punishment, he has to complete it. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ لِلَّهِ. Complete the Hajj and Umrah for Allah. So he has to complete the Hajj. That's number 1. Number 2, he must make it up. So he must make it up. So the Hajj is spoiled, it's not counted. Number 2, he has to complete it. Number 3, he has to make it up the year after, or if it was not possible the year after, the soonest, as soon as possible, whenever it is possible for him to perform Hajj, he must perform it because it's a makeup. He must perform it. طيب. He must perform it. And number 4, he must offer a camel. He must offer a camel. Of course, other than all these 4, he must repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He must repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, again, if it happened before the first tahallul, what happens? The Hajj is spoiled, meaning it is not counted for him. So if this was the Hajj of Islam, it's not going to be counted for him. Number 2, he must complete it. As in, if this occurred before the first tahallul, so let's say this occurred in Muzdalifah, after Arafah, he still has to go on the 10th and do all the actions, do Tawaf al-Ifada, Sa'i of Ifada, Sa'i of Hajj if he did not do it, do the stone, everything, all the actions of Hajj, he must complete them. طيب, is it counted for him as a Hajj? No, it's not. Subhanallah. And see this, you don't find something similar to this in all the other sections of fiqh. So he has to complete it. Number 3, he has to make it up. Yani the next year or the nearest possible, as soon as possible, when he has an opportunity to perform Hajj, he must go and perform Hajj and make up this Hajj. طيب, this make-up Hajj will be counted for him. طيب. So he has to make it up. And number 4, he has to offer a camel and not a sheep. طيب, he has to offer a camel. طيب, this, if it occurred before the first tahallul. Now be careful, when we say the first tahallul, the first removal of ihram, when is this? This is after completing 2 actions of the 3 actions of the 10th. I keep on repeating this information because it's good. Because some of you might come across this information using the timestamps. So they might not be aware of what are the 3 actions. So just repeating them, just saying. And for those who are just listening to them, may Allah aid you if you are listening to the whole thing, because you're serious and seeking knowledge. Repeating the piece of information is good revision for you. Because you keep on repeating it again and again, خلاص, it will be well established in your heart, inshallah. طيب, this is if it occurred before the first tahallul. What if the sexual penetration occurred after the first tahallul is done? After the first tahallul is done, alhamdulillah, the Hajj is secured. The Hajj is secured. طيب, what is on him? The Hajj is preserved. His Hajj is preserved. He needs to leave. Okay, the Hajj is preserved. And some madhabs, like the Hanbali madhab, they said, and if it occurred after the first tahallul, the Hajj is preserved, but he is required to offer a sheep. He is required to offer a sheep, and he needs to leave the haram to renew his ihram. But many of the scholars said this is not needed. Renewing the ihram is not needed. Some of them said he has to leave the limits of the haram, not the Meeqat. Remember, there's a difference between Meeqat and limits of haram. So if he's going to be Arafah, for example, is outside the limits of haram. Muzdalifah is inside the limits of haram. So some madhabs like the Hanbali madhab, they said that he is required to leave the limits of haram and enter in ihram again. Some madhab said this is not required. So this is a matter of dispute. And many of our scholars, based on this, some of them say that this has no sound proof. There is no sound proof that the ihram is removed. طيب. And we said he offers a sheep. So if sexual penetration occurred after the first tahallul, his Hajj is secured. طيب, no makeup is required, but of course it's a sin. Definitely it's a sin. He needs to repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the other thing is that some scholars said he needs to renew his ihram, leaving the limits of haram. He leaves the limits of haram, renews his ihram, and goes back in. طيب. Now, here there's a matter that scholars mentioned. Is there an excuse? We mentioned that some of the companions did not accept excuse of ignorance and unawareness in matters of sexual penetration. They did not differentiate the mustafti. So when a person would ask them a question, they would not say, were you aware of this or not? So some scholars used to say that there is the excuse of ignorance and unawareness is not valid in sexual penetration. طيب. Another matter here is that what if the woman was forced and she was asleep? Okay, we have to mention these things because certain rulings are based on this. Let's say a woman was asleep and the man came and he engaged in sexual intercourse with her. She was not aware, or she was forced. In this case, the woman, there is no obligation on her and she is excused. There's no expiation regarding her. So there is no expiation regarding this woman because she was forced into this and she was not even aware. A third matter that we want to mention regarding this, whenever we say that the expiation is a camel, if no camels were found, cows, or even if camels were found, cows may replace camels. So slaughtering a cow is equivalent of expiating a camel. But definitely, if you expiate a camel, definitely it's better. Inshallah, because that's the sunnah of the Messenger of Muhammad, or that was the ruling. Now, regarding prohibitions if they were repeated. طيب, if a prohibition of the same kind was repeated before the expiation was done, then one expiation suffices. طيب, then one expiation suffices, except for killing game animals. So if you kill two animals, then there are two expiations. You can't say, no, I'm going to do one expiation, it suffices. No, two expiations. So if one prohibition was repeated, let's say a person covered his head intentionally because of the heat, then he covered it again and again and again, different occasions in Hajj. But here and then, now he said, I want to do the expiation. How many sheep do I slaughter? Or now my question is to you, the one person who's listening. What is the expiation for covering the head? Do you remember? This is from category 1. Category 1, all these 5 actions have the same expiation, which is, yes, the Fidya. The Fidya is one of 3 things: slaughtering a sheep, or fasting 3 days. And we mentioned the fasting can be anywhere, or feeding 6 poor people. Each person is fed how much? Yes, 1.25 kilograms of dry food. طيب. So here, a person has a choice. Let's say, so this person, let's say he committed more than one prohibition. He covered his head many times, and now he wants to pay the expiation. We said, if he covered more than once, so this is a prohibition that is repeated, of the same kind. Be careful, it should be of the same kind. And he still did not do the expiation, so one expiation suffices. But if he did, for example, cover his head once, and then he paid the expiation, and then after a period of time he covered his head again, then another expiation is required. طيب. What about if different prohibitions were repeated? Yeah, for example, he covered his head and he applied perfume, or he covered his head and he wore form-fitted clothes. So he covered his head, for example, that's one thing, and then he wore some socks, or he wore a shirt. So these are two prohibitions. So each one has its own expiation. طيب. Each one has its own expiation. طيب. Now we will move to a new section, which is the actions of Hajj and Umrah. What are the actions of Hajj and Umrah? طيب. First of all, we'll talk about the actions of Umrah. What does Umrah consist of? Of course, many of you know Umrah consists of, first of all, an Ihram. What else? Tawaf and Sa'i. That's it. So it's an Ihram. These are the pillars, by the way. Ihram, Tawaf, Sa'i. طيب. And then after this, Ihram is removed by shaving or cutting the hair. So the Ihram stays even after completing the Tawaf. And after completing the Sa'i, the Ihram is still there. And the prohibited actions of Ihram still apply until the person shaves or cuts his hair. طيب. And when we spoke about cutting the hair, we said it's not just 1 or 2 hairs. It's cutting the hair from all sides of the head. طيب. What about the first Tawaf done in Mecca? Now for a person, let me remind you, what are the 3 types of worship? Yalla, you tell me. What are the 3 types of worship? Yes, it is Tamatu', Kiraan, and Ifraad. What is Tamatu'? Again, revision. Tamatu', doing a Umrah in the months of Hajj, completing it and then removing the Ihram. And then once the 8th comes, a person initiates Ihram for Hajj. Okay, or at the 9th, as the deadline, at the 9th, he does Ihram the 9th. طيب, what is Qiraan and Ifraad? Qiraan is to intend Umrah, is to intend Hajj only. Like, what is Qiraan? Qiraan is to intend Umrah and Hajj together by doing the actions of Hajj only. طيب. So the first Tawaf, what is the first Tawaf? طيب. As soon as a person reaches Mecca, if a person was doing Tamattu', so this is definitely going to do an Ihram of Umrah. He's going to do an Ihram of Umrah. So the first Tawaf is going to be what? Tawaf of Umrah for a person doing Tamattu'. طيب. What about a person in Ifraad or Qiraan? A person in Ifraad or Qiraan, the first Tawaf will be the Tawaf of Qudum. What is the ruling of Tawaf al-Qudum? Tawaf al-Qudum is preferred. Tawaf al-Qudum, it is preferred. طيب. But if a person wants to do the Sa'i later on, the Sa'i of Hajj, he must complete the Tawaf of al-Qudum. Tawaf al-Qudum. طيب. So this is the first, on arrival, the person doing Ifraad and Qiraan, the first Tawaf is going to be Tawaf al-Qudum. طيب. And if the person was in a state of Tamattu', the first Tawaf he's going to be doing is Tawaf of Umrah. طيب. What about the Sa'i? If a person was in Tamattu', after finishing Tawaf of Umrah, what is he going to be doing? Tawaf of Umrah, because he is going to do a complete Umrah. طيب. What about a person who's in a state of who intended Ifraad or Qiraan? The first Tawaf is Tawaf al-Qudum, which is a Sunnah Tawaf, but if he did perform it, then he is now able to perform the Sa'i of Hajj. The Sa'i of Hajj, okay? So, if he performs the Sa'i now, it will be considered the Sa'i of Hajj. It will be considered the Sa'i of Hajj. And of course, a person, so now they differ, is that after completing this Sa'i, the person who did Tamatu', what is he going to do? He's going to shave his head or cut his hair to remove Ihram. While a person in Ifraad or Qiraan, after doing this Sa'i, the Sa'i of Tamatu', the Sa'i of Hajj, he's going to stay in Ihram until completing all of the actions of Hajj. طيب? All of the actions of Hajj. طيب. Let's talk about Tawaf. Tawaf starts at the black stone. Where does it start? It starts at the black stone. Keeping the Kaaba on your left, circumambulating 7 times. طيب. Each round starts with the black stone and ends with it. The one doing Tamattu' will stop. Okay, here is the benefit. So remember we said a person will keep on engaging in Talbiyah. As soon as he enters Ihram, he will keep on saying Labbaik Allahumma Labbaik. طيب. Till when? If a person was doing Umrah, the Talbiyah will stop once he reaches the Kaaba. طيب. While a person who is doing Ifraad and Qiraan, the Talbiyah will continue until the stoning of Aqaba. Until the stoning of Aqaba. طيب. Afterwards, we're going to talk about طيب, what are some of the conditions of Tawaf. Conditions of Tawaf, they mentioned ritual purity, physical purity, covering up nakedness, and making a complete round around the Kaaba. Not crossing the Hijra or the Hijr, not crossing the Hijr, Hijr Ismail. You have to do, because Hijr Ismail is considered part of the Kaaba. It is considered part of the Kaaba. طيب, it is preferred to do the following: to uncover the right shoulder during Tawaf for men, to walk briskly with short steps in the first 3 rounds for men only. And for men who are with their families, with their wives, and he wants to stay with her, or with his daughter, he wants to stay with her to protect her, خلاص, يعني he may go on her pace. He might go with her pace. And if it was too crowded, it was not possible for you to walk briskly, خلاص, and لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. Saying Bismillah, Allahu Akbar whenever reaching the black stone. But when you start, say Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, and whenever you reach the black stone, you say Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. طيب, kissing the black stone at the start of every round, if it was possible. Or touching it with the hand and then kissing it, if it was possible. If not, then pointing to it. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. طيب, it is preferred to touch the Rukn al-Yamani, which is the corner before the black stone, every round. If you are not able to touch, you do not point to it. You do not point to it. طيب. Of the sunnahs also is to recite between Rukn al-Yamani and the black stone, the dua that the Messenger Muhammad told us, or the verse, رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. So you keep on reciting this verse from the Rukn al-Yaman all the way to the black stone. This is of the sunnahs. And then after you're done, you pray 2 units behind Maqam Ibrahim, if it was possible. If it was too crowded, you can pray these 2 units anywhere. طيب, you can pray these 2 units anywhere. طيب, of the matters that is preferred is to walk while performing Tawaf and not ride, for those who are able to walk. So if you're able to walk, it's better to walk. طيب, and this is the opinion of the majority. If a person was able to walk but decided to be pushed, and he decided to sit on a wheelchair and be pushed even though he's perfectly fine, does this mean his Tawaf is invalid? No, his Tawaf is valid. His Tawaf is valid. It is permissible. But definitely, but definitely it is better for him to walk. Now, in the opinion of the Hanbalis, they clearly say if a person was able to walk, but he did not, then his Tawaf is invalid. His Tawaf is invalid. But the majority say that, the Messenger Muhammad he did the Tawaf on a camel. So they said this is permissible. Doing Tawaf while riding is permissible. What about Nafel Tawaf? What if a person has finished his Umrah, he's staying in Mecca, he wants to do Nafel Tawaf? Is Tawaf a standalone worship? Yes. As opposed to Sa'i, Sa'i is never a standalone worship, but Tawaf can be a standalone worship. If you have finished your Umrah, you can go and go around the Kaaba طيب, as a worship. Each worship is 7 rounds. So when you go 7 rounds around the Kaaba, this is considered one worship of Tawaf. طيب, is there a sunnah of praying 2 units after every after circumambulating 7 times around after going 7 rounds around the Kaaba? Yes. After every 7 rounds, it is a sunnah also to pray 2 units. So what you can do is that you do 7 rounds around the Kaaba and then pray 2 units. And then you want to do again, you can go 7 rounds around the Kaaba and then pray 2 units. So this is also preferred. This is a worship of Nafel you can do while in Kaaba, while in Mecca. Now, there's an important matter that I want to discuss. I did not mention it of the conditions of Tawaf, but it's a serious matter, which is continuity, muala. Is continuity a condition of Tawaf or is it not? طيب. We know that the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, "At-tawafu bil-bayti salah." At-tawafu bil-bayti salah. From this hadith, the scholars have deducted that of the conditions of Tawaf is tahara, correct? But also in salah, of the conditions of salah is continuity. So they said that the actions of Tawaf should be continuous. Yani there should not be long pauses in Tawaf. So where is the issue? What if you went to the toilet? And we know that going to the toilet, not even in outside the seasons of worship, it takes time. So, and it's a long pause. So based on the opinion of many of the scholars, like the Hanbali madhab and the Maliki madhab, then your Tawaf is invalidated and you have to start again. You have to repeat all of your Tawaf. Yes, there are some other madhabs like the Shafi'i madhab and the Hanafi madhab, which says, that continuity here is a sunnah. But, as an advice, if somebody would ask me, would you consider continuity here a condition? I would say, look, the dispute among the scholars regarding this matter, it's not an easy dispute. And you want what is the safest opinion regarding your worship. My advice, before doing Tawaf, go to the toilet, make sure that you're ready for Tawaf, and then start your Tawaf. So that you do not, so that there won't be any gaps in your Tawaf, so that you won't have long pauses in your Tawaf that will affect the validity of your Tawaf. So, my advice is, if it happens that you needed to go to the toilet, come back and repeat all of your Tawaf. You might be saying, Shaykh, this is a bit harsh. Wallahi, this is a big dispute among the scholars. Not only this, it affects one of the most important things. Imagine if it was Tawaf al-Ifada of Hajj. So your whole Ihram depends on this. So definitely go for the safest opinion. Go to the toilet before engaging in Tawaf and then do your Tawaf so that you're sure that you won't cut your Tawaf. طيب. This is very important. So would I say it's a condition of Tawaf? I would say that I'm likely to lean on the opinion that says that it is a condition of Tawaf, which is the Maliki and Hanbali madhab. Because it's the safest opinion. Anyway, these matters, and we choose the safest opinion. We want to secure our worship. Wallahu alam. So if you want to go and do Tawaf, make sure that you go to the toilet before that and that you do not cut your Tawaf. طيب. Yes, there's another opinion, but this is, Wallahu alam, the safest opinion regarding this matter. Now, let's talk about Sa'i. The Sa'i starts with the hill of As-Safa. So you might enter, so it starts with the hill of Safa, طيب. And then walking to the hill of Al-Marwa, climbing it. This is considered 1 lap. Going back to Al-Safa is another lap, for a total of 7 laps. But what are the preferred actions for Sa'i? Preferred actions for Sa'i is ritual purification. It is preferred. So unlike Tawaf, for example, in Tawaf, what did we say? Ritual purification is what? Is a condition. While here in Sa'i, it is preferred. It is considered preferred. طيب. Reciting the supplication at the start of every lap is also preferred. The supplication will explain now, inshallah. And number 3, walking briskly between the green marks. You'll find that there are green marks, everyone is rushing. These green marks, it is preferred for men only to walk briskly between these 2 green marks. And again, if you're with your family, you're all going with the same pace, or you're with your mother, or with an old person, and you're trying to be with them, to go on their pace. You can use, this is preferred anyways. So you can just go on the same pace as this person. Go on the same pace as this person. Inshallah, this is permissible because this is mustahab. This is mustahab to do. But if you're able to do it, then definitely go ahead. Now we mentioned that there's a supplication. What is the supplication? First of all, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he mounted the Jabal of Safa, he said, "Nabda bima bada Allahu bih." We start with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala started. Then he recited the verse, "Inna as-safa wal marwata min sha'airillah." طيب فمن حج البيت واعتمر فلا جناح عليه أن يطوف بهما. طيب, and then he'd face the Kaaba. He'd face the Kaaba and say, "La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar." And then he say, "La ilaha illallah wahda, la ilaha illallah," or we say, "La ilaha illallah لا شريك له لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وهزم الأحزاب وحده." أنجز وعده, this is what it is, أنجز وعده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وهزم الأحزاب وحده. And then you raise your hands, you're facing the Kaaba, and you start supplicating, asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for whatever you want. And this is a time for dua. All these places where you should do dua, don't say, "I did a lot of dua." No, make best of these opportunities because you're going to leave this place. And these sunnahs, the Messenger Muhammad made these dua in these places because it's important. And it's a great worship for your heart, and you're really seeking aid from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for all of your matters, worldly matters and matters of the akhirah. So you raise your hands and you engage in dua. Once you're done, you do the same thing. لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك له الحمد لله كل شيء قدير لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وهزم الأحزاب وحده. Again, you engage in dua. You're done, you do this the same, you do it for a third time. لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك له الحمد لله كل شيء قدير لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وهزم الأحزاب وحده. Once you're done, you start your sa'i. You go all the way to the next lap. So this is you start the dua, and then after you're done 3 times, this is sunnah of course. After you're done 3 times, you start your sa'i to al-marwa. So this is considered 1 lap. And then once you reach marwa, you do the same thing. So before every sa'i, before every lap between Safa and Marwa, you do the dua. So once you're done, on the 7th, you'll be, so starting at Safa, going to Marwa, that's 1. Marwa to Safa, that's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You'll end up in Marwa. طيب. Now once you finish the 7th, خلاص, you are done. And now you walk to the exit. And chances are walking to the exit, you'll have to go back to Safa again. Okay, now we will talk about the methodology of Hajj, how to perform Hajj. طيب, when does Hajj start? It is preferred to enter the Ihram for Hajj for those who are doing Tamatu, obviously. Those who are on Ifraad or Kiraan are already in the state of Ihram. Remember, we said the ones who are doing Tamatu will finish their Umrah and leave Ihram. And then they'll initiate Ihram on the 8th. طيب. But for those who are on state of Ifraad or Qur'an, they're already on their Ihram of Hajj. طيب. So for those who are not on the Ihram, it is preferred to start your Ihram on the 8th. When to do it? On Duha time. And then to pray Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, Isha, shortened without combining them, then and sleep over in Mina. طيب. Then to go Mina and initiate your Ihram for Hajj, for those who are not at the Ihram of Hajj, and to pray all these prayers shortened in Mina. So staying in Mina for the 8th is Sunnah. It is a Sunnah. It's not an obligation. It is Sunnah. So if your group decides to stay in Mina on the night before Arafah, this is the Sunnah. Jazakumullah khair. If they didn't, they left the Sunnah. So don't worry. طيب. But make sure that you initiate your Ihram for the 9th. Why? Because the 9th is Arafah. طيب, let's talk about the 9th. And there are special rulings regarding the 9th, so pay attention. On the 9th, or the details we'll explain the details later. Now we're just going to mention the methodology. طيب, the 9th starts. On the 9th, one should head to Arafah. There it is preferable to join Dhuhr and Asr prayers while shortening them. So Dhuhr and Asr are prayed together, joined. طيب, at this time of Dhuhr طبعا. And then there'll be the khutbah of Arafah. And then once the khutbah is over, now is the time of worship. Now is the best time. This could be the best day of your life, the most important day of your life actually. Because the day of Arafah is a day of worship. The Messenger Muhammad ﷺ continuously made dua on that day all the way until sunset. So engage in worship until sunset. And here I just want to tell you what the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ did. The Messenger Muhammad ﷺ prayed Dhuhr and Asr and then gave them a khutbah. Prayed Dhuhr and Asr in Jama'ah with the people and then gave a khutbah. After the khutbah, he alayhi salatu wassalam, after that time, he faced the, remember, he engaged in dua and then he continued engaging in dua all the way until sunset. Scholars have said, some of the scholars said, okay, praying Dhuhr and Asr and doing the khutbah, this took him maybe 1 hour. Maybe he then continued to engage in dua for 5 continuous hours. 5 continuous hours doing dua, alayhi salatu wasalam, on the day of Arafah. That's why the Messenger Muhammad has said, خير الدعاء دعاء يوم عرفة. خير الدعاء دعاء يوم عرفة. The best dua is the dua of the day of Arafah. Not only that, the Messenger Muhammad was holding the rope of his camel. He was riding on his camel. He was on his camel riding. He was holding the rope. On one occasion, he was holding the rope with one hand and still raising the other. So he was raising both hands. And then on one occasion, he took the rope with one hand. He kept raising the other. Look at how important that day is. Look at how important every moment is for the Messenger Muhammad for Arafah. My advice, as soon as you finish Dhuhr and Asr, and as soon as the khutbah finishes, do not engage in conversation and make the best of dua. Try to engage in dua as much as possible. The Messenger Muhammad, you know why? The Messenger Muhammad said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says on that day to the angels, look at my servants, look at my worshippers. They came to me from all places, from all ends of the world. And then he said to the angels that I have forgiven them. I have forgiven all of their sins. And the Messenger Muhammad said that ما من يوم أكثر من أن يعتق الله فيه عبد من النار من يوم عرفة. So there is no day that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala frees necks from hellfire than Arafah. Arafah is the greatest of days. Allah frees more necks in Arafah than any other day. Subhanallah. And this is definitely for the people of Arafah. Those people in Arafat, people there in Mecca. Yes, some scholars said, inshallah, the people outside Arafah who did not perform Hajj will get some of these virtues. There is still some virtues in that day. But it's disputable. Inshallah, there is. But for the people of Arafah, definitely, they're going to get so many blessings. And from experience, those who went and made dua in Arafah, they will all tell you that the things are just unexplainable. The blessings that they got, what they felt in their hearts is something just like Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah has mentioned that what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts in the hearts on that day for those people in Arafah is something that the tongue cannot describe. تعجز عنه الألسن. The tongues cannot describe what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends down on the hearts on that day. It is the most important day of your life. The whole point of Hajj, one of the most important things is worship of Arafah. So do not lose out on this opportunity. And again, I repeat, my advice, as soon as you finish your prayer, you finish the khutbah, do not engage in anything, make best of your dua. Maybe 1 hour, 2 hours, because if you get tired, at least you can rest. But if you preoccupy yourself with other things, the time will just go real quick. And you might be preoccupied with this person, that person, this person is asking about this, and then you might need to use the toilet, it's crowded, this and that, there's food. You might forget yourself and lose out on all the important virtues. And don't be with the people. Everyone should be by himself and engaging in dua. Don't stay with your friends, chit-chat and talk. You have time for this later. Now is Arafah, now is the best hours of your life. Make best of them. Even in Laylat al-Qadr, we don't know which night is night of the Qadr. But in Arafah, it's known. Khalas, these 5 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, they are fixed, they are known. Make best of these hours. طيب. After Arafah, as soon as the sun sets, now we go to another place, which is Muzdalifah. Of course, we do not pray Maghrib in Arafah. We go to Muzdalifah. In Muzdalifah, we pray Maghrib and Isha joined and shortened. By staying there at least until midnight, because some of the madhabs, as we're going to say, that it's an obligation to stay until midnight. So for those who are going to stay until midnight, they can leave and go to Mina. While the sunnah is which is preferred to stay and sleep over and pray Fajr in Muzdalifah طيب. Now, for those who are going to go after midnight, this is an important advice. For those who are going to leave after midnight, do not miss out on the dua. You might be saying, Shaykh, the dua and dhikr is in Mash'ar al-Haram. Mash'ar al-Haram is Muzdalifah. طيب, is for those who are going to stay after Fajr. That's not true. In Sahih al-Bukhari, Ibn Umar used to engage in dua and dhikr for some time before leaving in midnight. So if you're going to leave in midnight, don't just leave for Mina to do your Tawaf and to do your other worships. No. Engage in some dhikr. Do some dhikr, 10 minutes, at least what you can do. Do what you can do in terms of dhikr and remember, so that you can apply the sunnah and everything. So that you can apply the sunnah in all of your actions. And then you can go to Mina and continue the actions of the 10th. Okay. So this is the 9th. Now, for those who are going to stay and pray Fajr there in Muzdalifah, after praying Fajr, you should engage in remembrance. Engage in remembrance until until the sky is lit. Until the sky is lit. Before sunrise, definitely before sunrise. So maybe 30 minutes before sunrise, 30 to 40 minutes, depends on the timing. 30 minutes, 25 minutes. Once you see that the sun is lit, خلاص, you start walking and going to Mina. You start walking going to Mina. طيب. Now, in Mina, this is the 10th. Of course, the 10th for those outside Mecca, it is the day of Eid. It is the day of Eid. For those in Mina, for those who are in Muzdalifah now going to Mina, this is the day where most of the actions of Hajj are done. طيب, what are the actions of Hajj that are done on the 10th? Stoning, rami, طيب, shaving or cutting your hair, halq, nahr for those who are required to slaughter, for example, who is doing Tamatu or Kiraan, they are required to slaughter. And number 4, Tawaf of Ifada. Tawaf of Ifada, which is the Tawaf of Hajj. The Tawaf of Hajj. And for those who did not perform the Sa'i of Hajj, which group did not perform the Sa'i of Hajj? Do you remember? Yes, those who did Ifraad and Qur'an, they already did the Sa'i of Hajj. While those who did Tamatu', they still did not do the Sa'i of Hajj. So they are the ones who are going to do Tawaf of Hajj and Sa'i of Hajj. While those who have completed the Sa'i of Hajj, once they did the Tawaf al-Qudum, which are those who did Ifraad and Qur'an, they do not require to do Sa'i of Hajj. So as soon as they finish the Tawaf of Hajj, then khalas, they can remove all the Ihram. طيب. Of course, given that they have done all 3 actions of the 10th. So after completing any 2 of the 3 worships, the first tahallul occurs. طيب, what does the first tahallul entail? All the prohibited actions of Ihram are now permissible. All the actions. So applying perfume, covering the head, wearing form-fitted clothes, all of this is permissible, except for one thing. Except for the things mentioned in category 3. What are the things mentioned in category 3? 3 things. Marriage contract, intimacy short of penetration, and sexual penetration. All these 3 are still prohibited. But when are they removed? When is this ihram removed? This ihram is removed after completing all 4 worships. So stoning, shaving, tawaf, and sa'i. If all this is done, then a person removes the ihram completely and everything is permissible for him. Now, we said that the 10th is also the starting time for tamattu' slaughter, Qiraan and tamattu'. It is the time from the time of slaughter starts from the 10th and ends with the days of Tashriq. طيب. So the time of slaughter is usually you buy coupons طيب, for Hadi, and they're going to do the slaughter on your behalf. Now the time for you to know, the time starts from the 10th طيب, from the 10th all the way to the end of the days of Tashriq. What are the days of Tashriq? The days of Tashriq are the 11th, 12th, and 13th. These are called the days of Tashriq. So the slaughter starts at the 10th and ends at the days of Tashriq. طيب. So for those who can afford it, this is their time to do the slaughter. طيب, if they cannot afford it, then one should fast 3 days while in the worship of Hajj and 7 days after returning to his home country. طيب, let me explain it here. I will be explaining it later. But what are the 3 days in Hajj? So 3 days in Hajj, scholars differed. Some scholars said for those with Tamatu, as soon as they engaged in Tamatu, the Ihram for Umrah, they can start fasting. Most of the scholars said once he initiate Ihram for Hajj, once he initiate the Ihram for Hajj, he may start the fast. So for those, for example, the days of Tashriq are days permissible to fast. The 7th is permissible to, if you started, you initiated your Ihram, or if you did Kiraan and Ifraad, maybe you started your Ihram from the 1st of the Hijjah. Any day you can fast, any day of these days before Eid, or even after, even the days of Tashriq. But make sure you do them before the end of this worship. When is the end of the worship? They said at the end of the days of Tashriq. Wallahu a'lam. طيب. There's a matter here that maybe I forgot to mention, which is when fasting, it's not necessarily for them to be consecutive. Like, we don't need them to be consecutive. So if you did your Ihram for Hajj on the 1st of the Hijjah, for example, you can fast on the 3rd, and then on the 5th, and then on the 6th, no problem. طيب, another matter is, do not fast the day of Arafah. It is disliked because it's sunnah to not to fast on the day of Arafah. And it's definitely haram to fast on the day of Eid. So the 10th, you don't fast the 10th, and you don't fast the 9th. The days of Tashriq, you're not allowed to fast the days of Tashriq if you're outside what's called Mecca, as if you're not engaging in the worship of Hajj. For those engaging in the worship of Hajj, and they cannot afford the hadi, the slaughter, then they may fast even the days of Tashriq, no problem. طيب. So it's okay, they can fast the days of Tashriq, or they can fast before that, as long as they are in the worship of Hajj. And we mentioned the other opinions that once he initiated the Ihram of Tamattu', he may also fast these days. طيب. Another matter here that I want to mention is there a choice? Yani, is it you either fast or you slaughter? No, it is a slaughter. The slaughter is obligated on you. If you cannot afford it, then you fast. Because some people say, "Khalas, I don't want to buy a slaughter. I don't want to buy a sacrificial animal. I'll just fast." No, there's no choice here. You have to slaughter. If you could not afford, then we say fast 3 days. Of course, 3 days in Hajj, and 7 days once you go back to your home country, you can fast them any days. It's not necessarily for them to be consecutive. طيب, now we're going to talk about the actions of the days of Tashriq. What are the days of Tashriq? The days of Tashriq are the 11th, 12th, and 13th of Dhul Hijjah. They are considered the days of Tashriq. Now, in the days of Tashriq, one must stay overnight in Mina. So in these nights, you have to stay in Mina. You must stay in Mina in the 11th, 12th, and 13th. Remember on the 8th, we said the night before Arafah, we said it's preferable to stay in Mina. Okay, it's preferable to stay in Mina. It's not an obligation. But here, staying in the nights of Tashriq, staying in Mina in the nights of Tashriq, which is the 11th, 12th, and 13th, is an obligation. It is an obligation. طيب. Now, of the actions of the days of Tashriq is stoning of Jamrat al-Aqaba. Stoning of Jamrat al-Aqaba. Stoning of Jamrat al-Aqaba starts at noon. طيب, it starts at noon and ends at Fajr. So, in the 11th, once noon, so at the time of Dhuhr starts, you can go and do the stoning. طيب, you have all the way until Fajr. Of course, if you can do it before Maghrib, it's better. But if you're not able, you have all the way until Fajr. At Fajr, you're not allowed to stone until noon again. طيب, what is the order of stoning? You start with the Sughra, then Wusta, then Kubra, which is the Kubra is the Aqaba. Each one with 7 pebbles, saying Allahu Akbar with every throw, and then supplicating after finishing the Sughra and Wusta, but not the Kubra. So you start with the Sughra, 7 stones saying Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. After you finish, you go aside and you start doing dua. And then after wusta, you do the same thing. But after finishing kubra, there is no dua. There is no dua. Allahu Alam. Now, as we mentioned, the stoning must be done after noon. It is preferred to stone the 3 pillars every day in these 3 days. So now we know that on these 3 days, 11th, 12th, and 13th, these are days where we go and do the stoning. But the question is it a must to do them in these 3 days? Well, it's a must to do them in these 3 days, but should they be done in every day? No. Every day, of course, it's preferred that on the 11th, for example, you do the stoning of the 11th. On the 12th, you do the stoning of the 12th. On the 13th, you do the stoning of the 13th. Yani in the 11th, you go and you stone the sughra, seven pebbles. And then the wusta, 7 pebbles. And then the kubra or the aqaba, 7 pebbles. Okay. And then the next day on the 12th, you do the same thing. On the 13th, if you're going to stay for the 13th, you do the same thing. This is preferred. This is the sunnah. Like, what if a person did not do the stoning of these 3 days and he left it all the way to the 13th? Is this permissible? Yes, it is permissible. Is there any expiation? No expiation is required. Yani, for example, on the 13th, you decided to do the stoning of the 11th and 12th. Is this permissible? Shaykh, you're sure? Yes, it's okay. No problem. But what do you do? After noon, after dhuhr time, you go, for example, to the sughra. Now you intend that this is for the 11th. You throw it 7 times, the sughra. And then you do the wusta, and then you do the kubra. This is for the 11th. And then you go back to the sughra. Again, you start with the sughra, then wusta, then kubra. This is for the 12th. And then for the 13th, you do the same thing. Sughra, wusta, kubra. Okay, hope this is clear. So the stoning can be done on the 13th, but definitely you have missed the sunnah, but no expiation is required. But no expiation is required. Now pay attention. Be careful. The stoning of the 13th ends at Maghrib. Even if you have one more stone, one more pebble that you did not throw, and the adhan of Maghrib starts, you have missed the worship of stoning. All of the worship of stoning is missed. And you have missed an obligation, and you're required to expiate. An expiation is required, so you have to slaughter. Again, I repeat, we said on the days of Tashriq, 11th, 12th, and 13th, these are days for stoning. طيب. Let's say that you did not stone on the 11th, but you stoned on the 12th for the 11th and 12th. This is permissible. And then on the 13th, you wanted to do the stoning. No problem. But make sure that you finish all of your stoning before the Maghrib of the 13th. Maghrib of the 13th, because the days of Tashriq will end with Maghrib of the 13th. This is the whole point, and you have to do them in the days of Tashriq. This is one matter. Another matter is on the 12th. If, let's say, you did the stoning of the 11th and 12th on the day of 12th, and you did them after Maghrib. Now, this is my question. I'm testing you. What if on the 12th, you did the stoning of the 11th and 12th? Can you do it after Maghrib? Yes or no? Yes, it's still in the days of Tashriq. You can do the stoning of the 11th and 12th on the day of 12th or even after Maghrib because you're still in the days of Tashriq. طيب. Because Maghrib of the 13th, we are no longer in the days of Tashriq. Get my point? It's not because it's not permissible to stone after Maghrib, because we choose the opinion that we can do the stoning all the way until Fajr. طيب. And after Fajr, we say it's not permissible all the way until sunset. All the way until noon. All the way until noon. طيب. This is one matter. Now, another matter that I want to discuss. What about if you did not do the stoning of Aqaba? For argument's sake, you were sick or something happened and you did not do the stoning of Aqaba. So the stoning of the 10th, which is stoning of Aqaba. And you did not do the stoning of Tashriq, the days of Tashriq. And you left them all the way until sunset of the 13th. What do you have to do? One expiation. Because all of this is included as one worship. Wallahu alam. As one worship. طيب. What if you delayed the stoning of Aqaba and you try to do it all on the 13th? Is this allowed? Yes. طب how do you do it? What is the order? First you do the stoning of Aqaba by itself. And then you start the stoning of the 11th. Sughra, Wusta, Kubra. And then the stoning of the 12th, صغرى وسطى كبرى. And then the stoning of the 13th, صغرى وسطى كبرى. طيب, and then you're done. Alhamdulillah, you have done the worship of stoning of the days of Tashriq. Now, those who want to leave on the 12th, they must complete the stoning of 2 days. So if you're going to leave on the 12th, you have to complete the stoning of the 10th, of course, the Aqaba, the 11th, which is the Wusta Sughra Aqaba Kubra, and the 12th, which is Sughra Wusta Aqaba. Again, you complete this before traveling. And before traveling, of course, you have to do your farewell tawaf before leaving Mecca. And you must leave before sunset. You must leave before sunset. And there should not be a delay after the tawaf. So the tawaf should be your final action. But if you were waiting, for example, for the bus, and you packed your bags and you're waiting in the lobby, this is not in your power. Or there was traffic, this is not in your power. Khalas, inshallah, this is your pardon for this. But if you stayed until sunset, then you must, if you're going to be staying if you stayed until sunset, so you stayed for the 13th, then here you have to go and do the stoning of the 13th. And then do the tawaf, the farewell tawaf again. So if you did the farewell tawaf, but then you decided to stay for one more day, you still have to go and do the stoning of the 13th, and you have to do the farewell tawaf again. طيب, you have to do the farewell tawaf again. So the farewell tawaf, of course, is an obligation. But the woman in her menses is exempted from it. So a woman in her menses, she is exempted from the tawaf of wada, tawaf al-wada, which is the farewell tawaf. Now there's a matter here that I want to discuss. Can a person defer the tawaf of the farewell tawaf and the tawaf of Hajj and do them together? Remember, tawaf al-Hajj is supposed to be on the 10th. Let's say you did not do the tawaf of Hajj on the 10th and you delayed it all the way until, for example, you stayed in Mecca. After the 13th, you did the stoning and everything, but you stayed for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in Mecca after Hajj. You still did not do the tawaf of Hajj. Of course, you did not remove your ihram completely. You had the first ihram, you removed the first ihram, so the first tahallul is done. But the second tahallul, which is, giving you permissibility for category 3, is still not removed. Can you do both ihrams? Can you do both tawafs together? Yes, you may do both tawafs together. It is permissible to do both tawafs together. To do one tawaf intending tawaf al-Hajj, and this will suffice you for tawaf al-wada'. Wallahu a'lam. Inshallah, now we will talk, inshallah, about the pillars of Hajj, taking it pillar by pillar and discussing all the rulings regarding them. Let's start with the ihram. First of all, what are the pillars of Hajj? Okay, I'll make it easy for you. It is the same as the pillars of Umrah, but you add to it one thing. What is it? It is the wuquf in Arafah. So the pillars of Hajj are 4. Ihram, wuquf bi Arafah, same in that order, Tawaf and Sa'i. So Ihram, which is known, wuquf bi Arafah, standing in Arafah for a moment of time, Tawaf of Hajj, and Sa'i of Hajj. These 4 things. طيب, what about the Ihram? The Ihram here is to initiate the Ihram. So if a person initiated the Ihram, he has done the pillar. But of course, we have discussed before that the obligation of Ihram is to do it at the Meeqat or before the Meeqat. Remember when we discussed the matters of Meeqat? This is the start of the video, right? So this is what I'm saying, all the matters of Hajj are just connected. So of the pillars of Hajj is to be in Ihram. Of the pillars of Hajj is to be in Ihram. But the obligation is to perform this Ihram at the Meeqat or before it. As discussed before, Ihram, of course we mentioned this, that it should be before passing the Meeqat. What if someone passed the Meeqat and then he initiated the Ihram? Is this permissible? We said it will suffice him in terms of achieving the pillar, Ihram, but an obligation was left. So what is required from this person is an expiation, slaughter. What is the next rukn that we have? The next pillar that we have is standing in Arafah for a moment of time. Standing in Arafah. So the pillar is achieved by standing for a moment in the area of Arafah. Look, for one moment. If a person just stepped on Arafah and then went back, even if he was unaware, Aslan, where Arafah is, he's looking for Arafah, he's going left and right, but he did pass by Arafah for one moment of time, then he has achieved the pillar of Arafah. طيب. What we mentioned regarding standing up and doing dua, this is all preferred. This is the whole point of Hajj, Aslan, to do this dua. But if you missed this, you missed the sunnah. You missed the sunnah. So if a person stood there for one moment of time, he has achieved the pillar. Be careful, achieve the pillar. When we talk about the obligation, there's something different here. So the standing time for Arafah, when does it start? It starts from noon, and from dhuhr time. As soon as dhuhr time starts, this is the time to stand for Arafah. So if a person stood there in Arafah for Arafah before dhuhr, by the way, this is the opinion of the majority. This is the opinion of the majority, khilafan lil Hanabila, opposed to the Hanbali madhab. They said, Hanbali madhab said any time during the day is also included. So before noon, Hanbali madhab said you have achieved the pillar. But here, be safe for your Hajj. You must stay after noon. You must stand after noon, after dhuhr time. So once dhuhr time starts, now is the time for standing in Arafah. طيب. So the opinion, as we mentioned, the starting time for Arafah is after dhuhr time of the 9th. But you might say, but why is this, Shaykh? Is there any evidence? Yes, because the Messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, did not enter Arafah except at the start of dhuhr time. Before that, he was in his tent. There was a tent for him outside the limits of Arafah, and he stayed. He waited for dhuhr time. When dhuhr time came, he prayed dhuhr and asr, combined and shortened, and then gave the sermon of Arafah. طيب. So he did not enter Arafah except after dhuhr time. طيب. The Messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, was keen on making the best of the opportunity of Arafah. Yet he did not start his worship dua except after dhuhr time. So if the time of Arafah started before dhuhr, he would have made best of this opportunity. But since this is not a time of worship, he alayhi salatu wasalam did not enter Arafah except after dhuhr time. طيب. So we discussed the entrance time. When does Arafah start? طيب, when does it end? Arafah ends with the dawn of the 10th. So the time of Fajr Adhan of the 10th. So Arafah, the timing of Arafah starts from noon, dhuhr time of the 9th, all the way till the Fajr Adhan of the 10th. All the way till the Fajr Adhan of the 10th. طيب. So if a person was there again for a moment of time, طيب, in Arafah, from Fajr Adhan, from Dhuhr Adhan of the 9th, all the way to Fajr Adhan of the 10th, for a moment of time, he has achieved the pillar. طيب. Now, the only condition here for a person being in Arafah, for it to be counted, is for him to be sane. طيب, what if he was asleep? And he was asleep in a car, they drove him to Arafah, and they drove him back. Does this count? Yes. Some people, subhanAllah, they might be in a car accident, or they might be in the hospital, and during the night before Fajr Adhan, they say this person is in Ihram, you don't want him to miss Hajj. See, they might take him in a car, and they might drive him to Arafah for a moment of time. They just pass by the limits of Arafah and go back. This person, even if he was asleep, even as long as he's sane, even if he was asleep, then this person has achieved the pillar of Arafah. You might be saying, where is the intention? The intention is Ihram. The Ihram is done. But that's why I keep on saying, if your Ihram is good, if you understood the matters of Ihram, which are a lot, then alhamdulillah, you'll make your life easy. So if his Ihram was proper, even if he passed by Arafah for one moment, then this is considered that he has achieved the pillar of standing in Arafah. طيب, is it required for a person to be on tahara? Is it required for a woman to be pure from menses? No. A woman in her menses can also stand in Arafah. طيب, a person not doing wudu or even in janaba can still stand in Arafah. طيب, so purity is not a condition. طيب, we said if a person was there for a moment from dhuhr time, from dhuhr adhan of the 9th all the way to Fajr of the 10th, then the pillar is achieved. This is achieving the pillar. But what about achieving the obligation? The obligation is to stay there for a moment of time after sunset. After sunset. So if he was in Arafah, طيب, for example, Asr time, and he stayed all the way to Maghrib, he has achieved both the pillar and obligation. طيب, if he was there at Asr time, but then he left to Muzdalifah before sunset, he has achieved the pillar only and not the obligation. طيب, what about after Maghrib? After Maghrib, if he stood there for a moment, it suffices him for both the obligation and the pillar. So, the best thing to do, if it's during the day, you have to stay there until sunset. Make sure that you're there after sunset. If it was, if you were coming there after Maghrib, it's still valid because we said all the way until Fajr of the 10th. If you're going there on the 9th after Maghrib, خلاص, for a moment of time you have achieved both the obligation and the pillar. طيب, now we go to Tawaf of Hajj. The Tawaf of Hajj is the Tawaf of Ifraad. طيب, it's called the Tawaf of Ifraad and it's called the Tawaf of Hajj. Now, for those coming to Mecca, we mentioned this. If a person was in Kiraan or for those in Qur'an or Ifraad, the first tawaf that they do once they enter Mecca is, what is it called? We mentioned this. It's called Tawaf al-Qudum. This is something else. This is Sunnah Tawaf. But the Tawaf of Hajj is the Tawaf after the 10th. طيب, a condition of validity for this Tawaf is for the person to have achieved the pillar of Arafah. So you cannot go and do the Tawaf of Hajj unless you have stood in Arafah. So if you stood in Arafah on the 9th, طيب, and then in Muzdalifah you stayed until midnight, and then you went to do the Tawaf, it is a valid Tawaf. It is considered a valid Tawaf. So standing, okay, so this is the condition for a valid Tawaf. Now when does this Tawaf start? It starts from midnight of the 10th. Why is it midnight of the 10th? Because remember we said midnight of the 10th. 10th is Muzdalifah. We're going to be in Muzdalifah. Midnight of the 10th is where people are allowed to leave Muzdalifah to go to Mina. So if a person stayed there in Muzdalifah until midnight, they can go and do the Tawaf without any issues. طيب, this is the starting time of Tawaf. Now, my question here, there's a tricky matter here. When is the end time of Tawaf? So when is the end time of Tawaf al-Ifada, the Tawaf of Hajj? You can delay it till when? Do you know? There is no end time. They said there is no end time for Tawaf al-Ifada. So this Tawaf has no end time. Even if it was delayed for months, even years, imagine, years, it can still be delayed. Subhanallah. It is still considered valid. So if a person, let's say he did not do the Tawaf of Hajj, and he traveled, and he stayed there for months, and then he came back, and then he did his Tawaf, is this still valid? Yes. But don't forget, before finishing the Tawaf of Hajj, he's going to be in a state of Ihram. State of Ihram, not full Ihram, but partial Ihram, which is Ihram from category 3. So he cannot get married, no intimacy short of penetration, and no sexual penetration until he finishes the Ihram of Hajj. طيب, and we mentioned there is no end time for the Ihram for the Tawaf of Hajj. طيب. Now, he is still on. طيب, if there are two points regarding this matter. So there are two important points regarding this matter. They said it is a sin to delay it after the month of Dhul Hijjah. So some scholars might say after the month of Dhul Hijjah it is considered haram. But is there an expiation? No expiation is required. So there's no expiation required, even if you delay it until after Dhul Hijjah. طيب. Now, it's more rewarding to do it on the 10th. The other point is that it is more rewarding to do it on the 10th. Why is that? Because the 10th is going to be what? The 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. It's going to be in the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. So if the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah, of course, worship done on these 10 days is more rewarding than any worship done on any other day. So if you do your Tawaf al-Ifada on the 10th, definitely is going to be more rewarding. Just like the stoning of Aqaba. You can do it on the 10th or you can delay it. But doing it on the 10th is more rewarding. And don't forget that the actions of the 10th, you do need, at least for you to remove your Ihram, if you wanted to remove your Ihram, you need to do 2 actions of the 3 actions. What are the 3 actions? the رمي جمرة العقبة, الحلق والتقصير, shaving or cutting your hair. Number 3, Tawaf al-Ifada. If you do any of these two, you can remove, you can do, now you can do the first tahallul, which is removal of Ihram, the physical Ihram, and everything is permissible for you except what is in category 3. I know I repeated this so many times, but it's good revision for you. And chances are some people might just push the timestamp and miss out on this information. طيب. Now, regarding the woman in her menses, I have to mention this here. طيب. This section here, this is for women in her menses on Tawaf. A woman in her menses cannot do Tawaf. A woman in her menses cannot do Tawaf. طيب, what if it was Tawaf of Hajj? So she stood in Arafah, she's in her Ihram, she stood in Arafah, and she did do the cutting of the hair, the stoning of Aqaba. Now she is required to do Tawaf of Hajj, and also Sa'i of Hajj if she did not do it. طيب. Now she has to wait. Now she has to wait, regardless of how many days, she has to wait until she's pure to go and do the Tawaf. Of course, if she was in her menses, she can still go and do the stoning of the 11th, 12th, and 13th. There's no issues here. But our issues with Tawaf of Hajj, Tawaf al-Ifada. Now, if she's able to wait there in Mecca until the menses end, then this is her obligation. It's an obligation on her to wait. If she's able to wait until the hayd, the menses end, for her to do the Tawaf of Hajj, and alhamdulillah, she will finish. She will finish her Hajj. But this is the issue. What if she was supposed to travel on the 14th and she's with a group and there is no way, or it's going to be extremely difficult for her to come back, and she's going to come from another continent somewhere else, and she just got this opportunity to do Hajj. She's never going to get any other opportunity to come back. This is an emergency here. So there's nothing, so if we give a fatwa here, this is just specific to this scenario due to its being very urgent. So for Hajj only, a woman in her menses who cannot wait with the group are going to leave. Her group is going to leave. They have tickets, they're going to leave. They cannot afford to stay for her. She doesn't have anyone here. She must leave with them. And it is extremely difficult for her to come back. So understand this. It is extremely difficult for her to come back. In this case, and only in this case, it is permissible for her to go and do the Tawaf, even in her state of menses. طيب, to do her Tawaf and then to leave. طيب, you might be saying, Shaykh, but isn't the condition purity? Yes, it is a condition. But for this specific scenario, as Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah was asked the same question in his time, and he said, this is an urgent matter and she might not come back. طيب, so she is allowed to do the Tawaf in her state and leave. طيب. Now, there are a few important points regarding this fatwa. If this sister is, for example, from Saudi Arabia, so she's able to come back. She's living in Saudi Arabia. She's able to come back any other time, even after 1 month, even after 3 weeks. Then she's not allowed to act on this fatwa. Khalas, she goes back in her state of Ihram. Of course, she can do everything except marriage, intimacy short of intercourse, and sexual intercourse. She can do everything else because she has done 2 of the 3 actions of the 10th. Maybe she did finish the stoning and the cutting of the hair. What's left for her is Hajj, is the Tawaf of Hajj and the Sa'i. She goes back to her country, to her city in Saudi Arabia. She can wait there until the menses is done and she gets another opportunity. She just comes there. She's in a state of Ihram. She doesn't need to do any Ihram. She's in a state of Ihram. She just goes there and do the Tawaf. Anytime. She does the Tawaf only and the Sa'i, and alhamdulillah, she has completed her Hajj. What if she is not living in Saudi Arabia, but she's living in a Gulf country or somewhere close, and she can afford to come back? Can she still go back and do Umrah to go back and do the Tawaf of Hajj? Yes. Yes. In this case also, she has to wait and go back and then come back and do the Hajj, do the Tawaf of Hajj and the Sa'i of Hajj. طيب, then when do we give this fatwa? We give this fatwa is she's coming from a country she cannot afford aslan to come for Hajj. And this was just a once in a lifetime opportunity for her. And once she goes back, she cannot afford to travel back, or extremely difficult. And she, in her opinion, that she will never be able to come back again to Mecca. In this case, and only in this case, we say, خلاص, finish your Hajj, do your Tawaf in your current state, and just leave. طيب? So be careful. Do not play around with this religion. This fatwa is specific for this urgent matter. If you're able to delay your Tawaf of Hajj months or weeks, do it. Delay it, but don't act on this fatwa unless you need it. Unless it's خلاص, a person is going to leave, he's not going to be able to come back. Yani for sure, maybe years. خلاص, in this case, just let her do the Tawaf in her case. And Allah Azza wa Jalla does not overburden His servants. طيب, what if somebody says, let me take some pills or an injection to remove my period, for this duration to do the Tawaf of Hajj? Wallahi, this matter, if there was no harm on her, she can do this. And before Hajj, she can take some pills to delay her period. طيب, and there's no harm on her, she can do this without any issue, inshallah. طيب, now we move to the sa'i of Hajj. Now the sa'i of Hajj, of course, it's applicable to whom? For a person performing Ifraad or Qiraan, he may perform the sa'i of Hajj when he first comes to Mecca after performing Tawaf. We explained this. A person who did the Tawaf of Hajj, a person who's in Ifraad or Qiraan, he comes, as soon as he comes to Mecca, what does he do? He does the Tawaf of Al-Qudum, which is a Sunnah Tawaf. And then he does, if he wants, he can perform the sa'i of Hajj early on. So here, this person does not require to do sa'i of Hajj after the Tawaf of Hajj. While a person in Tamatu', when he comes to Mecca, he'll be doing a full Umrah. He will not be able to do the sa'i of Hajj until after completing the Tawaf of Hajj. طيب. So after, as we have mentioned before, this is the rulings regarding the sa'i of Hajj. Okay, now we will be talking about the obligations of Hajj. We have covered the methodology of Hajj. We have covered, before that, we covered the Ihram, matters regarding Ihram, the prohibitions of Ihram, the three categories, the expiation of these categories. When is the expiation done? The details of the expiation. Then we spoke about the methodology of Hajj, and we spoke about matters regarding the actions of Hajj, like Tawaf, standing in Arafah, sa'i, and Ihram, of course. Now we're going to be talking about the obligations. So just as a revision, what are the pillars of Hajj? The pillars of Hajj, as we remember, as we have explained, they are four. Ihram, standing in Arafah, Tawaf of Hajj, and the sa'i of Hajj. These four things. طيب. Remember when we spoke about standing in Arafah, what did we say? Well, how is the pillar achieved? The pillar is achieved if a person stands in Arafah, the area of Arafah, for a moment of time, stands or sits, regardless, for a moment of time from noon all the way until the Adhan al-Fajr, Fajr Adhan of the 10th, the day after. So for any moment of time, he stood there, then the pillar is achieved. But we said that if a person was there during the day, but he did not stay there until sunset, then he missed the obligation but achieved the pillar. You remember this? طيب. Now we're going to be talking about the obligations of Hajj. The obligations of Hajj. And the obligations, just like the pillars, therefore we memorize them. The obligations of Hajj must be memorized, because if you understood what are the obligations of Hajj, inshallah, you are less likely to make mistakes in them. طيب. So how many obligations are there in total? In total, they are 7. Of the obligations of Hajj is the Ihram from the site, being in Arafah, if it was during the day, you stay until sunset, or being in Arafah after sunset for a moment of time. So for those who are who stand in Arafah during the day, you have to stay until sunset. For those who come to Arafah after sunset, then any moment of time will suffice. They will achieve the obligation. The next one, number 3, is staying in Muzdalifah until midnight. And number 4, staying in Mina in the days of Tashriq. So 11th, 12th, and 13th, you must stay as an obligation, staying in Mina. Number 5 is the stoning of the days of Tashriq. the stoning in general includes the stoning of Aqaba, and it also so it's one obligation. It includes the stoning of Aqaba and the stoning of the days of Tashriq with the order that is mentioned that I have explained. طيب. Also, of the obligations is cutting of the hair, and the final obligation obviously is the farewell tawaf. So there's 7 in total. طيب. Let's go over these 7 one by one inshallah and explain them. The first obligation we mentioned is Ihram from the sight. And we spoke about this many times. We said Ihram must be performed from the sight. If it was performed from the sight, then the obligation is met. Because we said Ihram by itself is a pillar. Regardless if he did it before the Meeqat or after the Meeqat, it's a pillar. But to achieve the obligation, you have to do the Ihram before the Meeqat or at the Meeqat. If you do it before the Meeqat, you either do it at the Meeqat or before the Meeqat. If you do the Ihram after the Meeqat, then you have missed an obligation. And the rule here that we have, anyone who misses an obligation must sacrifice an animal. طيب. So he's required to do a slaughter. طيب. This is regarding Ihram from the sight. What about being in Arafah? طيب. The obligation here, if a person stayed in Arafah, so the obligation is 2 matters. The obligation, if a person does any of the 2, then he has achieved the pillar and the obligation. So if a person does any of these 2 things, then he has achieved the pillar and the obligation. So if he entered Arafah after Zawal, so after Dhuhr time, and he stayed there all the way until Maghrib, until after sunset, then he has achieved the pillar and the obligation. Or if a person stood in Arafah after sunset, just after sunset, he came after sunset, he didn't come during the day, of course he missed on all the rewards of dua during the Ashiyat Arafah, up from Dhuhr to Maghrib, he missed out on this khair. But if he came after sunset just for a moment of time, he has achieved the pillar and the obligation. طيب, and the obligation. So this is, so by doing any of these 2 things, you have achieved the pillar and the obligation. طيب. Now here's a matter. Staying until sunset is an obligation. طيب, in the Hanbali madhab, Hanafi madhab. طيب, so it's an obligation to do so. And also because the Messenger Muhammad did not allow anyone to leave before Maghrib. So why did they say that this is an obligation? Because the Messenger Muhammad on the day of Arafah, he stayed in Arafah and he did not allow anyone to leave Arafah before sunset. So this is why they said it's an obligation. And this is, wallahu alam, is the stronger opinion. طيب. The Messenger Muhammad has said, من شهد صلاتنا هذه ووقف معنا حتى ندفع وقد وقف بعرفة قبل ذلك ليلا أو نهارا فقد أتم حجه وقضى تفثه. So the Messenger Muhammad mentioned that whoever was in Arafah for a moment of day or night, then it is sufficient. So or night, so he mentioned night, is sufficient. So those who stayed for a moment after Zawal, then left Arafah and went to Muzdalifah, they have achieved the pillar, but they missed the obligation. Hence, a slaughter is required for missing the obligation. طيب. The third obligation here is staying until midnight in Muzdalifah. The obligation is to stay in Muzdalifah until midnight. This is the opinion of the majority. Based on the opinion of the majority, this is permissible for everyone to leave Muzdalifah after midnight. To leave Muzdalifah after midnight. طيب. So this is, of course, the sunnah is to stay in Muzdalifah until Fajr, but it's not an obligation. So if you left after midnight, it suffices, you have achieved the obligation. You have achieved the obligation. طيب. The fourth obligation is staying overnight in Mina. Staying overnight in Mina. طيب. The obligation is staying in Mina overnight in the nights of Tashriq, so 11th, 12th, and 13th. For those staying to the 30th. If they're staying to the 12th, then they have to stay in Mina for the 11th and 12th. طيب. Regarding the 8th, it's a sunnah to start the Ihram, those who did Tamatu, and pray Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, Isha, then Fajr, there in Mina, and stay overnight. So the sunnah in the 8th is to initiate Ihram and go to Mina and pray there Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, Isha, then Fajr. Of course, to pray them shortened. Dhuhr shortened, Asr shortened, Maghrib is not shortened, Isha shortened. طيب, and Fajr there. and stay overnight in Mina. طيب. So prayer in Mina is shortened but not combined. طيب. This is the fourth obligation. The fifth obligation is the stoning and the order of the stoning. So there are two obligations here: the stoning of Aqaba and the stoning of Sughra, Kubra, Wusta, and the order. So let's talk about the obligation. On the 10th, the obligation is to stone Aqaba only. While in the 11th, it is to stone Sughra, then Wusta, then Al-Aqaba. On the 12th, it is to stone Sughra, Wusta, Aqaba. And on the 13th, it is to stone the Sughra, then Wusta, then Al-Aqaba. طيب. And we gave an example. We explained that if a person did not start stoning except in the 12th, then he should start with the order above. So let's say on the 12th, he did not even stone Aqaba. He did not stone Aqaba. طيب. This person, he wants to start the stoning on the 12th. Maybe he was at the hospital, maybe he was excused for any reason. So let's say he wants to start the stoning on the 12th. He starts with the Aqaba first. And then he starts with the Sughra, then Wusta, then Kubra for the 11th, and then he does the same for the 12th, even though they are all done on the 12th. طيب. The stoning of the days of Tashriq starts at noon, and we mentioned that stoning before that is considered invalid. طيب. Stoning on the 10th, when does it start? We mentioned that stoning of the days of Tashriq start at noon. صح? So do not mix up between the two. Stoning in the 10th is done whenever they reach it, for those who have reached it before dawn. So do not mix up in stoning. We said stoning of the days of Tashriq, they start when? They start at noon. We said stoning before noon is invalid. But that is stoning on the days of Tashriq. On the 10th, the stoning starts as soon as you reach it. So on the 10th, you're going to be coming from Muzdalifah, and now you're going to be coming from Muzdalifah. You're one of two groups. Either you left Muzdalifah after midnight. So here the stoning can occur whenever you reach it, even if it's after midnight, before Fajr, no problem. But if you left at Fajr, of course, and this is also permissible for you to stone whenever it's possible. So you have the choice to do it whenever you reach it. But the stoning on the days of Tashriq starts in noon and not before noon. So don't mix up between the two. Another matter that we want to talk about here is that we said that the final time for stoning is on the 13th. You are not allowed to stone after the Maghrib of the 13th. And if you missed any stoning by the 13th, so by Maghrib 13th, if there is any missing stoning that you have not done, then you have left an obligation. And you left an obligation here, so a sacrifice is required. طيب. This is regarding the fifth obligation. Now the sixth obligation is shaving or cutting the hair. This is considered an obligation by itself. طيب. Now, one might say, when is the time for cutting or shaving the hair? As soon it's of the actions of the 10th. Again, as we mentioned, after the person completes, after he stays in Muzdalifah, now the obligation starts. He can shave at any time after staying in Muzdalifah after midnight. So this is the time to go and do the actions of the 10th. So if he can start by shaving first, then stoning, then going for Tawaf. But the Sunnah, definitely stick to the Sunnah is best. The Sunnah, the best way to do it is to follow the Sunnah. What is the Sunnah here? The Sunnah is to start by Rami first. So starting by the stoning. Start by stoning Aqaba. After that, Rami. Then Halq, so shaving. Then Tawaf. Tawaf al-Ifada, which is the Tawaf of Hajj. Now, which is better? Shaving or cutting? Shaving is better. The Messenger Muhammad asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bestow His mercy on those who shaved 3 times. And he asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bestow His mercy on those who did shorten their hair once. So shaving is definitely better. طيب. Now, regarding shortening the hair, how much, for those who are going to shorten their hair, how much should they remove? When shortening the hair, one should shorten from all the head, طيب, and not cut some hair from one side and leave the others, just to follow, because scholars have differed. Some might say a couple of hairs, but the safest opinion, you should safeguard it. You choose the safest opinion, which is to cut from all sides of the head. to cut from all sides of the head so that it will be considered for you that you have, in all opinions, in all madhabs, you'll be considered a person who have shortened your hair. And of course, shaving is better. Now for women, she gathers her hair. She gathers her hair at the back of her head or at the front. But she gathers her hair and she takes a small amount, yani the length of a fingertip, and this inshallah suffices. Now regarding the final obligation is the farewell tawaf. The farewell tawaf, as we mentioned, is an obligation on everyone in Hajj, except the woman in her menses, if she completed her Hajj, she completed her Hajj. So if she has already done the Tawaf of Hajj, then that's it. She's not required to do the farewell Tawaf. She can just leave. The time of the farewell Tawaf is when leaving Mecca for a person who performed Hajj. It could be any time of the year. So let's say, for example, you finished the days of Tashriq on the 13th, but you decided to stay for 1 whole week or for 2 more weeks in Mecca. So you can delay Tawaf al-Hajj is delayed until you leave. Before you leave, you go and do your farewell Tawaf of Hajj. And if you wanted to pray the 2 units of Sunnah, and then you can leave. You can leave Mecca. Then you can leave Mecca. طيب. So, as I mentioned, the Tawaf of Hajj, its time is when leaving Mecca. Why did we mention Tawaf of Hajj for those who are going to leave on the 12th? Because a person may stay for the 13th or leave on the 12th. For those who are leaving on the 12th, they are required before leaving to do the stoning of the 12th, the Sughra, Wusta, Kubra. And after that, leave doing the Tawaf al-Wada', farewell Tawaf, and leave directly. طيب. Now there is no farewell Tawaf for those living in Mecca, in the Haram. So when we say Mecca, it is the Haram, the area of Haram. For those who are living there is no farewell Tawaf for them. Now we mentioned that the farewell Tawaf of Hajj may be combined with the Tawaf. The farewell Tawaf may be combined with the Tawaf of Hajj for those who are going to do it. Another point that I wanted to mention regarding Tawaf al-Wada', the farewell Tawaf, one may not stay in Mecca after completing it, willingly. So if he's forced to stay, this is something not in his hand. Yani, for example, if a person finished the Tawaf and waited for the bus for hours, this is not his problem. He is done, he is ready to leave, but the bus did not arrive. He is not required to go and perform Tawaf al-Wada' again, because he performed it and he's waiting for the car to arrive. So due to traffic, this is something out of his control, and he is pardoned for not doing Tawaf al-Wada' again. Or if he finished Tawaf al-Wada' and with the rest of the group, and he was waiting with his group, and he fell asleep, he's excused. But if he willingly finished the Tawaf al-Wada' and then decided to rest, he was able to leave, but he decided to rest for hours, then he has to do the farewell Tawaf again. Then he has to do the farewell Tawaf again before and leave. So if he willingly took a break, a rest for hours and slept, and then he decided to leave, he has to do the Tawaf al-Wada' again. While the previous example that we have given, it was not in his choice. So he wanted to leave, but he was not able to. The car was not there. It was too crowded. There was a car accident, so he had to wait. Here he's excused. He's pardoned. Intentionally, he wanted to leave, but he was prevented. But in the second example, he chose to stay. He chose to stay and to sleep, take a break for a couple of hours. So in this case, he has to do Tawaf al-Wada' again. Wallahu a'lam. Now let's talk about leaving an obligation. We've discussed previously that the obligations of Hajj are 7. Real quick, what are they? Ihram. Regarding Ihram, it's Ihram from the Meeqat. And then standing in Arafah, if a person stood during the day, he has to stay until sunset. Or if he stood after sunset, it suffices him for the pillar and the obligation. Number 3, staying in Muzdalifah until midnight. Number 4, it is stoning of Jamrat al-Aqaba and stoning of the days of Tashriq. It's all considered one obligation. Stoning of the day of stoning of the 10th and the stoning of the days of Tashriq are all considered one obligation. It's one obligation of stoning. After that, shaving. After that, it is staying in Mina on the days of Tashriq. So staying overnight in Mina on the days of Tashriq, 11th and 12th. 13th, of course, for those who are going to stay in the 13th, they have to stay the night of the 13th in Mina. طيب. And of course, you know that the night comes before the day. So when we say the night of the 13th, it's before the day of the 13th, huh? So that you're not confused. طيب. And the 7th, obviously, is the farewell tawaf. طيب. What if a person missed one of these obligations? What is required on him? Missing one of these obligations. As an example, for example, we said if a person did the Ihram after the Meeqat, here he missed an obligation. Why? Because the obligation is to do the Ihram from the Meeqat. Another example is if a person stayed in Arafah during the day and then he left to Muzdalifah before sunset. What did he do here? Did he miss an obligation? Or did he miss a pillar? No, he has achieved the pillar, but he missed an obligation. طيب, what if he in Muzdalifah, he left Muzdalifah before midnight. He missed an obligation. Let's say he missed any of the stoning, either all of the stoning, Jamrat al-Aqaba and all the above. He didn't do any stoning in the days of Tashriq, or he missed one stoning. Subhanallah, this is all considered one obligation. He didn't stay in Mina. This is considered one obligation. He left farewell tawaf. So he left Mecca without doing the farewell tawaf. He left an obligation. You can tell that if you leave obligations, your Hajj is not invalidated, but you have to make it. A sacrifice is required, as long as you did not miss out on the pillars. طيب. Now we move to the last sections of this lecture, which is the rulings for a person who misses Hajj or is prevented from Hajj. So let's talk about first a person who misses Hajj. How can a person miss Hajj? As you have guessed it, a person misses Hajj in only one situation: if he misses standing in Arafah, because it's the only pillar that you're unable to do it if it runs out. If you miss this pillar, you just cannot attain it again. You cannot achieve it, because if you do not stand if you do not stand for a moment of time from noon to Fajr, for any moment of time during this period of time, then you have missed standing in Arafah, and khalas, you have missed Hajj. With missing Arafah, you have missed Hajj. All the other pillars, it's difficult for you to miss, because Ihram is from the Meeqat, you can do it anytime. Tawaf al-Ifada, you can do it anytime. Sa'i of Hajj, you can do it anytime. What else? So this is the only pillar that if you miss it, you miss Hajj. طيب. So what happens now if a person, qaddar Allah, he came in late, he entered Mecca late, and he tried his best to stand in Arafah before Fajr Adhan, of the 10th, before Fajr Adhan of the 10th, but he missed it. Fajr Adhan started before him reaching Arafah. In this case, this person has missed Hajj. But what does he do? If he missed Hajj, he has to change his Ihram to Ihram of Umrah. Then he goes and performs Umrah. He performs Umrah to remove the Ihram, because he wanted to do Arafah, he wanted to go. He initiated Ihram to go and stand in Arafah for Hajj. But he missed it, so now the Ihram is still there. What does he do? They say that he changes the Ihram to Umrah. He goes and does a Umrah. If he performs a Umrah, then automatically his Ihram will be removed. That is just one of the rulings. The other ruling is, it is required for him to make up this Hajj. And to offer a sheep. So if a person misses Hajj by missing standing in Arafah, then he should do a Umrah and exit Ihram. He must also make it up the year after and offer a sheep. طيب, remember when we spoke about making a condition in Ihram? This person who came late, he knew that he might not make it. So he said, فَاللَّهُمَّ مَحِلِّي حَيْثُ حَبَسْتَنِي. So he made a condition in his Ihram. When he said, لَبَّيْكَ اللَّهُمَّ حَجًّا, he said, مَحِلِّي حَيْثُ حَبَسْتَنِي. So he said that if I am detained, Ya Allah, I am freed from my Ihram. So what happens is that once he misses Hajj, then he is exempted from the slaughter and he is exempted from the makeup. But what is required from him? He still must do a Umrah. They said he still must do a Umrah to leave the Ihram, because he is not prevented from the house. He is not prevented from Mecca, from the Kaaba. He is prevented from, he wasn't prevented. He missed standing in Arafah. So because he missed standing in Arafah, if he made the condition helps you in the makeup and it helps you in the sheep, the expiation. So if he did make a condition, it helps you in terms of no makeup is required and he is no longer required to slaughter. طيب, this is regarding a person who misses Hajj. Again, he misses Hajj by missing Arafah. He misses Hajj by missing Arafah. طيب. So the rulings again is he must change his ihram. He changes his ihram to Umrah and he performs Umrah. Number 2 is that a makeup is required. Number 3, he has to slaughter an animal. طيب, what if he was prevented from Hajj? So there's a difference between missing Hajj and prevented from Hajj. Prevented from Hajj is, for example, you did the ihram, but you did not get the permit to perform Hajj. So here, the security, they prevented you from going forward and you were just prevented. Again, if you did the ihram, if you made the condition, then you remove the ihram without any issues because you're prevented from doing the ihram. You're prevented from performing the Hajj. So in this case, you just remove the ihram if you made the condition. Like, what if you did not do a condition? If you did not make a condition in your ihram, then it's required for you to make a slaughter. Then make a slaughter, shave your head, and then you may leave the ihram. To make a slaughter and shave your head. Just like the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ in Hudaybiyah, this is what they did. He ﷺ made the slaughter and he shaved his head, and with that he removed the ihram. طيب. What if a person, they said, what if a person did not have, could not afford a slaughter? Okay, what if this person could not afford a slaughter? They said if he could not afford a slaughter, he has to fast 10 days. And after fasting 10 days, he removes the ihram. Imagine. So if he fasted 10 days, if he could not afford the slaughter, he has to fast 10 days. After fasting 10 days, he removes the ihram. Of course, he fasts 10 days and he shaves and he removes the ihram. طيب, what if a person made a condition? As I said, if a person made a condition, no slaughter is required, and he doesn't require, no shaving or cutting his hair is required. So he just removes the ihram with intention. Okay, so let's summarize here. So we have two different scenarios. We have missing Hajj, or two different matters. We have missing Hajj and we have being prevented from completing Hajj. So there are two different things. For missing Hajj, we said if a person misses Hajj, he just goes and does a Umrah. His ihram for Hajj will be turned to Umrah. He just goes and performs Umrah. With that, he removes the ihram. طيب, what is required on him? A makeup is required, definitely. And he has to sacrifice an animal. A makeup is required and he has to offer an animal. Like, what if this Hajj was Hajj Nafel? Even if it was Hajj Nafel, now a makeup is required. طيب, because he missed the Hajj, now a makeup is required because he did not complete it. Allah Azza wa Jalla said, وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ لِلَّهِ. He did not complete his Hajj. So a makeup is required whenever it is possible. طيب, this is for those who missed Hajj. What about those who prevented from Hajj? For those who were prevented from Hajj, what is required here is for them to remove the ihram. How do they remove the ihram? Because they are prevented. If they did not make a condition, they have to slaughter and they have to shave or cut the hair. طيب, they have to slaughter and they have to shave or cut the hair. With that, they're able to remove the ihram. طيب, what if there was, and we said that what if there was no sacrificial animal? They did not afford this. They could not afford this. Then they have to fast 10 days. Then in this case, they have to fast 10 days. And then after fasting 10 days, they remove the ihram. So there is no makeup in a person who's prevented from completing Hajj, while there is a makeup in a person who misses Hajj. So this is the only difference. They both have to slaughter. Wallahu a'lam. So with this, alhamdulillah, we have completed the matter of Hajj and Umrah. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept it from us. Now, as you have, if you have completed this and watched this, you realize that the matter of Hajj is a serious matter, and there are so many matters that, from different sections regarding Hajj. For a person who just wants to understand this, he can just go to any timestamp. But for a person who wants to be a serious knowledge seeker, who wants to preserve the knowledge of Islam for the people, part of this obligation is to acquire this knowledge, to preserve it in your heart, and to revise it again and again, to make your own summarization. Just summarize this information, make your own connections, preserve this knowledge in your heart so that you may convey this knowledge to the people. And afterwards, after completing this course, if you have listened to it and understood it, if you look at any hadith in Bulugh al-Maram, for example, in Umdat al-Ahkam, or any hadith regarding the manasik, the matters of Hajj and Umrah, you'll be able to relate, this hadith talks about this matter. Yes, I have covered this matter. This hadith talks about, for example, the Messenger Muhammad did not start wuquf bi Arafah except after Zawal, except after Zawal, yes, except after Dhuhr. This is the hadith that states this. This is the hadith why they disputed regarding this matter. So all these things, inshallah, they'll make sense. So fiqh, understanding the matters is very important. Differentiating between the matters is extremely important. Difference between Fidya and leaving an obligation. You might think that they both require slaughter. No, it's not the same. Doing a prohibition, of Ihram, you have a choice. It's of slaughtering a sheep, or feeding 6 poor people, or fasting 3 days. While leaving an obligation, there is no choice. It's a slaughter. It's them. طيب? So differentiating between the matter, this is fiqh. And you might say this is a lot, but hey, you wanted to be a knowledge seeker, you wanted to be a scholar, this is part of the journey. طيب? This is part of the journey. And what you're struggling with, think about the scholars, the early scholars who wrote those books, who have conveyed this knowledge. This is part of the journey of preserving this knowledge. This is inheritance of the messengers. The messengers, peace and blessings be upon them, they did not leave gold or silver. They left the knowledge. And whoever has taken from this, from their inheritance, has taken something very valuable. And the inheritance is the Qur'an and Sunnah and their understanding. And understanding fiqh is part of understanding the Qur'an and Sunnah. This is my final advice. With this I will end. هذا والله أعلم وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. جزاكم الله خيرا.